Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the NECC. We are bringing you week one of our League of Legends season, and I, as well as Random Minion, are making our debut for the very first time on this stream. We've got a great slew of games all throughout tonight, but first up, we're covering Converse versus University versus Bay State Blue. Tongue twister.
A bit of a long name here, Zephyr, so we might just shorten it to Blues versus Converse here. But apologies for the delay in the startup. There were just some little roster wrinkles here, but hopefully that gets smoothed out. And more importantly, Zephyr, we're going to get right into it shortly here. And I cannot wait for these teams because they're members of these teams who I do recognize and who I'm very much looking forward to back on the Rift.
Oh, absolutely. Not just on what is both these teams, but the individual players themselves have a long-standing history here in the League of Legends scene. Hopefully, as we get into more of the draft, more into the games per se, we'll give you both of our tall tales as we discuss where some of these individuals have come from, some of their successes, the stories behind them that have now carried here onto the NECC. So yes, in that regard as well, RMC, I'm very excited.
So for these teams, for game one here, and it will be a best of three, Converse University is going to be on the blue side. And this esports program has surprised me. I'm not particularly familiar with the collegiate scene, but I did get a chance to talk to them a little bit. And they've got a huge program, lots of players. They're in lots of different titles here. And this particular roster for Converse here actually has multiple ADC players, ADC mains, who are going to be flexing into other roles. But from what I've heard so far from their scrims, things have been going well for them. So high expectations coming into week one for them. And on the other side, Bay State Blue. Bay State College has multiple teams coming in, and Bay State Blue is more of their second team, their rookie team here. A lot of people newer to the collegiate scene, though some of them have some competitive experience before. Now, they're another team, who they're looking to try and get some experience, gel together.
Mhm.
Week one might be a little bit rough, but they do have an EU Masters coach, Wicked Rad, coming in. So under her guidance, hopefully the team comes together very quickly here.
I was about to say that's a pretty tall glass to compete against, I would say. I mean, she's got the expertise that will lead this team hopefully to victory in the face of their new Inklings. I will say there is one player that isn't completely new. Devil in that jungle has competed with
Mhm.
Bay State prior to, so hopefully some guidance from the trees there, some soft whispers as they approach the mid, the top, wherever it may be. Probably the bot, given that they are also a bot-centric team, will help them work their way through. But definitely a bit of a toss up here as we look at something that's a little bit more experienced, maybe a little bit more put together in regards to commerce.
I love the fact that you're talking about soft whispers from the jungle here, Zephyr. And I'm looking at Devil's Champion pool, and this fellow here plays aggressive things like the Corky, Viego, Kindred, Jarvan. Nothing soft here. There's no Ivern, no
Yeah,
shielding, no support. He's going in for the kill. And then when I look at the rest of the roster, a name that I do recognize from the Bay State Blue team is Akira Ho in that top lane there.
yes.
I've seen him back in 2020 with the Imperial Knights. This split, I've seen him in the Risen Divine League with from Ashes Esports. In fact, he just won MVP of Week 5 in that particular league here. So he's an aggressive player as well. With such an aggressive top side, I'm curious to see how this works because you've got a strong top side, you've got a strong bot lane as well. And you know what? Maybe you can play through both of them. You kind of have to pick and choose, though, which side of the map you want to play to.
Well, like we said, bot centric, top centric, that is in the same regard as well for Commerce. They do have an
True.
equal setup. Gummy Hat being a recent swap, but a successful top laner that will hopefully provide true for this team, as well as Alistair, a hot topic that we'll be able to discuss a little bit more, though. But for now, I believe we are going to work our way into that draft, start getting a little bit of a sniff of what champions are actually going to be making their way here onto the Rift.
For sure. And now both these teams have already pro drafted their teams here. So we might not be seeing the exact pick order in which they picked here. So keep that in mind if you do start seeing some sort of top down approach here, which is what I expect.
Well, for now, we just see a little bit of those first bands starting to work their way out here. We did irony a sense of things, get to see them beforehand. So maybe we got a little bit of a background before we even get into this one, but a lot of them coming through, a big focus towards that top side, especially on Bay State. So Akira, the player that you just brought off, already being locked down.
Now, makes sense. You want to take out a lot of these strong picks, and things like that. Irelia can also go to the mid lane here for Kawo. So I like the ban. It's just a generally strong ban in the current meta here. The Echo, though, that is more targeted. We talked about the fact that Devil likes these more aggressive junglers, and Echo is something that he's been playing a lot of.
Well, hopefully it will work out in that regard. You did talk about the soft whispers not quite being them whispers, more of a roar to behold. So, well, you know what? Maybe they'll have something to play with in that regard. And yeah, it's not quite the echo, but you discussed it. He's got a pool to work with. It's not quite an ocean, but it's definitely a lot more play to give here. Once again, though, as we start wrapping up these final bands that come through, talk again more towards Akira. You see that Camille come out already, as well as what will be, I believe, another band towards what is going to be that bot side. Rocks 908. I believe that is a sub coming in here. I did not catch that one right off the bat.
Potentially, I mean, Rocks was listed as a potential substitute
What's them?
for the team
Okay.
here. So I guess that's what they're pulling in. And it's not going to be Sheldon, who is also their coach here. And we'll have to see how that changes things. But fans coming in, it's going to be the Thresh, Yone, and the Bard as well, coming through for Bay State against Converse. And the picks are, as expected, quick here. Once again, reminder, it was already pro drafted. So these are according to lanes. It is going to be that set into Ornn in that top side for both these teams. And right off the bat here, Zephyr, I'm a little bit worried about the Zorn because Set is one of the best tank busters in the game.
Definitely has a lot of great early presence. And if we talk about how this team likes to play, Converse discussed with us before we got into it that they like to throw a little bit of those ganks towards Gummy Hat to kind of
Mhm.
start things rolling. And if it does come through, they will play to a further extent. You throw the set, high early game presence into Orange, something that can be dominated within those first few levels. Pair that with Daydream coming in, suddenly there's a monster on the rift that you will have to deal with for the rest of the game. Now, that isn't their complete win condition, but it is definitely a route that we will have to watch out for.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at that Jarvan, you look at that Oriana. I don't know what their bot lane is, but I don't need to know what their bot lane is here, Zephyr. Converse have already put their hand that they want a nice big wombo combo here, and they've got the pieces. You can pair almost any AD carry into that composition, and you're good to go. On the other side, though, for Bay State Blues, we're not quite sure what it is they're looking for quite yet. It's just very standard picks here. The Kindred pickup is interesting because in the current meta, your bot lane doesn't have to have an AD carry for your team anymore. You can
Right.
go with a mage or even double support, which we might see as Seraphine
We've
gets
seen
locked in
Seraphine.
for Wicked Rad.
Yep, Seraphine coming out there, definitely playing to what you just evolved here, as well as that's going to be the Yumi is also
Oh,
double heavy support coming through. And hey, it's not to shy away in that bot lane in any regard. They can make quick work, especially as Devil, which is that most experienced player here on this roster, can come through eventually. Now, I will say their focus is very single target oriented. You don't have that kind of wombo we just discussed out of Converse here. Bay State definitely will have to play around finding what is those individual or unique picks to then build upon, because sadly, it's those major team fights that might collapse unless you find what is that really, really good call of the Forge God or find what is the Encore.
And a lot of that difference comes from that mid lane, right? The fact that you don't have an Oriana. Sure, Silas can still steal away that shockwave,
Yeah.
but you don't have the ball. So it basically is the sombrero for Silas. He has to be in the middle of everybody else. There is a lot of AoE CC coming through with the Ornn, the Seraphine, and the Yumi here for the side of Bay State. But ultimately, like you said, the damage is single target. It's from the Silas, it's from the Kindred here. And that's what they're going to try and do is lock down targets. Silas, Kindred have to find priority targets. Whereas for Converse here, their damage itself is very AoE oriented. It does a lot of
Mm-hmm.
just
Sir.
general team damage. So I would, like to see them take advantage of that, especially with that Amumu support that we've seen come into the meta. He's best with a mage, but you don't have to do it with the mage. The Curse of the Sad Mummy is still so strong.
Oh, absolutely. Right. And in its own regard, it's enough of an ability to get the job done. But speaking of getting the job done, notably Alistair looking to test the waters coming into this first match. I personally consider Tristana one of the limit busters here for the bot lane tempo. You get in the face with this champion, and Personally, I've had the lovely opportunity to work with, cast, and cover Alistar for the past year
Mhm.
on teams such as Lotus Esports before he made this move to the lovely North Carolina region to cover Converse as well. And this guy has such a presence. He's steady, he's consistent, but if he wants to make a statement, he's got those champions. He's got that Tristana on his belt to see if he can run over some of these lanes. Now, yes, there's a lot of safety right into the face of, say, something like a Seraphine and Yumi, but
Oh yeah.
like I said, it's the waters. He's dipping his toes in right now. Is it cold? Is it warm? He's gonna take a dive either way.
I don't know about that one there, Zephyr. I'm a little bit scared if he's dipping his toes in because Seraphine Yumi, they can just rip that toe right off here. There's a lot of safe, there's a lot of sustain coming in with this duo. So it negates a lot of the kill pressure that Tristana has early. And from the late game, when Tristana can become that very safe auto attack carry from the back here, Seraphine and Yumi provide so much healing. You put that onto the Kindred with the Lamb's Respite as well, and suddenly you're facing an AD carry who just simply will not die. And that's not even taking into account the Silas or the Ornn, who are both going to get fairly tanky in their own right. I am a little bit concerned about how much sustained damage Converse can put out, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see Alistar pick up something like the Kraken Slayer instead of the more commonly seen Shield Bow or Gale. And right now, we are waiting for the speculate to count down 30 seconds here. We talked a lot, Zephyr, about sort of team compositions, what each team are looking for. But I want to talk a little bit more about the lanes. We talked about the fact that Set into Ornn, very set favored. He is a tank buster here. But in the mid lane, Orianna versus Silas. I like Orianna because she's such a safe pickup here. She just nullifies every lane pretty much. And so Silas might struggle a little bit into that. And that to me is an opportunity. You push out that mid lane, you unlock Daydream to look for ganks, especially into that bot lane. Because while Tristana might struggle in that 2v2, when you start adding the junglers, that might be enough damage to overwhelm.
Well, I see you decided to expand upon the dive a little bit, and me myself, I took a dive in my own regard here for myself. But hey, I hear your qualms about the Tristana. I have my faith in my boy Alistair, and I have my faith, of course, as well as this team as a whole here from Converse. So definitely a bigger presence that I'm definitely going to be putting my faith into for maybe even this series here. That's my bet. That's my bet. That's what we call this when we start talking about league. Those are the predictions that come out here. RMC, do you willing to wager on your own regards? You got some coin to put down?
Oh, that's really rough there, Zephyr. It's week one. We don't know enough about these teams, and
Oh, come
unfortunately, as we get into
on.
game,
You
it's a pause right
don't
away.
need to
Fine,
know.
fine, Zephyr. I'll take you up on that. You want to support Alistar. I want to support Alistar, but I'll go with Bay State Blues instead, just so that we've got a little bit of a balance going here. Alistar, I love you, buddy. Don't hate me, but I'm going with the double support bot lane.
You were bringing this up before I even managed to get back into this. You said, "Oh no, Zephyr, the thought of the Tristana doing a little bit of the check, the toe, the dip, the touch. No, no, no. Double support, strong, sustain. Going to kind of wipe this lane, poke constantly. There's not going to be much room for Alistair to move. But think about what you said after. Think about what you said after the fact that you've got those ganks, you've got those wombo combos, those team fights that are going to accelerate what is the performance of this man here. That's the faith I'm putting this into. The skill combined with the combination of Converse as a whole, that's where we're at.
Fair enough. But let's remember that wombo combo compositions have a fatal weakness, and that is that their damage is front loaded. So if you don't kill somebody right away with that, Yumi Seraphine, they're just going to sustain back up. And hey, Zephyr, you know what? You put your faith in Alistar. Alistar will have to shine through. We did speak about that there. He will have to hard carry the rest of said fight here. So they're on a bit of a timer. We've got to see them make those early aggressive plays. And the other issue is previous wounds. Sure, that's all great and well. There's plenty of options for that. But Yumi and Seraphine also give lots of shielding. And that means Serpent's Fang is going to be necessary. Who's going to carry that on the side here of Converse? Alistair probably doesn't want to build it. Daydreams? Gummy Hat?
Dummy, maybe. You know what? I'm not going to read into it that much. You are the serpent in the tree here. You are wary. You're leaving me with doubts to work with, and I don't want to play upon those here as we finally work our way onto the Rift. For any of you who are just joining us, this is, of course, the first series, the first game here of Converse versus Bay State Blue. I am your play-by-play caster, Zephyr, joined, of course, by the lovely Random Minion caster.
Not so random this game, unfortunately, Zephyr. I was hoping for a little bit more craziness. I mean, double support is pretty crazy. A movement support, that's pretty nice as well. But unfortunately, no level 1 invade. And if there's anything I love to see, Zephyr, it's blood in the water. And we didn't get it. It's a standard safe start. Both junglers starting at double boost.
No surprise there in that regard. We'll see where they might come out and evolve here. Now, you did set up what is going to be maybe this early struggle here. I will point out that we do see an already early setup from Alistair being into this lane. Now, that, of course, is going to give knowledge that Daydream is on that top side. What Bay State does with that, we'll have to wait and see, because it definitely gives presence towards Akira to play a bit more safe. For now, we'll see what level advantage, what can come through here is hopefully they're able to play around maybe some kind of early kind of stem for those first couple minions or so.
Interestingly enough, though, Alistar actually is picking up a longsword to start. So that's less kill pressure. A longsword doesn't give you as much lane strength as a Duran's blade does. And that suggests to me that Alistar might just be looking to play kind of safe, just, farm up, rush those items a little bit. But as I say that, they're going in.
Not a chance. Already expended what is the flash, the exhaust, the heal, all out for the count there. All in trade for just Rox's flash. That's got to feel incredibly good.
Yeah, completely not what I expected either. I mean, yes, Tristana's got some early pressure as well, but Seraphine Yuumi, the poke is extremely nasty here. And while Amumu's got great engage potential, he does not have good sustain. So I was expecting them to play safe as they were. Look for level 2, look for level 3, and then start to poke up. Not having any of that makes them vulnerable. And J4, such a strong early ganker as well. Depending on how they set this up, they could look for an early dive.
Well, an early dive may not work here, but for now, you have that Kindred finally gracing the present mid. It is going to be that double flash. Orion will walk for now, but like you said, it's just that one auto. It's a good shield, but not enough to secure the presence and survival. And meanwhile, though, look who it is. Look who it is. Alistair already securing a kill. And now look, Presence Jarvan working his way into the river. I love that smite to get the health back to turn this one around. Waiting for the team to show up. Now it's time for Alistair. Big flashback round bombs onto Silas. And yes, there's one dead on the back, but it's not before the Kindred falls here. Yuumi on the chase, Amumu a little bit slower on the lag. One quick chain would stop this mummy in his tracks, and it's going to be just that big stun chain to follow, and the kill to boot as well. What an absolute slaughter here is on the top side. We also get one.
Yeah, just action happening all over the place. And the top lane action, I think, surprises me the most here, Zephyr, because it's Akira on this Ornn clapping the set. We talked about the fact that set or Gummy Hat should be the Time Buster, ends up going down early. And Bay State Blues, they're off to the races here. They've got a nice strong start. Look at that kill allocation. Both the kills going over to Devil, and Devil is their AD carry.
That's definitely rough. You talked about how you can kind of push what is that double support, but you have to have what the absolute presence of that AD carry in that Kindred to make use of the double support, and they're already on such a good pace to take advantage of that just 4 minutes into the game. Now, I don't want to write off those deaths, though, in any other short regard, in the fact that Alistair is still sitting 2-0, already on to that Executioners. He's gone. Which, by the way, yes, I know you giggle. That is as aggressive as it gets to stop this lane in its tracks, Aaron. That's what I love about this man. He takes those dives.
Yeah, no, and you know what? I love the Executioner's call. We talked about the fact that he's starting with the longsword, right? He gets the double kills, he goes back, and that Executioner's calling does double duty because you're up against both the healing supports in the lane here. So I absolutely love the adaptation. And I'm looking at Roxu just hiding in the alcove. He's been there this entire time, and now this is kind of risky.
This is easy. Seraphine's looking low, but Alistair's going to pay the price. An excellent gank there from Devil. Now Silas with the TP to finish the job and make sure it's a double here for Devil. The experience becomes even stronger.
The AD carry battle that we're seeing here, Zephyr, is scary. It's an arms race. Who can get up there quicker? And Alistair was looking good, but now Devil's way ahead. And I was worried for Devil to Gray that he was falling behind. Daydream was just power farming the entire time. But now he's coming back. And if your jungle's not ahead, your bot side, isn't exactly winning because double supports don't need to be equal CS necessarily. Your mid lane's behind and your top lane's behind. Where does Converse look to try and start generating some leads?
Well, Converse still has presence in that bot lane. I'm not going to count Alistair out just yet, but the rest of these lanes are, yes, akin to what you just bring up, starting to falter. You don't see the early presence from Gummy that we were expecting, that tank buster. You don't have the opportunity to work into what is the face of maybe good rotation Jarvan just yet, but that doesn't count
Mhm.
their mid game out. It's still one of their strongest points. They play around those windows. They manage what is trying not to be caught out by some of these single target champions or into the face of the Lamb's respite, and they might have a chance. But for now,
Oh,
it's Silas returns. One quick hijack, one quick sombrero, and another kill here onto Devil.
I mean, Zephyr, just as you're talking about that mid game, those big AoE wombo combo ultimates, it's Bay State pulling the trigger first, and now they're collapsing in on that J4. No Cataclysm available.
No Cataclysm available. And yes, Seraphine is going to
Wow.
fall from the blast there from Alistair, but it's not at the trade of Daydream himself. So 1-for-1. Oriana coming through, though, with a great teleport to get off the shockwave to stop this in his tracks. But the damage is pressing here from Kao to keep this one going. Kindred under turret to pick up another response. You do have Alistair turned around on his back end, but that Lamb's respite keeps him alive for that much longer. No heal to follow, but it is the falter there. Another double 7-in-1. And just to wrap it off, a quick gift in the top lane as these two noodles keep continuing to fight and actually secure a kill here on Akira.
I don't know what noodles you're eating there, Zephyr, but that was a stiff 1-2 from Akira.
That's true.
And he's not even the one with the 1-2 passive. That's the Ornn coming through. A second solo kill as well. TP also available for Akira. Bay State Blues right now, they want Dragon. They can take Dragon. They have all the control necessary. And I want to talk a little bit about Devil to Gray right now. We talked so much about the fact that, okay, Bay State Blues just needs to survive the initial engage, but Silas?
Looking worse for Rare, but he does find his way under turret. Oh, well, he stepped back over a second. I feel like if there was just the one auto for Daydream, he might have landed a successful kill there. Whew.
Okay, my heart needs to calm down.
This game is way too intense. It's 8 minutes. We're already 15 kills up. That's less than a kill per minute. Whoa.
Just that's more than a kill.
More. My apologies. My grammar fails here.
Caster math. Never tried math in stream. Counting is math as well.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Let me live.
Okay, we go back to Devil because I want to talk about the fact that Kindred Ultimate, the Lamb's Respite, is so important for this team. If you nullify the upfront burst, you basically nullify everything that Converse is trying to do with this composition that they've drafted. And even worse now, we've seen the dive strength of this Kindred, who's now 7-1-3. I don't know how many marks he has, but I'm sure it's a lot. And it's only going to get worse as that range goes up. And for Converse right now, they need to start invading that jungle or finding some sort of pressure right now. If you're just sitting back and letting this Kindred scale, she will outscale your Tristana.
Well, it's definitely nothing good here in the hopes for Converse. 12-3. It's definitely a stacked deck. The gold isn't too far. And yes, I hear your worries. You get to see Akira not quite pick that one up. Gummy lives for another day, but this turret might not be.
Great response here from the rest of Converse. You see that Devil to Gray is topside looking, threatening that dive, looking for the turret. You go for that dragon right away there. You're trying to answer back. And for Bay Street Blues right now, they're okay with this. You don't care too much about that lone mountain drake. If you can stack them, go for it. But if not, no big deal. In fact, they're actually summoning the Herald, which they already took earlier, to look for an early first turret. And again, they can still look to continue pushing and maybe threaten even that second turret.
Absolutely could push that one out even further. You do see Gummy Hat coming back to lane, so I don't think, Ornn's going to back that one off. So no double turret to behold here as of yet, but still, the pressure, just to show that 10 minutes, you're already running down these lanes to the tier 2. That is insanely accelerated.
Mm-hmm. And I'm just worried that once you unlock that Ornn as well into the lanes, we've not seen it come out here. And you don't pick Ornn to win the lane. You pick him for that team fights. And now Akira is looking, is starting to hit down
Oh
towards the
no.
bottom sides, but oh, can coming in.
We do see Cataclysm locked down here as Mumu comes through with the Bantosh
Nice.
for an easy cleanup. It's a nice shutdown to behold there, and it does find its way over to Daydream, which personally, I would have loved to see that maybe more in the hands of a lag, but personally, you got to do with what you can.
Oh, Rocks though getting caught out here. And oh, actually does manage to find a way. Flash out. Nice cleanup.
Ooh, easy. Now maybe position for the bottom turret. Let the wave crash. Maybe not. Just dive either way. You've already got a Kir coming
They're
through
all here.
there. One quick Forge God, and that'll be it for Alistair.
Oh, and Alistair took too long to get out. There's no safety here. TP's coming through.
Encore charm and big slap there. It is Akira's kill to behold as Kelly comes in very late with that teleport. Not much to work with.
Yeah, in a way, you're kind of lucky you got out as well, right? Like, if you can dive one, you can dive two. Lamb's Respite still available as well. And that's a strong diving tool we're talking about. Great steal away from Daydream to at least secure his red.
I mean, yeah, secure the red. I would love to see maybe a little bit more from this roster at this point, but you got to take what you can get.
Baby steps, Zephyr. Baby steps. You take what wins
You're
you can get.
right.
I mean,
You're right.
they got the shutdown on Camo. They get the red buff. They got a dragon here. It's rough. You're down 5,000 gold, yes. But right now, ornaments aren't coming through. So there's no invisible gold for the side of Bay State Blues. You
Invisible.
still have your big Wombo combo. And I'm just waiting for the first set of mythics to come through. And then that's when lag stream is really going to start hitting. But for now, Gummy Hatton might not be able to get away.
I was gonna say, how can they even work their way into getting mythics if they can't even
Oh,
survive in their own jungle? Devil, once again, another kill there. And wow, that was unlucky to say the least.
lucky or unlucky, depending on who you're looking at. On Daydream's part,
Yeah,
you're lucky. You got out
Daydream's part
alive.
very lucky. Go to the lottery, buddy. Head to Vegas.
Oh man, Smile. You know what? You still deserve a smile after that one. You did manage to find a pick, like you said, in their own jungle, and it's buying space for Akira. Oh, lag. Oh.
I have nothing to say. Continue.
We'll put that down to lag. It's in
Okay.
the name. But Akira has been unlocked in the top side, continues to punish that turret, and with the demolish proc, Orange pretty fast. Now they're diving mid lane between turrets. No way.
I was about to ask you, what can you even do at this point? In not even in terms of this game, but looking to reflect on where does it all go wrong? But when you have the ability to sustain through what is constant dives, rush into that back, go past the tier ones into tier twos, and there's no safety, whether it be lane or jungle, it doesn't even feel like Converse get an opportunity to kind of have their own, hilariously, respite.
I mean, a lot of this is because of the way Bay State Blue have played it. They're pushing the tempo and they've been doing really, really well. This is a good hits up play they're trying here, but oh, they actually have enough burst. I did not
Wow.
expect that.
I was gonna say the burst from Alistair was very surprising. Now, in response, you might find two to fall there. You do see what is the drop onto Rocks already in a
Oh,
big flash clap there to maybe lock down Tristan
oh
and the
no! The
Cataclysm put
Cataclysm!
him in, but at least the jump came through in the nick of time here. Jarvan might be the next to go, but oh no, the chain does follow under Turtis. Yep, Devil on the side here. Going to make quick, short
Mm.
work. Another kill for the kid.
Once again, really clean play from Bay State Blue there. They just seem to know what they want to do and they're executing it better. Props to Converse though. I did like the fact that they went for that third dive because when you're behind, even if you trade one for one, it's definitely worth it. You get bounties, you get to set behind, and it's easier to play catch up. And Daydream as well, buying the time. I was worried, honestly, when that cataclysm came down. I thought, oh no, it's a I'm J for and I'm helping situation. No, it wasn't. It really did buy enough time, and Alistair did have to rocket jump. Did barely survive, and you're okay with that. But for Converse right now, they need to make more of these heads up plays, and they need to make them all over the place a little bit cleaner here. Look for the squishy members, look for the Seraphine, look for this Silas.
I know there is a statistic. I don't usually play off it too much as it's a bit broad, but there is a certain amount of gold.
Oh,
Once you surpass that, there is no coming back, and we're getting to the point where 15 minutes, almost a 10k gold lead. I would hate to say it, but RMC looking towards that next game because stacking up against what is 11-1 Kindred here already, you've got to ask yourself, what do we do better?
And I think a lot of this game state that we're at right now was caused by the early game. The fact that Devil DeGray
It's
got
only been the
multiple
early
kills
game.
off. True. I mean, we're
We're
already 15
so
minutes
early
in.
still. It's 15 minutes.
Oh,
It's
it
crazy.
doesn't feel early when they're doing this though.
Oh my gosh.
Legendary Devil Degree 12, 1, and 4 right now. And okay, you know what? We'll call it the super early game.
The super, yeah, yeah, yeah. There's that super early game. That's what
It's
we
a
got to
lot
touch
about
on.
not letting the Kindred snowball quite this aggressively, playing a little bit safer here. Because when that Kindred, who's not meant to be an early game champion, gets this far ahead, gets this accelerated, you really don't have a lot of options, especially when you're a Wombo team comp who can't push the Kindred out of that land's respite here. So just, it's one of those unfortunate things where it's like, okay, this game, bad early game, lost the coin flip early, move on. Next game, you don't necessarily have to change too much. The comp is good. If anything, maybe you just ban the Kindred a little bit.
Yeah. if it ain't broke, you know what? You're gonna have to break it yourself. So maybe throw a ban that direction, get rid of the problem, and maybe Converse comes out a lot stronger. And the craziest thing is, it was just the 2 kill pickup there very early for Devil, and that wasn't something too crazy. That's still buildable. Converse can work their way back into it from that.
Mhm.
But the extent past that, when you see the pickups, those one-offs that this comp is literally designed for that we discussed in draft continue to come through in full fruition to the point where we're sitting at 15 kills at what, 8 minutes, with 12 of those being allocated towards base state. You're overstepping, you're overbleeding, you're giving away way too much of your presence and wealth. And at that point, it's just a wipe. So now, second Herald secured. It's on the hands, or my apologies, in the hands here of Devil. And one quick launch into one of these lanes, a push to follow, maybe the team to group up. And I don't know how far it'll go, but it'll definitely be tough to defend.
And for Bay State, they're not in a rush to drop
Oh,
that Herald. I mean, the longer the game time goes, the more effective that Herald is going to be. They might even wait till closer when Baron spawns and you can drop it bot lane,
smart.
send everybody up towards the Baron instead. And for Converse, they've got to deal with an issue on both ends of the map. And for Converse right now, they don't have a lot of initiative. They don't have a lot of agency. Great job that Alistair managed to get that bot lane turret because it will be on this Tristana to bring them back in. But they also need Bay State Blue to make some sort of mistake here to really come back in. And so my eyes are more on Bay State right now. You had a really good early game. You did not take your foot off the gas. How are you going to close it out now? Are you just going to stall up for 2 minutes and wait for Baron? Or are you going to try and pick them apart and catch them in transition?
Well, it already looks like they've caught out the
Oh,
one here. Lag
what?
taken out from an instant. I believe that was three autos to count there from the short dive under turret. I mean, a big point that I like to look at it for teams, especially as we start viewing the NECC as a whole product here, is how can you close out games? How well are you able to transition those early leads? And this is a really, really good time to impress me here from Bay State Blue. So already crash, and you've got the full presence of Devil running even past her to keep these guys far out of the wheelhouse here.
Yeah, and we are sub 20 minutes with Harold just pushing in. We might even see never mind. I was gonna say you might even see a dancing Shelly, but Daydream, well, he destroyed my dream there with a nice quick smite, but that's still a Nexus turret now going down. And if they engage on this,
Oh,
I don't know if they win it.
Call Forge God to follow through. Cataclysm locks him in, but
Ooh.
it's their grave that they find themselves hold through. Sets in the back with a great showstopper to launch turret, but it's not on the Devil, the one you need to go down. Meanwhile, he didn't even sweat. Didn't even have to get rid of the Lamb's respite. So in that regard, we might just be seeing a sub 20 here.
They are out of minions. They're actually taking a lot of damage here. And
Oh!
that not only just shut down Devil Degrade, that just shut down this push. And now it's just popping off.
I love Ali. It might be a rough game, but we still get
They
gems
did
like this.
it!
One quick triple before he goes down. I don't know if I'm going to say that'll change the pace of this game, bring it back in, but I love seeing it.
You know what? Alistair just bought them at least a minute with
And
that respawn
yes,
timers
sir.
coming back up. Yeah, so you take those, right? And if anything, that just gives me hope for game two as well. Alistair,
Right.
7-4-2, has still been performing extremely well this game. Sure, they're falling very, very far behind, but the AD carry is doing his job. Alistair is not the problem. If only they had a bit more time, maybe Alistair could turn the tides. But now, Bay State Blue almost all up and available. Akira just spawning now, has teleport available, and Baron is up, Zephyr. There is no reason why they shouldn't do it. Well, maybe a small detour to pick up Dragon, but after that, Baron is free real estate.
Mm, Well, for now, it looks like we've come to what is maybe one of the few lulls of this game before the setup into this one. Now, Bay is already on top of this dragon. There's no contest to behold. And personally, at this point, it doesn't even quite matter because it's not even a sole point drag. We're still sitting at three, only on the board, 1, 2 for both respectively here. So, yes, it is the pickup, but I'm more worried about the Inhib Baron now on the map.
Yeah, and it looks like Bay State, they don't care about Baron. They're not even going to give them a
No,
chance to
keep
try and
pushing.
contest them there. Yeah, we've seen this before. Right? They did it in the mid lane before they got all those kills, before they got the turrets, before they got the inhibitor and the Nexus turret, even. So, if anything, their push now, even more potent. You look at their items, they're like a full major item ahead.
Oh,
And Akira with just a zoning ultimate here.
yeah, not even to start off what is that engage. Can't even quite hit it, but a great
Oh,
Curse of the Sad Mummy might turn this one around. Showstopper, Wicked Rad down the chase to ensue. Devil's doing a
Huge
great
Devil
job to kite this one back as Ornn is now the front to work with. Continuing the dive, the
still has
Yumi
the
on his
ult.
belt to keep him
Oh, he
healthy.
didn't know.
Alistair does manage to take him out before he can get the burst that he needs to sustain further, but can he stop the ensuing push? He's got to respond to those minions in the mid lane.
Zephyr, we said that for Converse to come back into the game, Bay State Blue had to make some mistakes. And right now, I wouldn't call them mistakes, but they are giving gold. And Alistar is becoming a bigger and bigger monster right now. The only person on the team who's not really behind in gold or items
Oh boy.
compared to what Bay State has here. And huge props to that burst of damage. Devil Degraded, not expected. Lamb's Respite is still up and available. And sure, the knockback from Buster Shot can push you out of that, but that wasn't what killed him. He just got caught by surprise. Explosive Shot plus the 3 proc damage from the Kraken Slayer
hmm
was enough to take him. And now Bay State, they're playing it what I thought would have been safer. They're going for Baron first.
Well, they still have a massive lead to work with, so you can't quite count them out just yet. And like you said, the
Mhm.
Lamb's respite is still available to work
Oh,
through. So they technically can fight any team fight that they want. But just to draw it back a little bit, I got to give major props to Rocks there. That was, I know we
yeah.
discuss a lot about Alistair being as incredible as he is on that Tristana, but it was that excellent bandage Curse of the Sad Mummy to really initiate. He saw the grouping, he saw how far forward everyone was on that squad, and he was able to pinpoint the most supreme engage, even in the face of sitting at what, 0 and 7 into that, 0-6 beforehand. I mean,
Mhm.
you talk about the items not having them, it doesn't even matter. He's still got the tools to make it work.
Yeah, really amazing catch. Now the question is, can he do it again?
Yeah.
Because now
Fool
they're
me
barreling
once,
down
shame on
with
you.
Baron. Yeah, but fool me twice. I'm hella impressed.
Yeah, okay. Well, for now, the Call of the Forge God this time will hit. You do see a deep engage there from Cow,
Okay,
which will be punished for being so separated out. Now, it won't stop that inhib just yet.
okay.
It does take the set
I'm
coming through the
impressed.
back. It is a good charm here to stop the Tristana for just a little bit longer. We're gonna have to watch and see if Devil's gonna throw down the respite anytime soon, but he continues
Oh,
his assault forward. Yes, the Jarvan goes into the back, flashes on his own way out, maybe to lead him on a goose chase, but it's not enough to stop the onslaught. Alistair, only one left alive. Now the Baron minions, they're the ones to grace the inhib
oh,
turrets. And oh
oh,
boy, yes, it's the
outside.
spit, but Alistair might not. But the good Buster shot into the wall,
No
the double
way.
to follow into Yumi. It's another triple. Alistair, this man is absolutely cracked.
A triple kill Zephyr and a triple back-to-back
Oh!
defense of the Nexus. Alistair is single-handedly, literally 1v5ing some of these fights right now. And the Buster Shot, I thought, okay, great. Devil didn't down the Buster Shot. He still dies outside the Lamb's Respite there. And Converse might actually have a chance. That is a Baron push they just denied. Sure, your base is in shambles. Sure, you don't have a single inhibitor turret left standing, but the Nexus still stands.
Until that Nexus falls, baby, the game is not over here. Alistair an absolute monster here. You yourself were asking me before we even got into this first game. What makes this man so great? We've had the lovely opportunity of seeing him on Lotus before. Now he's gracing the presence of Converse University. At what point do we get to see this man absolutely pop up? What differentiates him? This differentiates him. The absolute mad lad 1v3, constantly carrying the weight upon his shoulders to make Converse thrive. That's what makes him an incredible AD carry.
Now, Zephyr, all those defenses were in the base. It's Bay State Blue trying to push in and end things here. At the Dragon Pit, it's okay. I was gonna say at Dragon Pit's an open ground. I don't know if Converse will win it, and we're not gonna get an answer to that question because
No,
Converse isn't going for
not a
it. They're gonna
chance.
give over Soul Point, and they're gonna be okay with that because they're still looking to defend right now. And it looks like it's once again the ball is in Bay State Blue's court. They're the ones who have to try and push in. And this time they need to make sure that nobody gets caught first. Cowell dropped early. And so that was a 4v5 push they
Hmm.
went into Converse. I think that's why they kind of lost that one. This time, I want to see them group up a little bit. Cowell split pushing right now, but I want to see them rejoin the rest of the team before they start going for these big inhibs.
Well, Kyle, not there for the time. You do see that Call of Forge God start this one off. It is a
Eh?
triple knock. The
Encore?
encore not quite landing. So that's a big ultimate to expend. They do secure what is going to be that next inhib. The mid is still up, but Kao should be on top of that real quickly there to make
Ooh.
all three knocked here. So just that single turret in the Nexus to behold.
Okay. Converse for 1 minute now will not have the double super minions pushing in. But once those double supers start coming in, the outs will be back up. The encore will be available again, as will the Call to Forge God, but the fight's kicking
Whoa,
off
the
early.
fight's already going down, RMC. A
Oh!
big kill to start us
Devil
off
again!
as Devil's down. That's your major carry. Alistair continues to kite this one out. Buster Silas with the chain, a triple
Run.
to follow. Now back on to Seraphine. She's already gone. She doesn't want to deal with the cannon gremlin, and that's enough to stop the rush.
How? I don't understand how Devil keeps getting burst down that quickly here. I didn't see it,
Ugh.
the CC roll down, but I've got to assume that's what's happening there. Like you said, Zephyr, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And this is the third
Only
time.
third
Devil
time as well. I don't know what happens number three. Usually that's the magic number here.
I mean, it's been 3 times though that Devil has been caught dead with Lamp's respite up and available here, and that is an issue. If Devil is down, they just don't have the pushing power. They don't have the dueling power to deal with Alistair on this Tristana. Your double support is great. It's good. It's meant to keep you alive. But the moment the carries are dead, your double support isn't going to be able to do anything by
Right.
themselves.
And that's the issue we talked about when we came into draft here before the game started. You're putting all of your eggs kind of into that single target basket. And the thing is, that basket was full, filled with the eggs. It was Easter, baby. But now the time has passed. We're moving towards like 4th of July, and it ain't working anymore.
You know what, Zephyr? If it's 4th of July, it's time for the fireworks here. Double super minions pushing down all the lanes here. You're going to have it in the bot lane, a 4-stack potentially coming in. And Bay
I
State
was here
Blue,
this time.
yeah, true. They're going for it yet again here. I want to see them just wait 30 seconds, and your supers will be in their base.
Well, for now, you've got Jarvan set. They're not quite there ready, but those are the two tools that you have to worry about in terms of engage. Usually we see the Call of the Forge God to start things out here, so I won't think this will be any different, but yes, they are waiting, so it is going to be those doubles.
Okay, bottom has
Oh,
4, and it's a Moo kicking things off
deep.
again.
Curse the Sad Mummy. Big ultimate. It is the respite down
Oh,
very, very early
still
on, and they
dead.
can't quite find Tristan, so she continues to launch forward. Yes, Anaka, but a double for Alistair. Silas goes deep in that backline to make sure he secures the response there onto Rocks
The supers.
908, but it is a lockdown here onto Gummy Hat, which is
The supers
not
to distract
the
me.
target you want. Another 3 kills here, successful. And yes, the supers are crashing. Yes, the Nexus is low, but that's still not game random.
It isn't, but props to Bay State Blue re-engaging. I think they made the right call there. Sure, they lose Cabo off the
Oh,
back end of that, but the whole idea was you distract them long enough, and at least the supers took down the last remaining Nexus turret. The only thing standing right now is a half-broken top lane inhibitor and a Nexus, a wide open Nexus right now. If Bay State can find a way to get the double TP from Akira and Cabo, they might be able to take this. And that means Converse, you do not get to contest for the Baron. Your Ocean Soul is about to come up in about a minute.
Ooh.
You don't get to contest for that either. And you don't get to farm anything outside your base.
I'll be honest, I would be more of ashamed to hear that if not for the fact that Converse has literally just been giving them every tool that they want for their pushes. I believe that's that second Baron now. Correct me
Yep.
if I'm wrong. And the first one didn't look good either.
True. The first one ended a little bit prematurely here. And you know what? You can take it slow a little bit. Sure, you don't have double super minions, but you also have Ornn, who's only level 50. Not all the ornaments are in. You've only upgraded two other people at this point. I believe it's Devil, of course, getting the first
Owl and
upgrade, and
Devil.
now Cabo as well. So the supports, they can still look for their upgrades as well. You add that with an Ocean Soul, and maybe it'll be enough healing. Maybe it'll be enough stats to keep Devil alive past the first 5 seconds.
Just maybe at this point, RMC, just have Devil run in there. Throw down the Lamb's Respite right onto that Nexus and just go to town. You've got the damage to delete
True.
it before any inhibs can come into play. Anyone can take you out. And the Buster Shot's something you got to worry about, but it's at least something. It's just the Nexus. Come on.
Now the inhibitors are respawning soon as well. So
Oh,
for base
don't
state,
say
they want to
that.
continue applying the pressure while there's still supers coming in right now. And they're looking for it. They're going for it. Keep your eyes on rocks, though. These Amumu initiates have been beautiful.
Do have the starting Call of the Forge God deep in the
Oh,
back, and they've got to worry about Devil. He does throw down the spit as Ornn continues to attack. What is this Nexus? But into the face of
Devil's dead again.
Alistair there. He's going to be taken out. Now the rush ensues as Cow is trying to work his way forward. Out of the gold he comes as Yuumi pops down for a quick removal into the hands of Alistair, and Silas, while he launches back forward, it doesn't matter. One quick bounce, another 3 here for Alistair, and get this, all 3 inhibs up as well.
Your faith has been rewarded, Zephyr. And for the first time this game, somebody has more kills than Devil the Grey. Alistair has so. Alistair has.
Oh my god.
Oh, sorry, my mic cut out because I was so excited about Alistair there. For the first time this game, somebody has beaten Devil the Grey's kill score. Alistair has more kills right now, and he's been patient. He's been waiting. He is full build, ready to go. And the next time Bay State gets aced, I think we start seeing the counterattack of Converse. They push in, and they're going to be looking for their own Nexus turrets.
Finally, we see that mid lane turret fall, which that's great here. We didn't even expect this game to go on that longer, and I can't say the same for Converse either. I think they themselves were saying, all right, boys, we packed that one up a long time ago, but Alistair had different plans for everyone coming into this first game. And honestly, like you said, my faith is rewarded. My prayers are answered. My shrine I keep back there behind all the A&M equipment as I pray to Daddy Alistair every day is finally coming true.
Oh, Zephyr. I don't even want to know what other ultras you've got hidden in the back of your closet there, but the next big fight is what I want to focus on here. Because I do think at this point, we're 33 minutes into the game here. The objectives don't really matter. We've seen Bay State Blue pick up all the objectives,
That's true.
and they still can't win. But there is one objective that could turn the tides then. And it's being pinged out heavily by the side of Converse University. Elder Dragon. That 20% or 25%, whatever the execute threshold, I forget what it is off top of my head, might be enough for you to kill Alistair. And Bay State Blue at this point just needs to throw everything in the kitchen sink at Alistair. I don't care if you lose Devil de Grey on it. If you kill Alistair, it's worth it because you've still got Kawo as backup damage. Converse University doesn't really have anybody else but this Orianna, and she's 2, 11, and 14. She's only sitting on 3 completed items.
Oh, we're sitting down what I believe is just a cusp of 3 minutes until that major elder finally graces its presence on the rift. And you see the vision here. They barely have anything, but it's right on the Devil, and he's already removed from the fight. So now, no carry to play against. Alistar's just walking this one down, step after step into the showstopper. Quick removal and a full team wipe here. The quick teleports, now the rush. This could be game, RMC.
40 seconds before the soonest person comes up, and that's Devil once again going down without Lamb's Respite used. And Alistair completely, utterly untouched in that fight. Why were they fighting in that particular zone? Dragon wasn't quite up yet. Dragon wouldn't be up for 2 minutes, and this might cost them everything. Tristana, fastest turret taker, 20 seconds, and they're already in the base taking down the inhibitor.
One, the inhib gone. Umumu to rush. They've still got the lovely cannon to
10
work with.
seconds.
10 seconds up until the end there for Kindred. I believe this might be a little bit of a league bug here, as usually with these games do kind of finish out sometimes in this regard, but I think our suspicions are confirmed. You look at those death timers, I'm going to bet you the Converse won.
You know what? I'm gonna agree with you there. Unless, and to be fair, Zephyr, we've seen Converse pull this off multiple times. Desperate base defenses. Maybe base state stages it, but unlikely. Highly unlikely at this point. And considering that
Unlikely.
Converse was winning before that, I don't see them losing here.
I personally think after that absolute monstrous source of damage that the Tristan and the rest of the team would have no problem making sure they get down. What? The 1/8 of that turret, the other one in the Nexus to boot in 10 seconds. They're fine. Converse take an absolutely incredible win, and it's all in the hands of Alistair there. Alistair is an absolute god on the map.
Yeah, I don't think anybody can argue with that after watching this particular game. And I want to give props to the rest of Converse as well, because it was the Alistair show, but you of course still need the supporting cast, right?
Yes.
And Rocks on that Amumu, the engages were absolutely on point, and really that was what helped them turn some of those early fights. Likewise with Daydream as well. I mean, we hardly screamed
Yes.
out Cataclysm, but the engages, the knockups, a lot of that was what stopped Devil de Grey from getting off those Kindred ultimates. The Lamb's Respite, he was CC'd. He could not pop it even when he wanted to. So, absolutely huge props to the side of Converse for being able to hold out. And for Bay State Blue, it's only game one. I think their composition was spot on. It worked. If there's any change I want to see come through from them, is maybe instead of the Silas, pick an assassin, something that can kill Alistair. Because the entirety of the issue they face was just Alistair. If you kill Alistair, you win.
Well, I don't know. I want to see maybe a little bit more of deliberate pacing from there. Was a lot of times where they had the chance to win, and it was just a bit too much of a rush that came back to sweep them up in the name of Alistair. But hopefully, game two will provide a little bit something more for that Bay State Blue roster. As for us, though, we're going to be going towards a short break as we work towards our next lobby. Stick around and stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NECC. If you're just joining us, we came off of the hottest game one, the sense, the realization, the surge back to victory here from Converse University, all in the lovely hands here of the one and only Alistair in the 80 carry. If you didn't see it, please go watch the VOD. It's probably the most intense, incredible League of Legends game you'll see in your entire life. As for us, though, we are making our way towards that second game in this best of three series. And I'm still Zephyr, joined by the lovely Random Minion Cast.
Zephyr, I have very mixed feelings after that first game. I am very excited because that was the most exciting opening to the season you could ask for. But now I'm also scared that game two won't quite be as hype here because that was what, four
Fair.
back to back
Fair.
base defenses from Converse before they just rushed to an end, sprinted to an end on the fifth one. And Bay State's early game. Let's not forget that Bay State Blue, while they
Dominant.
lost, yeah, absolutely. The first 30 minutes, the entire map besides the Converse Nexus was theirs. They want Baron, they get Baron. They want Dragon, they get Dragon. They want your inhibitor, they take your inhibitor. They had everything right up to the very end.
Yeah, I was gonna say, not just the first 20 minutes, quite literally the entire game, whatever the objective was, their hands were on it. And in the setup for that Elder Drake is where we finally saw them falter into the face of maybe kind of picking something up. Now, it hadn't spawned yet, but they were in the jungle waiting for it to set up. They were getting vision played out there, and it was one quick collapse, one quick rotation, and a walk here from Converse to find their first victory as actually, I believe, one of the first victories here for the League of Legends competition as a whole here in the champions bracket. But now, though, we are going to make our way here into the official picks and bans for the second game, and hopefully we'll see that Triss banned out.
Yeah, and interesting to note, the loser does get side selection. So Bay State Blue had side selection. They opted to stay on the red side. And honestly, Zephyr, I don't fault them. I think their draw was perfectly fine. The double enchanter was beautiful to watch. And thank goodness the Tristana ban just came through there, Zephyr. They are going to remove that away from Alistair. And I love it because what carried them was the fact that Alistair had so much agency, right? The Tristana is so safe. You've got self-heal tools while having explosive damage to kill that Kindred over and over again, despite the Lamb's Respite. So I love the fact that they removed that champion because no one else can do quite the same.
Yeah, you can maybe replace it out with a little bit of maybe the Ezreal or try to kind of get into some of those more dash agency champions when you look in the likes of Kaiser, Samira, but it's not quite the same in terms of peel success. So thankfully, not going to be on the map this time. They do forgo the ban here onto Bart, so we might be seeing that one make its resurgence. But we do
Mhm.
see a complete swap up for this top side of the map. Last time around, we did see the absolute incredible performance from Akira here on that Orin, actually playing
Mhm.
into the face of set and successfully taking it, even though in all stereotypical sense of the right here, he was not supposed to. So this time around, though, still aggressive. Now on the hands of that Gnar, but I do think Gummy should have an easier time sustaining this
Yeah, I mean, the Nar Tom Kench matchup is kind of interesting for the most part because Nar does outrange the Tom Kench. You're mobile enough that you should be able to dodge a lot of the engages coming in. But at the same time, Tom Kench literally has a thick skin passive, right? So
one.
he's going to
Literally.
shrug off a lot of those, little boomerangs being chucked out by Mini Nar there. And when you go Mega, Tom Kench will happily go toe to toe with you. So I like the pickup coming through. What interests me more is this mid lane change that we're seeing because last game, Lag Extreme played a very, I don't want to call it passive, but more team fight oriented, more team reliant pick in that Oriana. And this time you're on LeBlanc, which is almost the polar opposite here. You're aggressive, you're looking for picks on your own. You do whatever you want, and your team has to play around you. On Kawo, likewise, from the Silas who goes in, who looks for his own picks, takes other people's ultimates, you're now going on Cassiopeia, who's one of the strongest disengaged champions in the game.
Right. So also a little bit more later in that own regard, we did see that Silas come into play in the early game to really set up a big majority of the kills that really put Devil to Gray there on the Kindred last time
Mhm.
around into a great position. So going to be putting more lines the opposite side or the opposite way around this time. We do still see the double support bot lane locked in here for Bay State. They do run Seraphine back onto Wicked Rat, but they do have to switch it up as Yumi is banned. So it's going to be Soraka this time around on the Smile.
And you know what? The Soraka is going to do the exact same thing that Yumi was doing
Mm-hmm.
last time here's ever, with one difference in that you probably want to run the flash, so we're not going to see, the heal exhaust, the extra
Yeah.
summoner, as it were. But Soraka, I mean, she did get nerfed a little bit this patch because the buff she received last patch, where she gets to remove grievous wounds when she uses her ultimate wish there, was a little bit overpowered. It's going to remain an extremely strong tool. If Alistair goes in early execution is calling, it's not going to be quite as effective. But speaking of Alistar, Tristana removed, he's gone on another very safe AD carry here, Caitlyn. But Caitlyn is very different from Tristana. You don't have the burst damage. You've got a lot more lane oppression with that range, but your mid game's a lot weaker. If they fall behind as badly as they did last game, I don't know if Alistar will be able to carry Converse through back to back to back to back defenses again.
Right at the same time, Alistair playing into the face of that sustain battle. Last time around, we
Mhm.
had our doubts, and he did decide to show us the absolute presence of burst that can come through from Tristan to kind of mitigate continual sustain. This time around, the constant poke oppression can be managed very well by that double support kind of
True.
composition. So, not quite going to see as early or as aggressive as a lead in his favor due to having to deal with that at any constant rate. Now, I will say Rocks is on the bar. This is his most played or one of his most played
Mhm.
supports, and it was not banned this time around. They opted to get rid of the Tristana instead, so that happened to slide through. Now, I have mixed opinions when it comes to the Bard, but I'll say this. If you are a skilled player who tends to enjoy the good old Bardo and you have that in your back line as your one trick or maybe a little bit of the pony to ride, it holds presence in terms of great lockdown, great sustain, and as well as map rotations to boot. You didn't quite get to see that when he was on the Moo last time, even though his engages were superb. Now that he can make his way across map, maybe affect, get lag extreme who's on a carry somewhere else, that could be huge.
Yeah, and I love the fact that you bring that up, right? Because when you're running into a double support lane, it's hard to win that lane. We said it last game when Alistair was up a bunch of CS and still not, necessarily dominating the Seraphine and Yumi, who still had such great effect in every team fight. It's not going to happen again this game. So if you're not going to be able to outright win and crush the lane, pick a roaming support. And Rocks on the Amumu had some great engages. And with Amumu, it's situational. You have to land the bandage toss or you got to flash in. You got to get into the middle of them. You don't have to do that with Bard. The range on that Tempered Fate is so long anyways that you can just kind of drop it mid lane halfway there and then roam the rest of the way. So I love the pickup and I love the adaptation because it's not as big a wombo combo that we're seeing come through from
Right.
Converse. It didn't work in game one. It came down to just peeling for the AD carry, and they're doing that with just the Jarvan, with just the Tahm Kench. You still have a lot of AoE potency with that Tempered Fate as well in a Cataclysm if that lands and knocks some critical members. But at least this time, Lag Extreme can act as a secondary AD carry, a secondary AP carry.
Well, hopefully it works maybe a little bit better this time. You talked a lot about how he was supportive, and now maybe he can be in his own right something to play off of. So I'm going to keep a keen eye as we wait and watch for that one. And Callow, in his own regard, is in somewhat of a similar situation. The Silas was
Mhm.
strong, but the Cassiopeia has definitely got more of a foot here. As personally, Graves now in hands of Devil isn't going to be that hyper kindred we saw last time. I mean, granted, 12-1 Graves will be whatever he wants to be if that happens to happen again here for Devil. But I will say we are looking towards a mid-centric game, which is hilarious since both these teams typically draft towards their bottom and top sides and really put a heavy focus towards them.
And I've just got to wonder how much of that is because, Wicked Rat having to come in for the side of Bay State Blue compared to their usual AD carry, who I believe is Jurassic here. The change up and the fact that they're shifting the sustained damage to someone else. In game one, it was Devil to Gray. Now, with the Graves, with the reload mechanic, they're shifting some of that carry potential more towards the mid lane to Kawo on this Cassiopeia.
Well, we'll definitely see how it will hold presence here as it's a different pacing. You do bring up a good point regarding those subs coming into play that might kind of switch it up. But after seeing the Alistar game and a little bit of Devil in his own right, I don't think they having any problems playing towards their usual win conditions. We are going to jump back into the second game here. If you are just joining us, this is, of course, Converse University versus Bay State Blue. We coming off an incredible win for Converse, where in the face of a huge deficit, they managed to climb their way back through in the hands of Alistair. I am your play-by-play caster, Zephyr, joined, of course, by the lovely random minion caster as my color.
And now that we're once again on the Rift here, Zephyr, again, 5-point starts. No aggressive play from either team. And for both these teams, I think they're going to be okay with that. They don't want to coin flip early. If anything, Converse has to be hyper aware that last game, it was two back to back failed attempts at plays, which really set them behind, that got Devil to Grave very far ahead. And sure, it's a Graves, not a Kindred, but Graves, if anything, spikes harder earlier than that Kindred and can still be as big a menace, if not worse.
Oh, for now, nothing too crazy. No early game, nothing to really boot. Remember last time around, 8 minutes into the game, we were sitting 15 kills across the board. And you did come into the start of this one saying, I don't know, I'm a bit mixed feelings here. And I can agree with that
Yeah.
sentiment. I mean, hopefully it is a boring game. Hopefully there isn't an absolute wash of kills to start this one off. I'd like a little bit more control, maybe at the behest of the viewer who are looking for maybe that excitement.
For now, though, at least the first couple of minutes, it should remain that way. I mean, this is not the Amumu. Bard's Engage is not quite as strong, so it's more, a bit of a poke war in that bot
Right.
lane, especially with that Caitlyn range as well. I'm interested to keep it on the top lane because Akira double or killed Gummy twice in a row solo. This time starting with the call. So Akira's not looking for lane dominance. He's looking to farm up, and I'm curious to see if that does result in Gummy getting a bit more agency in lane and actually being able to help out Daydream potentially at the scuttle or maybe on some of these invades.
Well, the craziest thing that we failed to bring up is the fact that into that matchup there, Gummy was supposed to win this time around. And the fact that he did die the double time against Akira there is even bigger of a statement. So yes, absolutely. We'll watch for that one as it may come through at any given moment here. Looking at some of these major lane states, you can already see the aggression here from Promise across all three lanes. Hard pushing from just everybody, keeping complete control of the pace there as they rush these into turret. And you see a little bit of a rotation into that river area from both of the bots.
Wow,
Look at
they're
this.
really trying to secure Daydream some
Deep.
sort of early advantage here. And I it's a nice attempt, but it also tells me that they have no clue where Devil to Grey actually started on the map because Devil already full
He
cleared the bot
already
side, went top. You're just going to get the scuttle. That's really all you can find here. And to me, that also should signal to Lag Extreme and Gummy Hat that, hey, be careful. Devil might be looking for an early gank, either mid or top, because he's certainly not bot.
Well, hopefully that warning will come through not just here, but within those comms, because it looks like Gummy Hat may be
Oh,
privy to that. He's going to try to get that
oh, good
immediate
predict.
dash knockup to escape, and it's going to be the flash blown to make sure he gets out alive there. So you talk about that exact concept that even we can read out just a little bit early on, and that was a flash that did not need to be blown.
And he had wards as well. Gummy dropped an early ward in the tri-bush, but when devils come in from all angles, you can always quick draw over the walls as well.
Yep.
Didn't catch him. And we should also point out that Devil is not running flash, has the ignite. So that's really, really close. The thick skin wasn't quite enough. And maybe the next time Devil gets that ignite, they get an early kill and you set Gummy behind once again. But for now, at least, didn't happen. It's a reset and things are still fairly even other
Yeah.
than CS.
I was gonna say CS might be its own discussion, but literally 2-5 one wave difference here on the top and bot side. That's nothing crazy to bring up. I do like seeing the level of aggression here, especially from the mid
Mhm.
lane. You talked about how passive Lag was last time, and into the hands of an Oriana. Yeah, you kind of have to be, especially when you're running Silas up against there. So to see him constantly punishing out Cal when he has the opportunity, I'd love to see Daydream make a rotation, come to the mid side. I know you guys are privy to playing towards a win condition in your bot and top lanes, but you're giving a high assassin priority in the mid. Maybe give it some love.
Yeah, and the fact that both these mid laners are actually converted ADC mains, right? They're converting for the
Right.
purpose of the team. But if you can do this, go for it here. Oh, that was close. And I want to point out, Kawo no TP either. So if this forces a back out of Kawo, Kawo's going to miss wave.
Ooh, yeah, already on the back there, and Lag can make his own response, and he's not going to be forced to use the TP in his own regard. We do see another gank come towards the top side this time, though. We do learn our lesson. Gummy's throwing down that control ward there, so he spots him out a little bit earlier this time. So still nothing, crazy to really extend on there. But I like the learning experience. I like seeing the evolution and change as you literally quite change throughout the game.
Yeah, it's 75 gold to keep your life. That is a worthwhile trade any days. Vision saves lives, pardon me there, Zephyr, but
Right.
it still does cost you money, right? That is insurance. And I like this adaptation here. He's sick of getting ganked. He's called Daydream up, but there was a ward in the bush which did spot them out. So Akira should be aware that this is a thing.
Is there a
He gets caught.
good knock up from Gummy Happy? You do force the
Oh,
flash into a great first blood. I love the juggle of the turret there, putting it majority into that thick skin onto Gummy now. Gotta be careful. Devil is on the side, and
oh no!
the worst time to try to go for that back, but a good flag and drag is gonna make sure that he is still alive. So first kill of the game, very nice, well paced, I might say.
Yeah, a nice attempt from Devil, but Converse is going to be fine with that. Gummy had still got all the minions under the turret, and Akira still lost an entire wave and a half. Devil did not get any experience for that, so Converse really biting back in this early game. That's what you love to see, and it's to a certain degree what you expect, right? They've got the J4, that's the more aggressive early game jungler. You've got the Caitlyn, who's expected to win out the bot lane, and you've got the LeBlanc here, who should be expected to bully out the Cassiopeia early. Later on, post 6 with that Petrifying Gaze, there's a bit more threat to answer, but Cassio does need some items right now, just sitting on that Blasting Wand, on that tier, not in the perfect position to counter the LeBlanc.
We'll say those ultimates are a big question, as those are some of the more major windows that could kind of turn the pace of things, as it really even flow hasn't quite been decided as of yet. But that dragon, where we might see our next fight break out. You do see hard aggressive on the rotation here from both Bard and Daydream here on this driver. Once again, he does steal that blue buff. So taking that right out of the hands of Devil de Grey here, who is not quite having the more intensive game as we saw from last time. Yes, LeBlanc punished out here, but a quick flag and drag and a big teleport bag to make sure that Lagstream sustains another kill here, or his first kill in this mid lane. Oh, good.
Oh.
Toss it into turret there. Won this one down,
Oh.
baby. Very nice devour.
In contrast to last game, we're at 8 minutes, Zephyr, only 3 kills. But Converse, these kills have looked so clean. There's no opportunity for Bay State to answer these kills that are coming through. The gank to the top side, the fact that they have numbers advantage. Now, the Devour right into the turret, perfectly played by Gummy in stark contrast to game 1. And I want to point out that kill in the mid lane on Kawo as well, because that, to me, is a little bit of team miscommunication there. They knew they were being invaded on. They knew that Rocks wasn't there. Daydream had moved out, and they kind of still went for that. You're on a Cassiopeia. You're not the most mobile of champions. You don't have that escape. So really, really strong play. And now that Converse has control on the map, we talked about Dragon, but Herald's up as well. And I want to see which one they go for because I feel like with the pacing of their game, Herald might actually be more beneficial to them.
Definitely not set up in terms of the positioning for Herald as of yet, but that may change in the next 30 or so here. Dragon still exists on the Rift, and I'd be privy to be seeing a fight here at any given moment. For now, though, might be looking for a take here on to Cow. There is Devil to Gray over on the side. Jarvan with the big flag and drag, but a great petrifying gaze. Sadly, not going to stop that kill from coming through, but hey, 3 stuns to boot. It definitely looks nice.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you've got walls to set up that Bard stun every time with that Cataclysm, it's so free. And Kawo already blue flash earlier on that last gank here, so it's so easy for them to take out Kawo here, and you don't have control over the early objective. Zephyr, we said that, oh, they don't have set up for Herald. They didn't need it. They just needed to kill Kawo, and now they get themselves a free Herald.
Ooh, for now. You see Bard come through Magical Journey into the Tempered Fate. Gonna set up a trap there for a big root into kill into the hands of Rocks, sadly. But hey, turret plates to come through as well. You take out one member. It's definitely looking still just as good as Alistar flashes forward. Ace in the hole under turret. Sadly, not enough to take out Wicked Rad there. Just barely a sliver of health left. Either way, it's going to force the back and continue to assume more gold onto our monster in the bot.
And Wicked Rad had to blow barrier as well, Zephyr. I want to point out how close that kill really was. You see that sliver of health? That was post-barrier, post-healing, post-everything he had in his kit. And now that won't be available for the next time. Mid lane, though.
The mid lane's already looking dead as a doornail here. One quick kill. They're going to try to feed this one over, but it does end up into the hands of Daydream either way. So 6-0, and I might say this is much better looking compared to last time here for Converse, and they've already shown us what they can do at a major deficit. This is them at a lead. Ooh, Devil from the back end. He's able to secure what is his first kill for the side of Bay State Blue, but it is at the hands of a quick root in response. And that being said, being said that it's only on the support, not much of a kill here as those around you continue to still assume gold.
The sick part to me, Zephyr, is that despite the kill, despite the numbers advantage, Dragon is still not very safe for them to take. Kawo doesn't have that much damage yet, and you're running double support in the bot lane. They're going to try and take this, but Converse can try and contest.
That's a good removal of the blast cone, and they do get that information here, so they're going to try to pull this one out, and even with a little bit of an advantage, he still is unable to secure that smite. And actually, my apologies, he had no advantage. The constant farming here from Devil to Gray has actually put a 2-level lead here on this Grave, so it was risky as risky gets already trying to play that one out. But now Tempered Fate into the trap there. Big root cancel, and that's going to be an easy kill here for Alistair.
Very big difference between how these teams want to play right now. Converse, you said that Daydream is very far behind in CS. He's been playing for the lane, right? And it's showing.
Absolutely.
Gummy's winning his lane. Lag's winning the lane. Alistar and Rocks are winning it even without jungle intervention. Whereas Bay State Blue right now, because Devil was meant to be one of their carries, he's just power farming the best he can right now. And Kawo is suffering a little bit, but, you know, the lanes are willing to suffer to try and get their carries ahead. Oh, under the turret, between the turrets.
Nice. Between turrets, like you said. And don't forget that Ace in the Hole is available into the face of a Wish there, so they're not going to waste that one just yet, but still doesn't bode well. And now another return gank. It is that Cataclysm, and it's a good response with Petrifying, but not enough to stop the constant onslaught here. And now they transition that over into the first turret of the game.
And that also is going to unlock Lag Extreme. If you thought Daydream's ganks were potent before, he's now got a LeBlanc in his back pocket as well. Devil desperately trying to answer here. He's hovering topside, but he's not even going for the gank. On Gummy Hat, he's probably not going to be able to kill Lag Extreme, who's extremely slippery, and he's just, you know, continuing to farm right now. At some point, he needs to start converting that farm into more pressure.
This is absolutely crazy. It feels like we're watching two completely separate teams. You talk about last or the first game of this series. in terms of not even just the pacing, but some of the mistakes
Oh,
that we saw completely different. For now, though, another kill sustained into the hands of Alistair. You see that lovely ace in the hole. Victory.
yeah. Easy kill, easy conversion. The flag as well, giving them bonus damage to take down all these structures so quickly. And I feel like Converse right now is playing League of Legends. Bay State Blue is playing Pummel Party, and they're getting pummeled.
Oof. All two turrets play off of a completely open blue side. They're going to try to take advantage of that, clear out as much of the vision as they can. And it really feels like Daydream has been in the face of everything here on this side,
Mhm.
even at the expense of not quite farming, just making sure that he has the presence to know that Devil isn't quite there, isn't quite in the area to play around, can't come through with a gank if you're constantly in their face.
So Zephyr, I feel like we've been in this situation before, right? 15 minutes, and we're talking about the
Yes.
fact that some gold leads are a little bit big. This one's almost at 6,500 gold lead. That is hugely significant. But Converse was down almost, what was it, 8,000? And they
8,000 at
held.
15.
Okay, 8,015. So this lead isn't even as big. And Converse managed to claw their way back in. So now Bay State, Blue, it's your turn to show us what you plot. And they do have hyper carries as well. Cassiopeia can output as much, if not more damage than a Tristana. Your Graves, Devil de Grey has found the only kills of the game for his team as well. So there are still options here. I just need to see them start looking proactively a little bit. And Graves isn't going to be that J4. He's not going to be able to make plays on his own. So maybe send, Wicked with him, and he's
Yeah, I was about to say, as you continue to usher the
oh,
next future here, he's not quite dead, but a teleport might
huge.
say otherwise. Big flash there over the wall as Gummy Hat actually might go down for the result of trying to save his team. It is a very nice tempered fate that does actually manage to keep him alive as he finds his way over the wall here. And a section of poor mistakes. Now a good encore to get the double charm and a good pullback from the Gnar from Akira here to sustain the 2 kills over. That's some of your most major carries, and they're going to walk away from that one. They've got the 2 kills that they wanted, and they made sure to capitalize on some of the biggest mistakes I saw this game here from Converse.
Let's go, Bay State Blue, because this is exactly what we're talking about. The game isn't over till it's over, Zephyr. And sure, the gold lead is still pretty significant here. I mean, you're still staring down 5,500 gold lead, a whole 1,000 less, but still significant. But more importantly, they just showed you the template for how they're going to win team fights here. Find a pick on targets. Their burst damage is pretty significant. And Petrifying Gaze with Encore, huge. Rock's getting caught out.
Oh, Rock already down there. No knockup to follow from Gummy Hat. He's still going to try to chase this one out, but he's got to be very careful. There's a full roster waiting to fight him at any given step. Either way, Cataclysm launch here on a Seraphine deleted from the fight. Daydream continues to chase this one down. Maybe Soraka the next to go here. That flag is on low cooldown, and it does come through for a kill on the lag string. Big teleport is available there as they do get the Devour on to Kawo on this Cassiopeia. Now over to Gnar, their attention to follow suit. It is going to be what might be a full escape here, as I believe they can walk this one, but a good magical journey is going to keep them on their tail as they work their way under turret. Good zoning on the dive, but not enough. It is going to be that 50 caliber net that sustains what is that 4th kill coming out of the fight. And now with the wave pushing, they might be able to secure the tier 2.
Devil and Akira had their dancing shoes on. I want to give them huge kudos for surviving as long as they did, but Converse is just relentless. And why not here? You can keep chasing. You don't have to care. They're too busy trying to survive to kill you. And despite the win that Bay State Blue pick up, it is still going to be Converse securing themselves a dragon here, an Inferno Drake no less. And with that going down, Zephyr, we're looking at the Mountain or Cloud. It's going to be Cloud here. And I actually think Cloud is going to be massive for Converse. They have such big ultimates and a lot of playmaking tools. That Tempered Fate, that Cataclysm, we've already seen it make big moves happen. You give them more cooldown reduction, more ability haste, means more action for us.
Well, I will say we do get a look now at the both respective win cons for how to play out these team fights. We got it first from Bay State Blue, the Wombo, the pick, finding those carries into the stain, going through with the timing on Akira, the Petrifying Gaze to follow suit. That's enough to make this composition work. In turn, it's these little picks finding what is Devil de Grey caught out too deep and then carrying it forward for another kill again and again. So stuff like that is going to lead to a dead Nexus if Bay State isn't careful.
And getting that pick onto Devil means that no contest for any major neutral objectives. Converse going to be able to pick up this Herald nice and easy here. And I love the fact, too, that Lag actually donated the kill to Gummy Hat.
Yeah.
He's already 5-0-4. He doesn't need more kills right now. If you get Medjai's, whole different story. But no Medjai's on this LeBlanc, so they're like, okay, who can we give it to? Rocks or Gummy? We'll give it to our top laner. I hope it pays off, because Tahm can be a poker swing.
Well, hopefully it'll pay off right about now. Now I say that, but he hasn't taken the time to back just quite yet. I've been a little bit too much on the mind of Dota, where you can buy items in lane.
No, Zephyr, not the game that shall not be named.
Don't let my love seep out and cast. Either way, they still find the last remaining tier 1 here on the map as Commerce continues their ensuing push. They've got this red side jungle completely warded and locked down. So I'd be careful. Bay State could walk in at any given moment. At least they are clearing this one out.
They're being very careful here.
Oh, no, not careful enough.
Alistair getting that one with the ace in the hole as well. And now Akira, where are you going to go? They're all collapsing in.
There's the dive. A quick knock up to follow suit and another kill to boot. Converse here, they're going to slap down that Rift Herald, and they might find an inhib off this.
It really feels like a replay from last game, Zephyr. Remember how the Herald got dropped at just, like, what, 19 minutes last game? They pushed in, they got inhibitor turret, they got inhib, they even got a Nexus turret. They might be able to do that. Tempered Fate does force the flash out of Kao, so Cassiopeia.
Oh, they're going to keep
going.
going.
Vulnerable.
I was about to say, they're not walking away from this one just yet, and Devil to Grey is in no position. He does finally come through on that back, and it's just too late. Imagine if he'd actually been there. Maybe they would have pulled some kind of response off, but that inhib down and the Baron already up. No, they are going to go for the reset, but Vision's already in their favor.
Yeah. Because the clearing that Smile tried to do earlier, unfortunately just got undone with that one death, right? They just walk in on the way out, they drop a whole bunch of wards, and okay, I was gonna say the red trinket just on cooldown is gonna be able to clear out some, but not all. And Bay State Blue, I just don't see a safe way for them to walk through this pit. They need Akira to be mega pretty much before the fight starts. You don't want to wait for the fight anymore. It's great if you can get it that way, but the timing is too specific, and you need a tank to frontline the potential ambush that's going to be in your topside jungle.
Well, that's the crucial aspect of Gnar that makes him a riskier pick to play around. It takes such an advanced level of skill to manage what is that rage and play into those bigger moments, especially around Barons like this that can be crucial and game deciding. So hopefully it comes through. That big front is pretty much the major thing that they need, and it was the major thing that actually made that fight work out, because it was Petrifying Gaze into the lockdown from the Gnar coming through there. But now, Baron, you have a little bit of vision out as it is broken, so they are going to pick that one through. And they do get a read. I'm curious to see if they can force it, but Gnar, Kao, no one's in position.
Yeah, and Kao no
He has smite
again.
advantage. He can just
Did he do it?
50-50 this one. Go for the steal.
Oh, he
He
got
does! He finds the steal. It is going to be a punished kill, but at that point, you've already secured the Baron to defend any next major rush here.
I mean, that is the perfect play for Bay State Blue. You knew that it's a one-way trip for Devil, but if he gets the Baron, it's worth it, and it helps to protect against the siege coming through. They're looking for dives, though, and Wicked.
At the same time, Alistair is taking every shot of that turret, so he has to walk out incredibly far. Yes, they sustain the one kill, but at the cost of maybe them all. You do see the lag go back in, the ace in the hole to do enough damage to make sure they get the response back, but Soraka and Gnar hot on the tail here, but whoa! That's a chunk of burst that's going to secure it before we see Lag Extreme go down there. I will say, if Alistair had not juggled what was 3 or 4 of those turret shots, forced to heal in the face of something that wasn't even Bay State Blue, I think that would have ended completely different.
Yeah, because then he'd be able to act as a pseudo turret in his own right now. But because of that, Bay State Blue, they get a bit of a lifeline. The gold lead is actually not as big as it might look, and they're responding. TP
Teleport, but still another
Devil.
dragon, another objective. The smites are on point here for
Oh,
Devil the Gray. It's at the
Alistair?
cost of Daydream, but Alistair, he is walking his way forward there. 50 caliber net to push him a little bit forward. The slow from the tongue. It's going to be the boulder back, and
Oh!
one more auto will do the job. And yeah,
Oh, no,
as
you
he
didn't.
walks into Alcove, that is all said and done there. Cool.
Still, 1 for 1.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's still 1 for 1, and the Dragon did play into Bay State's favor. Technically, they came out on top.
I know that Devil's a jungle, but I'm going to call him an AD carry because in this
Yeah,
series so far,
technically.
it's been the AD carries who have been keeping the teams in the games. In game 1, Alistar just off the Tristana
that's
play.
not
In
fair.
game 2 here, it's the Graves, it's the Smites. I mean, that was a risky 50-50, and Devil managed to win the 50-50 once again. Now, I don't know who's still got Baron buff, up and available for Bay State Blue, but it's only going to last 40 seconds here. And after that, Converse get to start pressuring in once again here. The Caitlyn siege is a very real issue, and Alistar has been getting the free fire on turn.
Right, and at this point, no one has really put a stop to this kind of win condition. Yes, they've been able to pick off what are the little mistakes from being a little bit too far forward, going for those heavy dives, but when they slow it down and really control how they assess each target and really appropriate that siege that you just brought up, I haven't seen a good answer. And it's a lot into the hands of the likes of Devil and Akira, who have to get into the face of some of these more major carries and take care of business before they are able to walk this one down here. And with that top lane constantly pushing, it's not going to get easier.
No, Bay State had a 1-4-1 effectively with the supers in the top side. Now they cracked the bottom inhibitor turret as well. And the inhibitor turrets are the problem. You can leave those inhibitors up because you're looking for that big team fight on open ground anyways. As I say that, Akira jumping in.
Oh, what an ultimate to whiff at the last moment. Tempered Faith is going to lock him down in a big root, and a Devour to follow. Throws Akira out of the fight. Now, Smile maybe a little bit too far. We do see the dive here from Gummy Hat. A good petrifying gaze, but no lockdown as it is Daydream deep into that backline. Now, though, a quick turnaround. It is that turret that's going to punish the majority of this team out for going as deep as they did. So what started as a good fight, as we didn't have quite the best opportunity to see, is punished out by something as simple as a structure. Add him to the roster, Bay State.
Oh my goodness, Zephyr. I don't even need to see the fight. I just need to see the outcome. And the outcome is Bay State Blue survived. Another push, and they're closing the gap, Zephyr.
No. We're not starting this again.
5,500. It's around 4,000 right now. The gap is closing, and their composition does still get to scale. Let's not forget that Cassiopeia is an absolute monster, and I'm not seeing healing cut come out at all from the side of Converse right now. Okay, not say at all. There is an executions calling on Daydream. But that's on a Jarvan. He's not the one who's going to be efficiently applying it to everybody here. And I think that's really what's keeping Bay State Blue in the game right now, is the fact that they're healing, they're shielding. It's not getting affected too much, and it's sustaining their carry.
There's no major Gruius here, even in the hands of Alistair this time. So in that sense, your major pumping damage carry isn't even in putting that on the board here. For now, though, there is still just that one turret, so maybe once that's gone, they'll finally actually find some success, because I'll tell you what, it has been tier 2, now the tier 3, and the Nexus dividends. I mean, it's pumping out enough damage to actually make some of these team fights play out in the favor here of Bay State Blue as they constantly work their way back into this one. Inhib is up, though.
All inhibs are up. The top one has respawned, and they never did quite manage to crack the bottom one. And I do want to point out, too, a little bit about Caitlyn. We talked about the fact that Caitlyn is a very strong early game champion, but she kind of falls off a little bit in the mid game. That gets reversed when she starts to hit that 4-item power spike towards the end of the game there. She's on 3 right now, but you can already see how much she's chunking out anybody not named Meganar. And Akira's only Meganar for a fraction of the time.
Oh no, Devil. Too far forward. I can't even believe they were able to sniff this one out. Maybe Bay State can still find a way to punish it as they do secure the initial kill onto Rocks there. Nari is charging up. He's going to have that ultimate available if he wants to go deep, and he does. But he isn't able to find the ultimate, but he does just barely catch out Alistair. Cassiopeia still,
no!
though, can't quite find the burn that she wants. It's one quick flash that changes the fate of a fight as a whole. Now, lag extreme, another auto follow, knock up down. Wicked Rat here trying to run away. Gonna make this a full ace and a triple onto Alistair.
They're looking to just end here,
That
Zephyr.
could be
TP's
it.
coming in, and they have the minions on the top side as well. Alistair is still up. Devil will come up in 10 seconds, but the next person up is going to be Smile, and that's another 10 seconds after. I don't know if Devil can hold this.
Devil's gonna do his absolute best. He's got that collateral damage that will try to wipe the majority of these minions, but this could already be a series set in stone here as Converse University take our first series of the series.
Almost, Zephyr. Almost they managed to turn the tides, but I mean, Devil gives and Devil takes away, both in game 1 and in game 2, right? The Kindred in game 1 looks so good. Unfortunately, towards the end, struggled. This game as well, he was holding them in. Let's not forget, he stole Baron buff. If they lost that Baron buff, game 2 would have been over right there and then.
Absolutely.
But unfortunately, at the end, that pickoff didn't matter. And I want to talk a little bit about that last fight as well, because I understand throwing everything at the kitchen sink to kill Alistair, but that was last game with the Tristana. This time on the Caitlyn, they went too deep, and the double supports could not keep up. I think that really changed everything. If you have the double supports, protecting your Cassiopeia, granting her heals, granting her buffs, she gets to output all the damage. But unfortunately, Cabo didn't have the double supports, and we saw what happened. Amazing Tempered Fate once again from Roxy. I cannot sing this man's praises enough.
Yes.
His supports have been beautiful to watch the series.
I mean, I also bring up lagging extreme there to actually kind of create that separation. It wasn't just the likes of Rox. You have that LeBlanc being a high presence carry, also kind of putting a lot of the damage on the field that did kind of dissuade stuff like the Seraphine and Soraka from working their way forward there. So a little bit of a stretch that definitely spelled a bigger mistake here for the entirety of game 2. I will say, though, I am very proud to see Bay State to perform the way they did. Devil was that one experienced player coming through before the season started, and we got to see a lot of that. But the rest of this roster isn't quite as experienced, isn't set in stone in comparison to Converse. But still, they looked good. They had their shining moments. They played very well in game 1. They just couldn't quite find a way to close it out. So maybe not tonight, but as we move forward through the rest of this fall split, we could be seeing Bay State Blue work their way back into it.
Yeah, plenty of time yet, and their drafts were solid. I still think the double support draft that they pulled in both the games, very, very strong, right? Wicked Rat and Smile, that battery in the bot lane, they did their job. I know they didn't look flashy. We didn't say their names too much, but as healers, as supports, they did their job, and every time Devil de Grey survived, every time Kawo survived, every time Akira survived, that was thanks to them. And Kawo on the Cassiopeia looked a lot better, honestly, than what we saw with the Silas. And the Silas had some pretty big ultimates as well. So definitely a lot of ingredients here. I am looking very much forward to see what Bay State Blue can do once they get their regular AD carry back into the roster with their starting lineup. You know, a bit more time to work together should be great. And Converse, Alistair. The one person I kind of didn't touch on earlier, Alistair, because that man is a monster, and teams are probably going to have to start taking note of this man. If you go up against Converse University here, triple ban AD carry might not be out of the question here. He certainly deserves it because both these games, he put up epic numbers.
Oh, just absolutely absurd numbers. And in the face of this season as a whole, you're going to have to worry. I've seen this man perform in I don't believe Lotus, in his time he was on the roster, were able to eke out the wins that they wanted, but even still, his presence was a namesake wherever he went. As for us, though, we're not quite the namesake that's going to be keeping this train moving forward here as we work our way into our next series. Going to be Blue Gold A versus Columbia Navy, and I don't personally know who will be gracing you on this glorious NECC desk, but I can tell you I've had an absolutely wonderful time. So for both me and Random Minion Caster, we hope you all have a great night and enjoy the rest of tonight's show.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting at no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
Welcome, everybody, to week one of the NECC here on League of Legends. It's Friday. You know what day it is. Come on now. It's the weekend. Let's get into it. Let's get into these matches. Join here today. It's going to be myself, Mick, and over to my left. I think I got the camera angles right. Oh, no. We're going to go the
Other
other
side.
way.
There you go.
Be down bad. We got him here in the lobby as well. How you doing, my man?
I'm doing great, man. It's super hyped up. We're casting together for the first time.
Yeah.
I'm looking at you for the first time. I got to say, I dig the hair.
Thank you, sir. It's a struggle, but, you know, every
Yeah,
blessing comes
believe
with a
me.
curse as well.
Yeah, that it does. That it does. But, dude, why don't you tell us the nuts matchup we have for today?
Oh, we are going back to the Challengers Division. Obviously, we're going to get the best of the best here for week one. And we got ourselves going on right now over in the Yellow Division. It's going to be Blue Gold against the likes of Columbia Navy. So I'm expecting some really good picks here. I'm suggesting some really good matchups overall, especially after the last dominant performance we had from the other side from Converse, especially with that comeback we had come through as well. But looking at the drafts that we got coming through right now, we already got some great picks coming out. We got some great matchups coming through, and I'm expecting the Rift to just be going up in flames here by the end of the night.
Yeah, I'm just as excited as you are, Mick, especially with I got to talk to some of the reps from and some of the players from the teams we have tonight, Blue Gold A and Columbia Navy. And especially on Columbia Navy's side, their coach told me that their solo laners do like to play some spicy picks. So we might see some funny business going on in the draft whenever we actually get into that.
Yeah, I think we already have a little bit here. We have a little bit of a taste of the champ pools. We have that little insider review going on right now. I mean, just looking at generally, we can tell just from these bands alone, from what we've seen already, is that Blue Gold, they may like the spicy picks, but they're also not a fan of the standard ones at the same time because they went ahead and banned out Annie, Bard, Cho'Gath, Trundle, and Aurelia. So they really don't like the meta coming in here all that much, and we're already going to see that coming into fruition here.
And we're going to see how the rest of this one plays out. I actually didn't look, so I don't want any spoilers, Mick, okay? I'm seeing this one
I'm
for the
sorry.
first time. That's okay. No worries. The first three bands, it's whatever. It's the picks that I'm looking for as well. What are we going to prioritize? That's the thing. Like you said, a lot of the champs that are considered quite strong at the current moment are taking out. Kled, not exactly my first pick for B1, but I mean, we were told spicy. It's looking like Blue Gold are the ones who are delivering first.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you there. Kled's going to be an insane pick, especially with the way he kind of impacts the meta. He's not really seen too often, but he's definitely strong whenever he does have that presence. But overall, as a counter pick, we do have that Urgot coming through and a big beefy boy at it. So, I mean, that in itself is going to be a lot of presence across the field. It's going to be a massive target, but he may just be a massive target you need with all the health on the pool. And with an Olaf as a backup, that could definitely be something to really run with.
And you can already see what's going on here on Blue Gold side is that they are kind of drafting themselves as really beefy frontline for Glem on this Cassiopeia. He's going to be the main damage dealer already so far going into the later stages of this game once that scaling really comes through. Laning into the Corki though, especially with a jungler like Olaf, early game positioning is going to be very important here for Blue Gold's mid laner because it's going to be very easy for you to just get jumped on top of and get your laning phase basically just demolished.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you here. And just looking at how everything's really panning out for the side of Columbia College, these guys, they're going for a very poke-oriented comp. Even with the tanks, we have Olaf just spamming those axes across the board. We have Urgot with all those projectiles coming through from a tank, which is essentially usually very melee-oriented. But he's one of those picks you don't really see being one of those typical, or I'd say, more orthodox tanks that are very up and close and personal when they're really trying to get those projectiles down. So honestly, Leona's going to be a great little counterbalance for the likes of Columbia College if they do want to have those engages, have a little bit more crowd control for them to work with, and get some presence on the field without getting shut out too quickly.
And I think just for both teams here, I'm really keeping my eyes on the mid jungle here. It just seems like a really strong element of the game, especially in these last couple of patches in the current metagame. When you have champs like Olaf, Xin Zhao, who have so much ability to impact this early game, and along with these hard scaling mid laners like things like Corki or Cassiopeia, this is where a lot of the game might end up being make or break, especially on Columbia Navy's side. You have Komsky, he's playing the Ezreal. Early laning phase, you pick Ezreal, it's like, okay, listen, Shogo fanboy, he doesn't want to be there anymore. He's going to chill with you till level 3, and that is going to be it. He's going to go impact other lanes, walk around with Matthew 16, hold hands with the jungler as a support should.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you. And on the other side of the field, we do see Blue Gold running that vein, and I feel like that in itself is going to be a massive massive presence to really get in these fights, because Ezreal in that bot lane is going to be a little bit of a slow start, I'd say, for him. But I mean, as things kick up, as once they get into these team fights, we do have a lot of poke comp, but so long as Ezreal can get shut out, that's going to be a huge influence across the field to go ahead and get, I'd say, half that damage, if I'm going to be betting on anything, right off the gate out of the win, so they can go ahead and have themselves a little bit more potential when they're really trying to go ahead and close in on things. And Vayne in itself, going up against that Urgot, and especially against that Olaf as well, those two are going to be major targets. And so long as we can get insurance, making sure to ensure those right targets are really, pointed out, that's going to be enough for them to play off of.
Yeah, it's funny. That name is really starting to kind of. It's very apt in how Vayne is going to be this kind of late game insurance. That things can go well for insurance as the game goes on, and you can play these fights front to back like Blue Gold certainly want to. These tanks are going to get shredded with that Silver Bolt's passive and all that true damage it's going to be doing. The only thing to worry about really is Matthew 16 on the Olaf. He is the big problem here. You're not going to be able to condemn him when he is coming in with the Ragnarok. So if he has the slightest lead, it's going to be pretty easy for Olaf to just immediately run it straight into the back line, trade his life for Vayne, and realistically, with how much DPS you lose, it is worth it because you still have a front line to protect the likes of your Ezreal and your Corki.
Yeah, and I think when we're discussing these teams and how they're really going to match up, I think a good thing to look at for these teams really don't like, and kind of the matchups that they're really weak against, we're going to have to look at those bans for that, because when you really look at Columbia College's bans, they have a lot of AoE oriented kind of crowd control. They have the Galio with the taunt, they have the Seraphine with the ultimate, they had the Orianna with those pulls. There's so much they do not like getting grouped up. They do not want to play together. They really want to know how to really choose their targets and really find a way to capitalize on that, find a way to go ahead and knock them out of the field and give themselves an edge in these team fights. And I think that alone in itself, when they're facing the comp that Blue Gold brings to the table, they're not really putting them in those scenarios where they have to be grouped up. I think they're really just kind of playing into that. But Vayne in itself, once again, going back to that point, really brings her to the field to show that go ahead, isolate yourself for me. Find yourself a couple inches across from your teammate, isolate yourself, find yourself all by and you're lonesome, so I can go ahead and pick you off, find another man, and really just steamroll that effect. And I think that alone in itself really shows that Blue Gold doesn't like dueling, because they don't want to be on those one-on-one matchups so long as it's not just insurance by himself. They want to make sure to have a couple of people there to back him up.
And that honestly fits with what we spoke about from Gold Blue, just talking to one of the team reps and how they like to play the game. They do like to draft in ways that are mostly comfortable for them. The champs that they know well and true, and getting these kinds of drafts that do not are not counterintuitive to each other here. You can tell you have a lot of engage and you have this ability to fight front to back. So I think this is a draft they can definitely be happy with going into this game, especially with the comfort champs we're starting to see come out from them here. So I think that for Blue Gold, at least starting from the draft, I think they're starting themselves off on the right foot here. And I think that's honestly pretty good for them here. They're interesting thing about this team too is that you have DiscoBot, who's playing the Kled, is the new player on the team. The rest of the core roster has been playing together for the last 2 years, and this whole season is just going to be mostly about integrating DiscoBot, and just trying to get him to adapt to the team's style so that they can all improve and play well.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you there. And I feel like when we're mentioning that top lane being a newer player to the roster, that's really concerning looking at the jungle matchup we have going on. Xin Zhao and Olaf. The gank potential out of Olaf is going to be a heck of a lot more than we see out of the likes of Xin Zhao, because you have to play a little bit smarter. You have to know your angles. You have to know really when to capitalize on the right moments to find yourself to follow through and really get the picks that you want to create an impact. And Olaf, you really don't have to worry as much, honestly. Go ahead and get those axes out. Play like a madman that he is. Play like a Viking. Get up in their face. And honestly, you will find yourself winning some fights here and there because of it.
Yeah, and the thing I like that's really interesting, what some people do with Olaf, is instead of building the Gore Drinker for the team fight sustain, some people will go, especially if ahead, for that Divine Sunderer. And what that offers you is a lot of burst damage and that ability to just blow up one squishy you can get on top of here. And considering what we're kind of expecting from the draft, wouldn't be a bad option for Matthew 16 to go for here, potentially. But we'll see what he actually wants to build here. Again, his main goal in these fights, his main goal in this early game is going to be trying to use some of the priority he has here in mid and most likely top to be able to try and go for these aggressive plays for the Scuttle Crab, these invades as well, so we can get to this point that we're talking about.
Yeah, I'm with you. And especially as we mentioned the setups here for the start, Olaf already going ahead and finding Matthew, finding himself on that red buff to really mirror the opposite side of the field. I think it's a better play because Olaf doesn't really have too much of a concern when it comes down to mana. He's going to have himself a really good time farming here in the early stages of the game. That he doesn't have too much of a concern, and going ahead and finding those Krugs is going to give you the even out when it comes around to those, like the Krugs. So go ahead and get more gold on the field, find yourself a little bit more, because honestly, when you're on that wall side, when you're on that blue side, you find yourself not finding it too much to play off of. But when we're speaking of playing, we already see these top laners going in to some extent, trying to find a little bit of blood, trying to shed something, play a little bit of death by 1,000 cuts, but we got, 9,990 more to go.
That's right. There's a lot of trading that's going to be going on here. You can see because of the leash that Insurance and Warhawk had to go for here means that they do kind of lose control during the early parts of the lane. Komsky and Shogo Fanboy will get level 2 first, and that's already priority, which is perfect for Matthew. He's pathing towards the bottom side. If he wants to make a play bot or just go for that Scuttle Crab or an invade, he's going to have this priority now in this next minute or so.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you there. And as we see Matthew 16 already kind of rotating himself to the bot lane, that's going to open not too much potential for him, because having that influence there on the bot lane, it has its trade-offs. You obviously have a lot of influence, and we need Leona to go ahead and grab that, the support item, get as much gold as possible, but you don't want to have too much influence because these early ganks, especially the likes of Olaf, he's really, really strong here. So when you have too much presence on lane, you're not allowing your jungler to take too much of an advantageous point to really run off of. So that in itself, as we see Columbia Navy getting a lot of advantageous, a lot of pressure here on each and every lane. Looks like top may be the only option, and he's on the opposite side of the field for it.
And speaking of options, Spanky's looking for an option to make a play mid because he did opt for the 3 camp into potentially a gank, but that's 2 opportunities he wasn't able to find for himself here. So he's just going to have to go for the Scuttle Crab. We have the Scuttle trade, and because he showed, he knows, Matthew knows that he is down on camps. He knows he went for the 3 buff, which means he's going to pay for showing by losing his Raptors. Matthew's already getting a pretty serious farm lead, and because of the bounce back in this bottom wave, he actually has a potential gank opportunity, but he'd rather go for the reset, spend the gold he has, and just get himself back on the map.
I really like that. Go ahead and find yourself as much of an advantage as possible. Capitalize on this early game stages where you really have that lead to work with, when you haven't had to work for anything just yet. And invading itself is going to set you large apart from your composition. And that itself, honestly, looking at these lanes and how they're going, we're not seeing too much difference just across the board. It's just a little bit more pressure here or there. Not too much of a differential overall. We do see red up by 100 gold, but I don't feel like that's enough to really set anything just yet, because everything's been a little bit dry here. But I mean, honestly, I think we're just really smelling the rain right now, because I can feel a storm's going to be coming up here fairly soon.
More than likely, but I agree with you. When I see Olaf or Xin Zhao, I'm looking for plays like all across the map, Nick. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm just as surprised as you are that we aren't really seeing anything come through. But I'm sure, like you said, it's going to come through any minute now, especially with Spanky still on this bottom side of the map. But honestly, he may be looking to recall because he's only just finishing his full clear now, whereas Matthew is reset with the pickaxe and is already on the map here. He could look for a play top if he wanted to. Actually, maybe he doesn't need help.
Doesn't need it. He doesn't need it, because we see Myths doing a great job here, but he needs an even better job.
Oh, no.
Oh, my goodness. No, you can't let that happen to you. Disco Boat finding himself to go ahead and get his Raptor back right there in the nick of time to go ahead and get that large boost of health, get himself back into that fight. That's the one thing about Kled you really can't run off of too much. With that shotgun coming into effect, finding yourself a lot of courage, it gives yourself so much health to work with, gets you right back in the battle on a huge health boost. But speaking of boosts, we need Ezreal here in the bot lane. Complexity, he needs a little bit more to work with, because honestly, Ezreal, when you're up against that tower, you do not have enough initiative to really clear things out.
Well, luckily, he is going to be able to clear this wave and go for the recall here. It is going to be his first. You got to imagine we're going to see something like the Sheen, like the Tier come out. Actually, he's holding off on that recall. It seems like he's been calling for help. And also, geez.
Health's going to be coming in the mid lane, it looks like. But in the meantime, we're going to see Columbia finding themselves a dragon, possibly, so long as we don't see too much contention there. And with Xin Zhao being there in the top jungle, there's going to be no competition at all. We're going to see Columbia Navy grabbing that Ocean Dragon, a little bit more health here to work with, a little bit more region to play off of. But looking at the top lane with Arctic, that didn't help him too much. He's going to be in combat enough to where he never really gets to capitalize or run with that too much, because he needs those health resets himself like Clegg gets. But it looks like right now, too many ropes missing out. A little bit more advantageous side towards the side of Columbia Navy, but with 2 kills on the board for blue gold, they're going to have themselves a little bit more gold to work with.
Yeah, and I kind of want to just talk about that play made mid too. That's a big roam coming out from Warhawk. We were kind of setting up the expectations on how, with the Ezreal pick on Komsky, Shogo Fanboy would be the one moving across the map because you can leave Ezreal alone, safely farm both in and around his turret, but he's getting out roamed currently by Warhawk, and you can see the effect it has. Getting a kill on the Cassiopeia, who is already weak early on, just allowing her to accelerate, is really beneficial here for Blue Gold A. And speaking of beneficial, Matthew is in the area.
Yeah, Matthew being in the area, but not having enough damage to really dish out a fight because Kled does not want that 2v1, especially in these early stages of the game. So that in itself can be a good play there from Disco, but there's just going to be a little bit more because we don't see too much of a bloodshed just yet from the likes of Columbia Navy. They got to get some more picks on the board. They got to find a little bit more blood just everywhere. But with the rotations coming out, they really want to make out this trade on the top lane, but it's just not going to be enough when you see Disco play so precautiously here, saying, all right, I know they want to look at me. They know they want to shut down that Kled because he's going to be a massive presence when it comes down to these team fights. But honestly, they're not going to find the time of day just yet.
And that's a really big problem because the thing is, when you show like that, you give information away to the enemy team. What happens off screen while Matthew shows up top lane? Bot takes a huge trade because Shogo Fanboy is not there either. And you can see Komsky no longer has a splash available. There is the dive attempt coming through. If we could switch down just to see what's going on bottom side, and because Spanky is in the area, he can actually go for counter jungling if he wants to.
Yeah, that's definitely something he can really work with, especially being in that bot lane with the blue buff coming up here in 8 seconds. But with not enough vision across the board, not enough real just light shed for the side of Blue Gold, they can't capitalize on that just yet. So honestly, moving back to your jungle is going to be a move, especially around those Krugs, trying to find as much gold as possible as you can really get out of that. A buff is great at the end of the day, but honestly, when you want to go ahead and get in your comfort zone, that's something you really can't beat. So looking at how everything's trading through, we're actually going to see Matthew there in the top jungle getting in a fight of its own without Arctic there. So he's not going to be spelled too much deficit here. Not going to have too much of a trade going on just yet as he doesn't lose all that much health either. So he can definitely finesse something here, but Zen's Howl here in the bottom. We see Spanky trying to finesse something, but honestly, he may be able to manage it because we do see Kapetsky falling himself down as well. That's going to be an ADC out of the game, a first death on the bot lane. It's going to be a massive one at that, especially when you have that Vayne trying to find that insurance, as we'll probably make that joke, I'd say at least 30 times in the stream itself. But it's enough to work with overall. Getting that AC out of the game, that's a massive trade to really play with on the bot lane because that's your biggest thing you really want to knock out.
Right, and because now because they get this kill, they can go for this invade and try and steal the blue buff. I think the only thing is the timing was a little bit awkward. Who actually got that?
That was definitely Olaf. He definitely spotted that.
Yeah. See, the thing is, too, they knew Olaf was invading because he assumed the counter invade was coming through. And it's these plays like that, why Spanky, even though his team is doing well, is falling behind in farm right now. You can see it 47 to 72 creeps, and it is only starting to grow. Spanky clearly playing more for his laners and trying to set them up for success. And so far, if you look, that's 3 kills for Blue Gold side, and it has been serving them very well here. And luckily, he's not too far behind in XP either. So hopefully it's panning out.
Yeah, you really got to know where to really cut your losses, essentially. So overall, what they're doing on the side of Blue Gold is they're playing the game a lot more extensively. They're doing a much better job of finding what trades to really make. And up here in the top, Disco not making the best one himself, using the ultimate, getting under that tower. And I wouldn't say wasting it, but just really not putting it in the most optimal position. So that in itself is going to be something to play off of, as we do see a missed opportunity for a little bit of combat there. But we see Warhawk trying to make something kind of engage here, and it may work, as we do see Kapetsky falling for the second time now. That's going to be massive for the bot lane to really just, I'd say, steamroll now if they really do decide to do so. They can have a little bit more roam potential now. Warhawk has a little bit more breathing room to really get across the rest of the map and help out his team, especially when you've shut down that Ezreal twice.
Yeah, unfortunately, when you show up 2v1 against the Nautilus and a Vayne, that will be your final hour as he's sent back to spawn here. Now we have Disco Boat going for more aggressive trades, but here comes another roam play.
Yeah, everywhere. It does not look like Columbia Navy is finding themselves in the best shoes to be standing in right now. Lots of low health players, a lot of trades coming through that they are just not favored in. And Warhawk may be on the same scenario, but not exactly found there just yet. Instead, we're going to see the top lane, a lot of influence here. Zinzao coming through for the trade, trying to help out his Kled, but with the execution coming out from Myths, he's going to find himself one. The trade's not going to come out to grab the second off the tower, but it's going to be enough for him to work with as he shuts him down as well.
And I mean, honestly, a 1-for-1 is still something you take in this scenario. Arctic Myths was dead on my screen, so I think I like that play a lot from him here. Whoa, that was an interesting interaction. But I mean, barring that misstep from Warhawk, I think he's been playing really well this game, finding all these roaming angles. He's been able to help both bot and mid so very much, and I think with him walking down, he might be able to do it once more.
I'm definitely with you there, and all the crowd control coming out, and all the ultimates from Pesky finding himself a shot. He's going to get himself back in the game to some extent, but he's now going to be sitting at 1-2, so it's not a massive lead to really scoff about or to really brag about just yet. With no gold belts passed here, but we are going to have enough really to work off of to really play into and give ourselves a little bit more of an engage here on the bot lane as we see Kled trying to come down, capitalize on that, give his team a little bit more of an edge as he's already found 2 platings on the top, so he's bought himself a little bit of time to warrant.
Yeah, that shove really helps as well. And I don't think Columbia Navy are really expecting it at the moment. I don't see any missing things coming through, but I think he just walked on some vision. It is nice that Columbia Navy are still able to make these plays, despite the fact that they are kind of falling behind in terms of proactivity. But we are going to need to see a little more from them here. Look, Matthew already is very close to his first mythic. The power is really starting to come through with this Olaf. So I want to see more ganks come through. I want to see these plays set up. Vision preemptively cleared by Shogo Fanboy so that they can go for maybe a lane gank, maybe a wraparound on the bot lane's tri-bush, something.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you there. And across the board, when we're looking at the entire Rift right now, we see Blue Gold doing a much better job when it comes to these trades, a much better job when it comes to these fights, and they found themselves a gold advantage. But right now, Columbia Navy, they found themselves 2 Drakes. So I want to say overall they're playing the long game here, but when you're losing these trades, when you're not winning these fights, that in itself could be enough of a deficit to really go ahead and set yourself back toward, do the trade-offs really matter that much at the end of the day? If you can't win these team fights, if you can't win these trades generally, what does that say about your whole team composition for these team fights, especially Leona? Trying to go in here by himself, getting caught out with the rest of the team coming to the ranks, find themselves a pick onto it. As we see Fanboy, the first one to fall. We see some kind of a follow through coming in the top lane, but will it be enough to really grab himself another pick? Because we see Method trying to get there on the outside. He will isolate himself to be the next one to fall, possibly, but actually managing it for a little bit longer here, able to survive and able to possibly get out. No, we're going to see Method fall there as well with a lot more trades, a lot more presence here across the entire map. And we see a little bit more of a deuce out here in the bot lane with Ezreal trying to come back from this.
Yeah, trying is the key word, but speaking of, nope.
Oh,
Never
nah.
mind. Unless we're blowing a lot of flashes here, Mick. I can't tell
We are.
whether or not this kill's actually going to come through, but it's looking like Arctic Mist will live to recall another day, not get sent to the gray screen. But overall, actually, I think we got some trouble here.
I'm definitely with you there. There's going to be enough kills here to really run through. Insurance finding his first death of the game as well, or second, excuse me, being more in the later stages where it's a little bit more impactful when you need him in these team fights, especially up against the likes of a Leona here on the field, which is still going to be live with Fanboy coming back up here. So having Kled on that bottom lane, it's going to be enough, especially with Miss here on the top, trying to fight the Cassiopeia, but not going to be enough because Glim's going to be the one to come out there on top. Honestly, lots of trades here come from the likes of Blue Gold. They're coming out here really positively, even if Disco Boat finds himself to die. Because, I mean, honestly, you're looking for towers. We haven't seen the first one to fall just yet, but we're seeing a lot of damage dealt, especially on that top lane. Look at the initiative from that. That could be the first one to fall possibly here right now.
Yeah, and you're going to see the recall coming out from Glem, and I think we got to talk about just how well he's been playing this game as well. 3-0 at the moment here. Not afraid to make some of these cheese bush plays for the 1v1, and Arctic Mist especially knows that all too well. Already, Cassiopeia is going to be a problem later on for Columbia Navy side. The fact that he's doing well now is already a kind of bodes not so good for the future. But right now, let's talk about JS Method's future, because this is not looking so bright.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you there, man. There's going to be a little bit more here. There's going to be a little bit more plays made. There's going to be a little bit more gold to come out for the side of them. But Columbia Navy, they just seem to be slacking in an entirety. I mean, they're down 3K gold now. You are hoping these trades of the Drakes are going to come out. They have 2 on the field. They got to go ahead and start eyeing this third with it coming up fairly soon. But, I mean, that's a concern in itself because you got 40 seconds to look for some kind of lead to play off of. Go ahead and get a player out of the game. And with Method already falling, you are not looking too hot to capitalize onto a third. And with these towers falling towards the top, we see Mist trying to find himself a pick, being right under the tower, find some retaliation. But when you need him there for that fight, that's going to be a huge struggle for them to really dish out.
And this is the proactivity I'm talking about here on blue gold side. Like, not afraid to just make these flash plays, utilize the hex flash we're seeing from Warhawk. And because of all that pressure, all the numbers they send to this bottom side of the map, you can see it, how important this next dragon is for them, as they're going to get themselves the soul point. And they're, look at that. Method blows the package right away, can't even use it aggressively.
Yeah, that's going to be absolutely massive because you want to go ahead and use that, as you said, aggressively. You want to use it offensively. You want to get some presence onto the field. You want to find some impact in a team fight, but will it be enough to go ahead and grab this dragon when you only have a 3 players real contention on this site? When you have Zenzao popping that ultimate, trying to find a little bit more presence here, trying to find the edge in the team fight with Matthew 16 showing up. But Method will be the first one to drop out, as we do see Matthew falling right next to him, being the next one to follow suit. We're going to see Ezreal and Leona trying to make a little bit of a contention here, some kind of answer, some kind of presence here to really show up and say, all right, we can still manage something. But with the smite on the field, with the first dragon going to the side of blue gold, and a heck of a lot of trades and kills for them to play off of, I think they are looking really good now.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate, Columbia Navy, just no answers, no trades to be found here. You can see Arctic Mets, he's trying to take the mid-tier 1 turret, but not even that can be done. He's getting walked basically back to under his tower to collect this top wave. And here's another play coming bot lane, Mick. They're just going to go down.
Yep, that's what it's looking like, man. Fanboy's not going to stay alive for too long. You do have the Nautilus try to go ahead and grab that hook, but it's not going to matter too much because the kill is still going to come out. Komsky not going to stay alive for too long. This bot lane looking like it could be over so long as they find this initiative on the tower, and especially with the cannons out, that is probably going to be enough for them to work off of to grab that first, grab the rotations to mid, and start really playing ARAM in a sense, getting a little bit more team fights. But speaking of those, we do have more presence in the top. We have a TP to come through with the follow-up with out of old Cass, old Glim, right back where he started. An MVP, I'd say, for the side of blue gold if they find themselves here. Sleeper stimulant at that, because this tower, I mean, with everything going on right now, you can walk over there and spit on it and it would find a way to fall.
Yeah, that's right. Just a gust of wind would be able to knock down that top tier 1. And unfortunately, Disco Boat is going to come in like a hurricane to just knock it over, because now you can see how strong this Kled is really starting to become. Yep. Hasn't gotten that first item just yet, but I mean, because he had to slightly veer off from his itemization for the Bramble Vest, he still has a lot of tank stats, and you got to imagine he's ready to pick up that mythic for himself here. And speaking of item spikes, let's look at Columbia Navy side. I don't think they're quite dead in the water just yet. This is a comp where especially a lot of their carries, we're looking for 2 items to peak. Corki or Ezreal. Once we get to the second item, it's actually the Muramana for both of them. I think this is where the team fight power really comes from, especially from the poke here. So once we get to that point, we can see Columbia Navy potentially try to make some kind of play here. Picking up another dragon would be great for them because, one, it's a mountain soul, which I think they desperately could make a lot of use of.
Yep.
And actually, let's hold that thought.
I'm definitely with you there, man. There's going to be a little bit more here across the board for both sides, and to really find themselves an edge. And we haven't seen the curve come just yet, but we do see a little bit of advantage from the side of blue gold. It's not enough to really scoff at or brag about just yet, because anything's possible, as we saw during those last matchups. But with this team fight coming through in the middle, with Kled absolutely just rolling in, finding Kempesky in a super quick fashion. Quick and efficient is the name of the game. That's going to be enough for them to work off of, and the Hex Flash is not going to be enough there from Warhawk. I was really hoping he could finesse something there, but he's going to go ahead and fall a little bit short. But it will still be enough for them to roll with, to go ahead and get an ADC off the board. A little bit of presence going in, a little bit of an invade from the side of old Zenzao there. We see old Spanky trying to find himself something, but we also see just really a lot more fights, because Matthew's going to go ahead and find himself in an ultimate. He's not going to find a kill to really follow through with it. And on top of that, Spanky's going to fall as well and possibly meant to fall through. That's 4 members of Columbia down in the dumps, and we see a tower to fall through with it as insult to injury.
Okay, things are really starting to fall apart now for Columbia Navy. The gold lead has increased for blue gold to 8,000. At this point, Warhawk, he's just full sending it in whatever opportunity he can find for himself. Because why not? Your jungler, or sorry, your mid laner, your AD carry, both at 2 items, incredibly strong and scaled up at the moment here. You can do anything you please. Columbia Navy are not in a moment where they can be making their own decisions. They have to hug whatever turrets they have left outside of their base. And depending on who we're looking at, they're not allowed to even do that. Ezreal, illegal. Corki, illegal.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you, man. There's got to be a little bit more here. And as we were mentioned earlier, we said that they were kind of hurting a little bit. Columbia Navy was, but honestly, we were looking for the insult to injury. And honestly, Blue Gold, they didn't insult. They just straight cursed these guys out. It was just an absolute steamroll that they had there towards that bot lane, a huge advantage they gave themselves to get to that tier 3 tower. And we see a lot of presence across the field from every single player, essentially feeling really comfortable because we even see Assurance there in the mid lane saying, I can solo this. I can push it whatever lane I want to because I know I have that backup to follow through when need be. And with this dragon coming up in 30 seconds, I'm sure they're going to be eyeing that to say, all right, we've done everything else. We found a gold lead. We found a tower lead. Let's find this dragon lead because that's the only thing they're beating us in right now.
Right, and because they can still play for a sole win condition here, but I mean, Method will have to be alive for that to be an opportunity for them here. We're looking at 10 seconds till the Drake comes through. I think without your mid laner, you just got to let this one go as well. And that's another dragon you have to give up here. You can't let Blue Gold stack up these mounts of Drakes because the individual resistances alone will make them more unkillable than they already are.
I'm definitely with you. I mean, having 2 tanks with those double shields, and especially with Kled, that would be 3 health bars for the man. That's illegal in itself. You were talking about illegal earlier. That's a war crime, in my opinion. That just shouldn't be allowed in the game, but it's going to be enough. They're going to find themselves that second dragon, and that's going to be the second mountain drake. So not even having that soul, they already have a lot more resistances coming through for them to really play off of just of these strikes alone and how the dice are rolling into their favor.
Yeah, it's 6% for each dragon alone. And can I just say, I respect that Columbia recognized, like, we're not getting that dragon. Let's make a play on a disco bow, but he TP's out of it, which is just unfortunate.
Yeah, Disco Boat's going to find himself to fly out a lot of conflicts that he really doesn't want to be stuck into, but I don't know if that's the story for the rest of these guys towards the middle because we have a lot of pressure coming up here towards that middle tower. We have a team fight coming through, and with Glim coming out as well, he's going to dish out a lot of damage. He's going to find himself a pick on a Matthew, and the next one to fall is going to be Myth. You can't have your tank die that quickly. So that itself, with the Warhawk finding himself a shot, finding a hook over towards that ADC, they're finally going to pick off Kopesky there. That's what I'm saying, man. When you have a Kled and a Nautilus here on the field, he's sitting under tower. He does not care. That's what it really comes down to, and especially with the runes out, all the damage to dish through, and a cannon wave at that, that's going to be a second tier 2 for them on the likes of the mid lane for them to follow through and possibly grab that tier 3 if they're feeling cocky enough.
I mean, look at these timers, Mick. It's going to be an inhibitor take. You got to imagine here. And they're free to reset, walk to the Baron if they really want to, because Vayne, Cassiopeia, that is some disturbing amounts of DPS they have at their disposal, especially to take down these neutral monsters. And the pings, Mick, they're coming through. They're using the charge to get themselves all the way to the Baron as quickly as they can. So once they demolish this, take a reset, they are just basically going to solidify what's going to be their end game here. We have Columbia. They're going to try to go for the steal, but I don't think they have time.
Oh, yeah, you just can't find enough there. That was some kind of attempt of a steal there, but not enough when you have 4 players there. Even if the pick does come through, there's going to be some trades. You're not going to find a full effect out of it, but Matthew 16 able to find effect of himself, getting 1, but Assurance is going to find that trade because a lot of members are down in the dumps, but Spanky is not one of them. He's going to have enough real health to trade out. You're going to see Disco Boat and Old Myth out here, the battle of 2 tanks there in the top, but it's not going to be enough. We're going to see 3 players still alive with that Baron buff. Possibly enough, really. Wait on these countdown timers to come through, and I feel like we have an end of the game on our hands here.
I think so as well. All it's going to take is 1 good fight, or honestly, even 3 bad fights and 1 good fight for Blue Gold, a Baron buff or not. You already have supers pushing through the mid lane. You realistically, you could try and just shove out every lane and threaten multiple inhibs, but with how strong they are and how much of a lead they have, run it down mid, man, NA style, and you can win the game right off that.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you. You just got to find a lot more team fights. You got to pressure those team fights, especially with the composition they got going on right now, the amount of strength they have of just brute force on the field. I mean, we saw Columbia Navy. We mentioned it during the draft. They were a very poke-oriented kind of composition, but they just didn't find enough of that in the early game to really capitalize on, and that really fell short for them. It did not give them a lot to play with over the course of the game, and that in itself is going to be really hindering to them right now, because when they're shoved up against their tower, when their back is against a hard place and a heavy object, it's just not going to do too much because projectiles can only go so far, and the hopes of the team is the same exact manner.
Yeah, and I think at this point, Columbia Navy might be considering how they're going to be approaching things in Game 2. Even though it's not quite over until the fat lady sings. Mick, she's taking a big, deep breath at the moment here, I gotta say.
I definitely feel that. I feel a gust of air coming her way, and honestly, I'm preparing to go ahead and hold on to my chair as it comes the opposite. But I mean, that itself, with a lot of kind of fights going on down here, a little bit of damage being dished out to that tier 3 tower in the bot lane. You want to go ahead and find that, because that's where a lot of this initiative and targeting is going with that Baron buff. The cannon just absolutely sniping it out, and we see Spanky trying to create a little bit of a distraction in the mid lane, saying, hold up, don't worry about them, guys. We got a little bit of more damage coming towards the actual Nexus, so come hit me a little bit. Come try and spank old Spanky. But honestly, with how much he's been really dancing around the opposition, I don't know if that's going to be too much, because we still see so many teammates down here in the bot lane. We've seen Ezreal ultimate coming out from Kompeski, but it's not going to be enough. The inhib's going to be the next to fall, and honestly, with these picks coming through, these kills that are being dished out right now, it looks like this could be it, especially if they win at least 2 members off of the likes of Columbia.
Yeah, they're going to go for the reset after getting all this extra gold, especially because Glem is going to take that tier 2 turret pretty much unobstructed. And that's another nice injection of gold into, I don't know, Cass is a Gorgon. She doesn't really have pockets, right? So I don't know where she'd put them, but a lot of gold. Just a lot of gold is basically the point here. And at this point, you just want to play for the next dragon, see if Columbia Navy want to actually move in for a fight. It's not necessarily Soul, so I gotta believe they're just gonna let this one go and not actually contest it. They are just battening down the hatches, Mick, and holding on for as long as they possibly can at this moment here. Easy dragon take. Baron's not on the table, but again, not a lot of deep vision outside of their base here. So blue, gold, they could be waiting in any bush. Who knows where they are if you're Columbia Navy?
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned earlier, I mean, these guys were looking a little bit chunky with all this health and all, but now they are looking chunky. Like, especially with that third Mountain Drake now, you see all these team fights coming out, but you see really no health to follow through with it. It's like they're not even really being touched, but with the execution coming out from Myth, an actual pick coming through for the likes of Columbia Navy to come out on top, this could be enough for them to survive a little bit more breath into their matchup, but they just got to find something to capitalize on it with. And with Matthew 16 being isolated on the outside, you have insurance over there to find himself a little bit. Gore Drinker, not enough to survive long enough, but it will be enough there. A little bit more towards the middle lane. Enough players to stay alive to defend those objectives. Honestly, Blue Gold not coming out too negative there, especially when they're ahead by 11k gold. Honestly, they are not concerned at all right now.
No, not even a little. I think they're definitely having a little bit of fun with this one. Glem still has teleport if he's trying to make a play in the mid lane, but he is just looking to farm it out at the moment here. And realistically, even though mid inhib is spawned, yeah, you can just look for this play.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you there. Going ahead and grabbing these picks, especially so close to the inside of the base and the fountain, it's going to be a lot to work off of, but with the TP coming out and Warhawk falling, that could be something for them, the likes of Columbia Navy, to really work on, because right there, if you go ahead and get Glim out of the game, he's been a massive player so far, so to go ahead and get that shutdown, especially in the hands of Myth, that's going to be a lot of more health to work off of, especially with this recall coming through saying, all right, boys, this is a little bit more health. We can survive for a couple more seconds. We just got to make the most of them.
Yeah, that's a really large shutdown to pick up. I mean, until that moment, Glenn was 11-1. You can see how aggressive they are on the side of Blue Gold to try and make these ending plays. But at this point, your only saving grace for this next Baron is that there are still supers that Columbia have to worry about here. So even though they are going to try and essentially risk it all for this Baron, as it's their main ticket back in the game, they could still potentially lose a lot, even though Glem isn't actually here yet. But he does have teleport, mind you.
Yeah, and look at the stationing from Blue Gold right here. They're just trying to split out. They're trying to go ahead and set up for this next Baron. They want to enforce another team fight here, and especially with it popping up right now, you have super minions on the bot lane. So that's going to be one player that really has to make the sacrifice to go ahead and stick back, make it a 4v5 there, and you just have to essentially wait and say, all right, can we steal this by any chance? But honestly, with the Hex Flash coming out, that could be something to play off of. That's going to be enough. And the Ezreal ultimate, I don't think it's going to steal anything. It's really just going to help them out. Ooh. As Blue Gold does find themselves at Baron Nashor enough. With all 5 players still standing, that's going to be a huge influence across the board. It's going to be a lot of initiative coming through for the likes of them. And I think it could be enough to shut down the game unless this team fight does not go into their favor and they find themselves getting poked out a little bit too much, like we see Warhawk right here.
Yeah, and these item spikes we were talking about did come through for Columbia Navy. You see 3 items on Komsky, so he's doing a lot of damage with these Mystic shots. But realistically, it's not going to be enough to prevent the take taking, excuse me, of this inhibitor that's coming through right now. The next wave is coming through. Two cannons actually are baroned up and outside of everyone's range. We're looking at the end game here, Mick.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you. I mean, I've seen in game plenty of times, and honestly, I don't see any Thanos, but I do see an Iron Man possibly here to snap the fingers and go ahead and close this out. And that in itself could be Glim. I just want to go ahead and touch on once again of how much of an influence he's been. Go ahead and look at that 11-2 lineup for the man. Obviously, getting picked off here and there. Go ahead and go out to the outside. Say, all right, let's get a little bit more initiative. Utilize this Kled ultimate, find a little bit more speed to get that initiative.
Wow.
And as he's going to go ahead and find himself one, there's going to be a second one to follow suit as Cisco Boat finds Method. We see them also picking off Matthew 16. They're towards the middle of the map, and they are under both of these towers, really just saying, go ahead, keep landing on us. We have Baron. We have these runes to come out and go ahead and find a couple shots. And with the TP to come through, I'm going to say the fat lady is singing. I can hear her in the distance, man.
That's right. That is a beautiful song coming out as Blue Gold. Took them a little time, but they will handedly take game one away here from Columbia Navy.
Yeah, I'm with you, dude. There just seemed to be a little bit much there. There was a little bit too much relying on that early game for the likes of Columbia for them to really capitalize on. We saw them had a slow start there, and honestly, things just kind of slowed down a little bit more so for them. There's a couple picks here and there for them to play off of, but in the end, when you're facing Blue Gold, they really just had themselves established right off the start. You could tell they were a lot more confident about their plays. And even with the Zinzao, we saw a lot of early influence from Olaf, but not enough picks or presence in those lanes to really play off of.
Yeah, agreed. And it definitely there is the confidence that's a bit missing right now for
Yeah.
Columbia Navy and the lack of proactivity we talked about in the early game. But I think it's okay. Like the season has just started here at
Yeah.
NECC. And truthfully, this squad here for Columbia Navy have actually only just come together a couple of weeks ago. Before this day, or before that day, excuse me, they were just a bunch of solo queue players. So they definitely have some ways to go, but
Yeah.
I think they've still given us a pretty decent showing, all things considered. It's only up from here.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you there. And I mean, especially across that whole initiation phase, when they were doing those group stages, finding where they were placed, just for them to be put into challengers alone is enough for them to really brag about. Because now they can go ahead and get that experience, and hopefully they get themselves a quick little learning curve to come through so they can really adapt to the field. Because that in itself not only just shows how they are as a team, but they can translate that into an in-game environment where they can really say no matter what the composition they really draft or ban, they're going to feel a heck of a lot more comfortable with it.
Agreed. So I think realistically that a different draft may be the approach here for Columbia. We'll have to see what they actually opt to go for. The spicy picks were talked about from their camp, so
Yep.
there's definitely an opportunity for that to show itself as well. Who knows what we might be able to see from them going into game two? But of course, the series is definitely not over yet. They do have a chance to get themselves back into this one.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you. So with that, I feel like honestly, after that long, elaborated game from them, where it just felt like things were preordained to some extent, but they drew it out as much as possible. I'm sure those players need a little bit of break for themselves so they can go ahead and regroup, figure out what went right, what went wrong, so they can go ahead and work on that, find and show that adaptability, bring a highlight to it here in this intermission we got coming up. So we'll catch y'all here in a little bit for game two. Welcome back, everybody. We're here for game 2 of the series between Columbia Navy and Blue Gold Esports. Joining with you here tonight for not this game, just only this game, sadly enough. We got another one after this, so y'all stay up. Y'all better stay up. I know it's getting late, but y'all need to have this energy in here tonight because we got a banger matchup here with myself, Mick, and over here to the left is going to be beat down bad. I got the camera right that time.
Yeah, you did, dude. You're getting it. You're getting it. You're learning, Mick. That's what we like to see. And I'm really amped up. I'm surprised. I would be really surprised if people couldn't keep the energy up with someone like you on the mic, Mick. You got this energy that's just so infectious.
Aww.
And it makes me want to, dude, it makes me want to go work out right now.
Dude,
Literally
let's do
behind
it.
the camera is all like my gym equipment. I'm about to in the middle of this cast start doing some pull-ups, man. You're getting me hyped up.
Word. I'm here for it. Honestly, I know it's great for you to have all that energy, but honestly, we need the teams to have that energy right now because Columbia Navy just got shut down in that first game after a somewhat fair performance there. They sat there and were a little bit lackluster here for a little while. They kind of delayed the inevitable, but honestly, I want to see them come back from the ashes. I want to see them go ahead and find themselves in a tie series because Blue Gold Esports now, they are going to be up 1-0, and they want to go ahead and close out this series. And honestly, with these picks coming through with the first two, we see them following suit with the Khaled. It worked well enough for them, and they're going to just go ahead and say, let's rock it again.
A great performance out from Disco Boat, who really just recently joined this core roster here on the side of Blue Gold A. Had a great performance on the champion, and I'm really surprised he got let through in the draft. Khaled, he's one of those champs where he is pretty impressive if you don't know how to deal with it, especially in the hands of an expert, which Disco Boat has clearly shown to be. So the fact that they let it through means they don't believe that it was a problem. A lot of the same first wave bans coming through on the side of Columbia Navy. But if we're talking about different drafts, Blue Gold A's draft is looking very different here. Diana, most likely jungle, Oriana mid, already a lot of AP in this composition.
Yeah, and you love to see it, right? Oh, Diane in the jungle. I gotta say, I love that woman. I love the way she plays out. I play her a lot personally on my free time, and I'm really excited to see what she can bring here in the Rift when it comes to a collegiate setting. When you're really looking at these teams just dishing it out and really knowing what they're going to bring to each other. And honestly, everything else is going to look fairly the same here. Disco Boat on the Kled, as you said, Insurance on the Vayne, and Komsky running the Ezreal again. That's a real question bringer for me to know exactly. I mean, after that last matchup, things weren't exactly looking too good for him. And for them to say, you know what, it worked well enough, let's bring it back, that raises a couple question marks for me.
I think because of how the champion pick works, it makes sense to want to bring that up, especially if, again, we want to see Shogo Fanboy moving his way around the map and trying to affect some of these other lanes here. And let's talk about Komsky a little bit more. I was speaking with one of the coaches over on there, or on Columbia Navy side, and they were talking about how he recently actually role swapped to ADC. He was a mid lane player until very recently, and his coach actually expressed a lot of respect and appreciation for the work ethic he's put and how far he's come here. So I think let's give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
The matchup is a little bit different this time around, and I definitely think he learned his lesson in game one about kind of respecting when your support is on a roam timer here. The pick I'm most interested in, actually two picks, is the Trundle and the Malzahar. Malzahar because it is really good for setting up fights post 6 because of course the ultimate coming through that everybody loves.
Yeah.
The magic outskill button,
course.
of course. And for on the side of this Trundle, it's also really interesting because part of the reason we don't see Diana jungle a lot anymore is because of how good some of these 80 junglers, Lee Sin, Olaf, Xin Zhao, and stuff like that have become. And Trundle is another example of exactly that, where they have these good early games, but they still scale decently well into the later stages. So now, if we see a meeting of these junglers, man, this Diana is going to get steamrolled before level 6. And I actually think in the 1v1 at any point, that actually really favors Matthew 16. So in isolation, it's something that you got to be really careful of on the side of blue gold.
Yeah, and I think it all comes down to playing the pace of the game and also playing your roles correctly. And pace of the game is the biggest thing I mentioned first because it's the first and foremost thing we want to go ahead and look at. Because when you look at Columbia Navy, they're set up this time around. They have a lot more like pacing when it comes around. You have Trundle who can go ahead and speed himself up, get that iceberg out onto the field, and also slow people down if he do so chooses. You also have Braum. They're going for a very cold kind of composition, which honestly, here in the South is really hot. So it's really nice to see that breath of fresh air come through. But overall, everything else is being brought for him. That Malzahar to go ahead and suppress players. And as you mentioned earlier, we all love not being able to play the game for like a solid minute. So honestly, that in itself could also be a huge game changer so long as they find the right targets for it. But it also comes out of these early stages, as you said, the dueling between Diana and Trundle. She's not much of a duelist when it comes to those jungle compositions. She's very much more of an assassin, going ahead, hopping in, finding that crescent, going ahead, hopping in, using that ultimate, and then drawing everybody close enough to where you can capitalize on that. And it just comes down to really finding the right opportunities and taking the most of it. And that in itself, I don't know if there's going to be too many to really worry about in the bot lane because, I mean, I keep on going back to this that I apologize for. I just love what can go on down here because, I mean, once again, Assurance on this Vayne pick, he was really good. I mean, I'm not going to say he was the best by all means because Glim was obviously the star of the show in that last one. But when it comes around to how that composition is going to go, having the Karma as the support now, not having another tank this time around, this is more of a mage-oriented support than a tank, than what we've seen last time. And honestly, that's going to be a little bit more susceptible to be exploited by the likes of Spesky.
Yeah, that's a really good point. It's interesting, and that's kind of what I mean when I say this comp is very AP heavy. Even as far as the support in the Karma, you do have a bit more of an issue when it comes to face checking for some of these neutral objectives.
Yep.
You think about the Urgot being a good candidate for this, but in some situations, you want Urgot to be on the split while the support is the one doing some of the clearing of vision here, trying to set up and establish vision lines for some of these objectives here. So I think if you fall behind on the side of blue gold, I think they're actually going to struggle quite a bit, especially with how important it is for them to get through this early game safely, especially because of that jungle pick. Because the issue with the AP junglers at the moment is twofold. With the exception of someone like Elise, you don't have any early gank pressure with most of those AP junglers. There isn't a whole lot you can actually do. It's not very optimal for you to 3-camp, go mid, go top, wherever the case may be. Trundle, on the other hand, that's absolutely an option. Sometimes you can on the way to 3 camping at level 2, just transition gank and force a flash out of the enemy mid laner or something like that. So you have a lot more options in this early game when it comes to affecting these lanes for Matthew 16. And because we didn't see as much of that in game 1, I want to see that in game 2 now that he has this overwhelming ability to do so.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you there. It's just going to come across of whether or not this is going to be a huge jungle matchup here. We kind of noted on it in the last game, hoping to bring a little bit more influence to it and hoping to see a little bit more aggression out of those early stages from the junglers. But honestly, Trundle, we could definitely see that. We could see a huge edge there, which they had in the last game as well. Matthew 16 running that Olaf, we did mention that he was going to be very aggressive there in these early stages, and we just didn't see enough. So honestly, it leaves the question whether or not he's actually going to really utilize that aggression. I mean, you can have that gank ability, you can have the full fruition to really bring that availability to the table, but you got to make sure to actually use it, and that's what it comes down to. So we are going to be coming in here into the game and seeing whether or not it actually really pans out like that.
And again, Blue Gold, game 1, and Columbia University have their backs against the wall here. They want to take this to a game 3, extend this series, and look for an upset win here. This is going to have to be where they do it. It seems like they have the tools to do so in this draft, and we know how important it is for them as a team to do that. So this early game, that's where I have my eyes set up. We might have an invade coming through, but invading a Braum is a little questionable, so I don't know if I like that.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you, but Braum isn't anywhere to be seen. He's down there in the bomb lane. We're going to see Fanboy just kind of vibing down there. It just comes down to what else is going to be coming through, and one of those things going to be coming through is going to be a little game pause. So not exactly sure what the issue there is, but it gives us a little bit of a tease to work with here to see the setups right off the start. And honestly, mentioning that early game time and time again, this is going to be a very influential game on those first 15 minutes. So when it comes down to that, I'm really wanting to see, as we said a lot more, the invade. That could have been something really interesting. And as you kind of pointed out, Braum would not be the best idea to really have there if you're going to go ahead and have yourself an invade coming through. But honestly, I think it comes down to whether or not we can see this game actually come out, and we will, with a little bit possibly of some trades coming out, as we already see a little bit of damage, but not enough to really make too much of an impact just yet.
Yeah, and I do like that we saw a little bit of deep vision place there from Spanky. It's good because another thing I do want to see in this situation is I want to see a bit of tracking done onto Matthew's side here. Like I want Blue Gold 8 to make sure they know where this Trundle is, because of how important this early game is for Spanky, how he just needs to full clear, reset, full clear again. And once we get level 5, level 6, that's where we can start seeing these ganks really have a lot of impact.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you there. That's why I'm really excited, especially when we're mentioning early game. That's definitely part of it. Hitting that level 6, that huge power spike that comes through with having your entire kit to play with. And that in itself is going to be something. But honestly, I'm loving what's going to come out here in the top lane, the little rematch between Myth and Disco. And honestly, I feel like Myth, he's feeling a little bit more confident this time. Getting those pokes right off the rip, saying, let's get some damage here on the board. You had the best of me the first time around, but let's see if you can double down to some extent with the damage coming out. Oh, it's looking a little bit too even for him to really cash in just yet.
Yeah, a lot more aggression in this early game, clearly, from both of these squads. Just throwing all of their ranged abilities, just trying to get whatever damage and effective trades they can. Looks like so far, though, nothing's going to come through, rather, in terms of kills just yet. But I like how aggressive we're seeing Columbia Navy's bot lane going for here. They know that you are pretty squishy as the Karma Vein early on, so you know you can get poked out in a sense here, especially now that the level 2 has come out. They have to respect that and just back up.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you there. Overall, just looking at Komsky, he's going to probably be focusing that Karma more likely, because you want to go ahead and make sure that Vayne doesn't have that speed buff to go ahead and dodge out those skill shots that literally is in Ezreal's entire kit. You want to make sure that he doesn't have the benefit of the doubt. He's going to be using his abilities, using those rolls to get out of the way. And we see it right there. He's doing a great job getting all that damage down, but it's not without any kind of trade of its own, grabbing his own kind of health off the board.
Yeah, the trade's not going in the favor of Insurance and Warhawk. They are going to get pushed under the tower. And what does that mean? The immediate invade coming through from the bot lane. I love this one, Mick, but oh my gosh, I think Myths is in trouble.
Oh, he most definitely is, but he's going to be able to finesse himself out of a sticky situation at least one time this game. But it just comes through to look at that Disco Boat, he's a respectable opponent to show that's almost a skirmish that you have in the top lane there during those early stages to get a feel and say, do I really got a better feel for you this time around, or are you just actually built different? And honestly, it's too early to tell just yet. But Disco Boat, he's really showing, especially getting that Ignite already off the board. That's going to be something that could really play into the favor of Myth if he so does decide to engage a little bit sooner.
Here now, Komsky and Shogo did get a cheater off. So immediately, we're going to see this Ezreal come back to lane with that tier, get to stacking that one right away. And that Prio also guarantees an easy Scuttle Crab here. So far, for Spanky, though, he hasn't run into anybody, which is basically just the dream scenario for this champion. And now we're just trying to see how much he can get done here. There's actually a gank opportunity here with no flash on Myths, but he might just be able to get away.
Yeah, and it really comes down to this trade right now.
Oh,
And Diana
wait a
going for
minute.
that early engage. That is not going to be a good move you want to make just yet. But thankfully, we do have Disco Boat coming in for the save, trying to possibly find himself a kill because Myth made it out earlier. But right now, with the poke coming out, the abilities coming through, that's going to be a first blood there for Spanky to go ahead and give that edge to the Diana jungle. We weren't expecting too much out of, but the trades in the bottom are going to be absolutely massive. We're going to see one coming through, an ADC for support. We see Blue Gold coming out there on top.
And that actually is a pretty beneficial trade coming out from Blue Gold here because now Komsky, he is going to miss out on some of this farm, and the kill trading 1-for-1 with the gank coming through is best case scenario for insurance, even if he had to blow both of the summoner spells there just to guarantee that pick. So he gets the recall, walk his way back with the finished tier 2 boost there, and the Greaves coming through. And it's actually not a bad trade here for Blue Gold, not to mention the play working on the top side of the map in their favor. You see Myths had to walk back to lane, lost out on a good amount of farm, and then right away, I think it's fair to say Disco Boat is built different. I'm going to declare it.
I mean, yeah, the way he's really just shoving himself onto Myth. He's saying, all right, you don't want to fight me? Well, that's too bad, buddy. I'm going to get as close as possible. I'm going to dash through you. I'm going to literally hit you from every possible angle. I'm going to hit all 8 of your legs. How about that? But what it really comes down to here is, I mean, just the rest of the field. We obviously know that Disco Boat there in the top lane. He's filled himself. He's got a little bit of initiative. He's got that minion wave pushing under the tower. But now it comes down to the return of the other two lanes because we had that trade go through. We now have Fanboy there trying to get back to that bot lane, trying to go ahead and set up for this drag, it may look like, because we're going to have a little bit of a duke out here towards the bottom river. But that in itself, I don't think it's enough to warrant just yet because neither one of these junglers are really around to capitalize on that. It's obviously something on the top of their heads, but it's not enough to really follow through with just yet because we don't see either one of them sitting at level 6.
No, and especially in Spanky's case, you see that Method is getting the first move on this Malzahar, who's sexy. Just walk away. You're like, you know what? I didn't want the first dragon anyway. And against the Trundle, like we were talking about the early game power here, I don't think you're really expecting to actually end up picking up this first Drake unless you punish a recall timer from the bottom lane that is actually inopportune. But besides that, you can see that they are just going to immediately go for it there on the bottom side of the map. It's very simple for Matthew to be able to just take this one down. I don't think Blue Gold actually fight for this.
Oh, no, they're most definitely not. I feel like when it comes down, the one team that's going to really rotate and find a way to really run off of this is going to be that bot lane because Insurance, he already found that pick earlier. He already shut down an ADC. He already found a way to go ahead and kill Komsky once. So, honestly, going ahead and finding a way to double down on the CS, find a little bit more gold in that manner, especially with Blue Gold being down in Dragons in the last matchup, and still finessing themselves a win there. So honestly, I feel like that's a really good confidence booster for them to go ahead and say, Dragons do not mean games, because it's so long as we go ahead and get this early gold lead, I mean, a Mountain Drake isn't going to make a world of a difference right now. It's definitely going to be better than an Ocean Drake from what we saw in the last matchup, but it's not going to be enough. But maybe Orianna grabbing this pick towards the middle and Diana trying to find this with the ultimate to come through. We're going to see old Spanky finding himself another, barely staying alive by the grit of his teeth, with Trundle there trying to get the follow-up, but just really being teased there. It's going to be enough for Blue Gold to find themselves another pick to really run with.
Yeah, and I like that pathing from Spanky. He goes for the invade because he knows that Columbia are focused on the dragon, and he's gotten a farm lead for himself because of it. He's successful in the 2 ganks he's had so far, albeit close calls on both ends, and he's effectively 2-0 at the moment. He's reached that level 6 mark, and now he is a serious threat coming into some of these skirmishes. And now Speaking of skirmishes, we got a lot of fighting going on the bot side here. We got a lot of pings coming through, Mick, so I'm feeling we're going to see some jungle intervention very soon.
Oh, yeah, we most definitely will, especially with the likes of Columbia. You had that bot lane kind of struggling to some extent. The exhaust coming out, maybe not being enough just yet with Vayne still staying alive.
Stun?
Having the knockback, that's going to be absolutely massive.
Oh,
What
look who's
Disco
here.
said. Hold up, buddy. We ain't over just yet. I got an ultimate here on the field. We got 3 players who are at low health, and we're going to see if we can find at least one of them. And neither any of these players essentially are going to find themselves a pick just yet. A huge tease, a huge, just honestly, establishment to throw the gauntlet down the table and say, look, don't come after me if you don't have the backup for it.
Right, and Blue Gold had the backup in spades with Disco Boat coming in with the charge, and now you force an unfortunate recall from Columbia's bot lane, and you're giving away plates to this Vayne, who is already getting a sizable lead because of this pressure they've exerted bot lane here. And interestingly enough, Warhawk, a support we saw do so much work around the map, is not doing as much. He's focused more on the lane here, and Method, yeah, he's gone. There's not a whole lot to say there. He's just getting solo killed.
Oh, Glim once again doing it again. A great little job, a great little skirmish there to come out on top. But honestly, Disco's looking for a way to double down with it, find himself one of his own on the top lane, especially after burning that TP to get the bot, not finding a kill of his own. So he's looking to dish out some damage, dish out some CS, grab a little bit of gold to compensate for that. But it comes down to with how much everybody is spaced out right now. You have objectives on the field. You don't have a drag up just yet because we did just see that fall fairly recently to Columbia University. But with that Rift Herald still in the field, that's got to be a question for at least one of these teams to say. I mean, especially for Columbia, after how we've already seen some platings fall for their side.
I think that's a great idea. Honestly, seems like Rift Herald hasn't been a big focus for either team. So before the plates have fallen, at least from what we saw in game 1, but I think it's an option now. Spanky is in the vicinity, looking like he is going to jump right on top of it, and I like that. You could easily come back to the bot lane and just commit those extra plates onto your AD carry, who's already taken some of them here, maybe mid, but I do like giving insurance all this extra gold, because now, even though Glenn will do a lot of damage as this Orianna, the DPS is coming from this Vayne, so getting extra gold in his pocket however you can, I think is absolutely welcome.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you there. There's just got to be a little bit more presence. There's got to be a little bit more contention there on the bot lane, but that in itself is not going to be enough, because there also has to be a little bit of intimidation to follow through with it. And honestly, looking at the mid lane right now, Glim is going to be an intimidating force at that. Going right under the tower, still winning that fight, and really not being scathed there towards the end because the presence is everywhere on the map except the middle lane. We got a little bit of a skirmish on the bot, a little bit of the tease there, but not enough to find any kills just yet. So there on the mid lane, there's going to be a lot of threats, especially with that Rift Herald being in the hands of old Spanky to grab himself what is going to be easily this first tower to fall, especially with that enhanced magic basic attack that you have with the likes of Diana. An absolute tower melter, and maybe a melter on the bot lane if we see Spanky find themselves. But with the trades in top, there's too much going on here. The execute not able to really get in that threshold just yet. So instead, we're going to see Disco getting a little bit more aggro with it.
Right, and honestly, it's just so unfortunate. Matthew doesn't end up opting for that dive there, even commits to subjugate and doesn't actually manage to really get the play he's looking for. Oh my God.
Can't do that. Oh no.
You had to know. Oh, it's painful.
That's I mean, we mentioned he was built diff. So somebody got to send a carrier pigeon over to Miss Door to let him know that, because I don't know if he's gotten the hint just yet. Because I mean, with the way you're really playing out this top lane right now, especially the likes of Disco Boat, this dude he's feeling really comfy. We mentioned it in the earlier games. He was feeling comfy on Kleb, but now I'm sure his confidence is on cloud 9.
It's got to be. And I mean, you don't have the TP from Disco Ball. Oh, wow. And it's looking like Columbia are looking for it. Whoa.
Oh, enough there to go ahead and grab one, but is it going to be enough to really follow up and grab another trade? Because you do have Myth here on the field. He's trying to grab himself a couple hits, grab himself a kill, but he's going to be the one to be killed instead with everybody in the dragon pit. And we do see Matthew grabbing himself another dragon. There's just so much here and not enough to keep any teammates alive, as we see Blue Gold just running away with these kills right now, getting a lot more gold right now, but not enough health on the field for them to play with. But a trade will come through. Old Fanboy is going to be the last one standing, but it gets a mage. He's just going to dish out too much damage, as we do see Blue Gold finding themselves an ace and an influential one at that.
They don't get the dragon, but it doesn't matter. It's only Colombia's second of this game, and they get so much gold from some of these kills as a result. It was a really bold moonfall coming out from Spanky, but it ends up paying off in the end here, and you can see it really develop in this gold lead. 7,000 in favor of Blue Gold A. Fear Beyond Death is almost available. We might have a kill here.
Oh, we most definitely do. I mean, that man's a sharpshooter. I know he's a chunky boy, but he's got some balance to him. So that itself is going to grab him a shutdown on the likes of Disco Boat. But it's not going to be too much just yet, because with so many tower platings already taken, you don't only have the trades of having 2 kills on the man, you also have 4 tower platings. So Myth, he's going to put in a lot of work here if he really wants to mitigate the damage as much as possible. But overall, as you mentioned, that gold lead that came through, we're seeing, I mean, Blue Gold having a 7,000 gold lead right now, essentially. And that in itself is really intimidating. And at that, you really don't care about a Mountain Drake and an Ocean Drake. It's just not that big of a deal. You don't care about these objectives, especially after losing that first Rift Herald, getting the first tower shut down at that, to give you that massive bonus. It's just everybody's really just running away right now from their problems, and there's just not enough to do, because Glim, he's here to fight, and he's going to make sure he gets it.
Oh man, that was barely even a fight. Method is just getting bullied by the likes of Spanky and Glem. They're looking for more, but it's going to cost the flash of Matthew, who unfortunately isn't able to actually do anything about his mid laner falling. And at this point, we have Disco Boat, who's in the bottom lane. I don't think they actually realize he's there, Mick.
I'm with you there.
Oh,
I don't think
they
they know he's there either, but it does eventually get revealed. A little bit of intel comes out onto the field, but it's going to instead call for a fight. It's going to cause for more of a retreat over to the bot lane, where we're going to find a lot more down, in Disco absolutely locking on to Fanboy. We see a really somewhat of a trade now, as you do see insurance off the field, but that single targeting is off the rip. It's off the board now, and Disco Boat's going to be the one to follow suit.
So they are going to get something, but Blue Gold, they are not missing a beat. They're just going to continue trading for the kills that they've gotten by taking this tier 2 turret.
Oh my
and now the
God.
reset is starting to come through. They can put some damage into this tier 3, but I think they just want to be walking away from this one, Mick.
Yeah, when you have that Diana on the field, that's the one thing you really have to concern yourself with, because she may be an assassin of some sort, and she may be a duelist there towards the mid lane, but whenever you have her in jungle, she almost feels like Camille with how much she can melt towers and really capitalizing on that, as you see Blue Gold doing. So, okay, who cares if we just lost 2 of our teammates? They already had so much of a lead that's really just going to even them out. Let's find a little thing to kind of turn the tides in our favor more so. Yep. And that, a mid tower, that's definitely what you want to be asking for, especially when Spanky can really just ride this out, has so much health to run off of. We can just see him keep farming and going at it.
Yeah, and I think again, we got to say, like, how impactful Disco Bull has been on this Kled pick as well. Just with some of the engagements he's been able to set up with that charge. Speaking of engagements, goodbye, Warhawk. It's been a pleasure. Wait.
Has it? It's been a pleasure to live, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, it was a pleasure to watch him live. I can definitely say that. That was impressive.
Yeah, but still staying alive doesn't mean the fight's over just yet. We still have a little bit of damage coming back and forth. We have a little bit of a skirmish there in the mid lane, but it's not going to be enough to really dish out any damage as an overall kind of collective. But I think that's going to put everybody back in their respective positions, with the exclusion of the bottom river, because with that dragon coming up here fairly soon, you have 45 seconds on the board, and Blue Gold, they're going to say, all right, we don't want these guys to have themselves a third, because that puts the pressure on us to know that we have to really contest that last one if we want any chance here, because that's going to be something that really evens things out. I mean, we're already having a pretty good lead here, but we don't want to give them any real breadth of chance right now. So to go ahead and shut that out, we're going to see a little bit of a recon going on, a little of intelligence game, a little bit of the old red star going on right now, but not enough to really follow through with. Just more of a holdback and just damage being dealt everywhere else.
Yeah, now Blue Gold, you can see them, like you're saying, that reconnaissance game is going to be big for them to secure their first Drake of game 2 here. They're not going to let Colombia once again get to that soul point. It seems to be something they're like, we'll let them get the first 2, but after that, no shot. Not a single one more. And you can see how they're just poking Colombia out of the river. And we have to see a good team fight setup come through. We could easily see Method flash into a potential ultimate here, but we have to see what happens.
Yeah, and grabbing that dragon already is going to be huge for the likes of the old blue gold to find themselves one. And insurance to grab Matthew 16 is going to be big in itself. That's a jungler off the field. That's a lot of presence that you don't have in the next team fight. That's a lot of AoE kind of crowd control that can come out as well. Now robbed away from your grasp. And then with insurance having so much health to play off of, you have old Spanky coming in here with the pulls, with the ultimates. You're going to have that Diana presence, that Diana diff coming through, and a massive shove up to the mid lane to really just try to find themselves another, but it's going to fall through shortly. Instead, they're going to grab a tower as a compensation prize.
Yeah, they could go for the inhib. It is a little early for them to be able to do so, and it's looking like they are just going to back off because Method is threatening them there with a good amount of damage so far. I think he is overchasing maybe a little bit. I don't think he's going to be able to actually pick up any kills. No. Oh, wait, but maybe Mythos can.
With him going ahead and targeting that Kled, that's going to be absolutely really good for them. But is it going to? With the picks and the return coming out, Blue Gold said, okay, you may have done the damage, but have you really gotten the kills yet? I'm not dead. I'm not in a gray screen quite yet, but I will still be in the fight to some extent to find ourselves one and maybe another with the rest of the team following through. We have insurance sitting fairly good on the health pool, but that's going to call for retreat to say, let's go ahead and know when to cut our losses.
Yeah, and Blue Gold not afraid to blow all of their summoner spells for these engagements. And Spanky, you're playing with fire a little bit, I'm not going to lie, but he is going to be able to walk away. And ultimately, you still get so much on the map here for Blue Gold. They haven't taken any tier 1 other than mid, but they've pushed that lane all the way to the inhibitor at 19 minutes here, Mick. And at this point, Columbia University, they're just fighting to see if they can get some poke off, maybe some damage onto this mid-tier 1, because they haven't been able to touch any turrets all game long, and I can't really blame them. Look at the side of Blue Gold here. We're talking 5-1, 5-0, and 6-2 on all the major damage dealers on Blue Gold's side. And how do you get through them?
Honestly, you just got to find a way to collectively move in on one, infiltrate his entire lane at that. But honestly, when you're isolated, when you're putting into these 1v1, 1v2 scenarios, it's not going to be enough against the likes of Disco Boat, because he's going to go ahead and win that trade and really be close enough for this fight in mid. But does he need it? No. The rest of the team is going to be there. They're going to find themselves one as well on the Method to go ahead and close that out and bring the presence and the entire fight to the top lane. But is that going to be enough? I don't believe so. Instead, we're just going to see a little bit more of an eye of the storm now, as we do see this top tower to be the next to collapse.
That's a good way to put it, because Matthew definitely has a storm coming, and they're just going to get right on top of him. No shockwave, but it doesn't matter. This Trundle is done and dusted, and all he got for it was that bottom tier 1.
Yeah, and I gotta say, man, I really don't know if that's worth it, especially thinking about the rest of the field, thinking about everything that's going on right now, and the Baron being the next to fall. That's not just going to be a tower, man. That could theoretically be every tower in the game, so long as you make the most of it. And with that upgraded smite coming through, it's sitting at 21 minutes. It's going to be upgraded at this stage. And I mean, you get a canceled recall from the likes of old Komsky, but is it going to be enough? I don't believe so. You got to go ahead and win these fights. You got to go ahead and get the actual Baron buff off of some of these players. And the only one that's going to go ahead and get it off of them is going to be Insurance, surprisingly enough, who got isolated for that.
Yeah, I mean, imagine being able to move is probably what Insurance is saying to himself and his team at the moment here. The CC layering was pretty well done by the side of Columbia University. They will deny one Baron buff. There's certainly a couple more available on the side of Blue Gold, and once they clear this mid wave, they have options to play through here. Oh my gosh, wait, that is just gone.
Bro, they don't even need it. They do not even need insurance. Well, looking at, I mean, they don't need life insurance. They don't need health insurance. None of that. They are feeling healthy. They are feeling proud, and they are feeling ready to go. Looking at the way they're engaging on these fights, saying we win them one way or the other. Who really cares? We got the support here in the game. We don't need an ADC. We have one in our Diana. We have one in our Orianna. Our Colette is out here dueling left and right, winning these 1v2s, 1v3s. He knows how to sustain that courage, and he's going to go ahead and find himself an inhibitor with it. And honestly, go ahead and cut your losses, get out, retreat, and say we got Baron. We can find a tower off of this as well.
Yeah, and although you got a lot of poke, you don't want to be chasing this composition. Glem has the shockwave, and he has been so good with them so far. He's 6-0, and I'm sure he's happy to look for 7.
Oh, honestly, and especially with Disco Boat, he's looking for more assists at least to just kind of put some poke on the field. But going ahead and being forced into combat a little bit, it's nice and all, but the Dragon's going to be the real prize right now for either squad, because you don't want to, again, put Columbia University in that scenario where they have to go ahead and really be forced out for that for the fourth one. But honestly, speaking of kills, speaking of frags and pressure, we got a
my
lot of it
God.
coming out from Spanky, finding himself a double kill, getting the third, and looking for the Dragon next to go ahead and add a little bit of salt into the wound.
Oh my gosh, and Insurance, the ADC is just escorting Komsky and Shogo Fanboy away from this Dragon Pit. You are not looking for this Dragon. As Blue Gold, they're going to secure their second Drake of this game. It's going to be a lot of ultimate ability haste on their side, and them just securing and solidifying their lead so much further. Mick, we're in another tough situation here for Columbia University Navy, and man, it just doesn't feel good. You got so many lanes pushing towards your side of the map. You got supers pushing into your base as well. And even though Baron's up in 20 seconds, we're in the same scenario. Blue Gold are strong enough that one more good fight and they could actually just close it out.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Just go ahead and play ARAM for a little bit. Sit there and say, let's stack up towards the center because, I mean, the lead, we sat there and we're looking for a little bit of insult to injury in the last game. But we've already seen Blue Gold not only double down, but if you look at the kills, they're one off from tripling down on the amount of kills. And especially that's going to have a huge impact in the gold. The amount of Drakes they have, 2 Cloud Drakes at that. So, I mean, they're not really worried about resistances. They're not worried about health regen. They have so much support. They have a lot more crowd control to go ahead and buff up their teammates that they really not concerned about getting that too much. They just want to make sure Columbia University doesn't get too far close instead of them getting too far ahead right now.
And we're seeing them really just focusing on keeping this vision line pushed up on the top side here. Not actually going to be able to take down Arctic Myths, but you can see how they're not really paying much attention to the bottom side. They're just 4-1ing in the top and mid lane, and now it's looking like Spanky, the lone jungler, is being chased. Oh, he's going back in.
That's Diana's for you, man. You got to risk it all and hope that somebody's going to come to your rescue. But even if they don't, they're going to find themselves a top tower as a consolation prize, find themselves a kill to fall through, possibly on the Fanboy as they do see him fall. And the next one to follow suit may be Malzahar towards the center. But honestly, they're looking. They know there's a tower up there. If they don't go ahead and kill him, if he backs out, they have something else to go ahead and hit while they're at it. And honestly, with right there, can't play the game, but you can play enough with that Orion on the field to give you that shield. Get yourself that all star all back. Find yourself a lot more health to play with and find yourself another tower to fall. And honestly, as it's looking right now, Columbia's finding themselves a little bit of a stance, but it's not going to be enough to stop all this base influence.
Yeah, we're looking at 30-second spawn timers on 3 major players on Columbia's side here with the waves coming in. If they take down Komsky, this is GG, well played.
Honestly, and I'm with you, man. That's all it comes down to. Komsky, he's not sitting too well right now. He only has half his health bar, and honestly, I feel like Disco Boat feels like, even with Scarl on the field, he kind of feels like he's sitting in the same shoes, because if he loses that, he's not going to be able to live long enough to get him back to get that big old chunky health bar. So they're just going to play a little bit of a Cold War once again, find a little bit of reconnaissance across the field, find a little bit of intel here and there, throw some wards down, clear out some jungles, and just kind of find a little bit more of a lead than they really bargained for.
Yeah, now you got supers pushing in 2 lanes here on Columbia University's side. They just don't have a lot that they can do at the moment here. Now we're looking at 14,000 gold being the deficit, and we're at this point where, man, Spanky is 2 levels ahead of Method, 3 ahead of the enemy jungler in Matthew 16. So it's tough, even in this 1v1 as Malzahar, who is approaching the 2 items. You're not looking for those fights. You don't want that smoke. And now someone has to answer top lane soon. You can see a super wave is pushing in. Another one is on the way. And that's the moment where Blue Gold strikes. They just know someone's going to be in the base clearing, and they can just look for the fight that's going to close it out.
And I'm also looking at this Baron attempt right now. I mean, honestly, you do want to move in with that. You want to really capitalize on it, but it's just a lot better to go ahead and say, let's find ourselves an objective where we know a tower's going to fall because we got Disco Boat and Glim down there on the bottom, 2 massive players. Let's go ahead and see what we can do here in the top jungle. A Baron is going to be up. We denied that from the side of Columbia University. Give ourselves something to really just close this game out, because honestly, with the way they're sitting at right now, they're really comfortable. Dragon's coming up here in 48 seconds. Go ahead and set up for that. Rob Columbia University of any attempt to really throw a curveball into the mix, so long as they just don't find themselves the right picks in a fight. And with the way they're sitting right now with a huge deficit in golden items, I really don't know what that edge could be.
Well, we just find ourselves in the same position as game one. Unforced errors from blue gold sides are all Columbia can really hope for at this point in time. Even with the major item spikes they have reached, it's just not good enough at this exact moment.
Yeah, right there, the fight's coming out.
Oh my
Karma
god.
actually staying alive. Warhawk.
Oh, no.
Warhawk finally falling there from the likes of an Ezreal ultimate. That's going to be a global thing you never really see coming too often, but it's not going to be that big in the big scheme of things. You have a lot going on here. You have a team fight coming through in the middle, and you have Disco Boat managing to stay alive as Spanky comes in, giving the assist, and Assurance is going to be there to give themselves that assurance to go ahead and find themselves a fourth, essentially a team wipe. Only two men standing are going to be Method and Komsky, two of the squishiest players on their squad. They're saying, forget the dragon. Let's go ahead and end this and find ourselves a dub.
That's right. It isn't going to be a pentakill, but that's the triple for Insurance. It's going to take everything down as there's no answer left for Columbia University side. One turret goes down. We're looking for a second. These low HP bars are a little concerning. Oh wow.
Yeah, it is concerning, especially when you got a guy standing, but Disco Boat can still manage to find something, even though he will fall as well. You just got to worry about the rest of the team, and with Karma right back up where he started, we see Warhawk. He fell earlier, but now he's going to be back here to play the game again. Here with Insurance to say, I can give you the shields, I can give you enough sustainability to take down this dragon, give ourselves a little bit more to play off of, because we may be a three-man squad right now, but that doesn't stop us from capturing some objectives and making sure to add some more salt into that wound and make it all like a salt mine down right now in that gash.
Yeah, but still, good play, good true shot barrage from Komsky, does mean that Columbia lives to fight another day. How long that day is going to be, well, that is a different question, Mick. I don't know why you'd ask me that. But anyways, Blue Gold A, so strong. So strong.
I mean,
Ask me how strong they are.
I'm with you, dude. There's really not too much more to say. I mean, you can just tell they are vibing right now. They are just really playing these games. They sit there and say, all right, honestly, we're just feeling this like it's a ranked queue right now. Like, we're just kind of chilling out here because the way they have themselves set up, they can really just, this entire rift feels like a playground to them right now. They're winning. Sometimes they're falling. Sometimes they're getting a little bit of a scrape on the elbow, but it's never going to be enough to really count them out just yet because, I mean, looking at these jungle clears, looking at all the objective clears, everything ever since that 15th minute has been there for their taking. And looking at right here, Spanky's going to make sure to fall through again. He's going to go ahead and start this fight to go ahead and initiate it out. Pop the Zhong's Hourglass. Go ahead and have a little bit of survivability, but the Ezreal ultimate is going to be massive for Komsky to find himself a pick on a Spanky, but will it be enough for the rest of the team to go ahead and find themselves one as well? Because Insurance may fall, but Mitz is going to actually find Disco Boat, find himself something to work with, especially after a long, drawn-out game in the matchup. But we see Insurance still trying to stick it out, grabbing himself an ace to go ahead and get the double. That's game, baby.
Insurance playing out of his mind, kiting like a madman, wins the game for his team in this fight, and that's going to be a 39-16, 2-0. Blue Gold A will take down Columbia.
Dude, that was I mean, I know we didn't really bargain for that, but I mean, that was a lot more than I bargained for, and I'm okay with it. I mean, Blue Gold, the way we thought it was going to be like that last game, they were a little bit iffy here and there in those early stages, and they're not even really scalable champs, I would say. Just the way they play out the game, it's like, I know they didn't play any of these cold-blooded champs like Braum and Trundle, but some of Arizona.
Right, and I think it's partially because of how well they play things out in the early parts of the game. We talked about how that's important for both of these junglers, but I see it a lot more from the side of Blue Gold here and how they are constantly, their junglers always playing for their lanes, and it's really starting to come to fruition here. Whereas Matthew, we don't see him ganking too very often, especially on picks like the Trundle, where you have a lot of agency to help out your other laners. And because of these openings, Blue Gold found, especially game 2, you're playing Diana. You don't have a lot of gank opportunities pre-6, but they were able to find at least some. Before level 6, this Diana was 2-0, and because of that smart early game plays, the smart jungle pathing coming out from them, they managed to get an early lead that became, once again, insurmountable.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you. And as we said, or as you said at least, those early game trade outs that came out for Spanky. I mean, it was a little
Yeah.
bit risky there for the jungle. You said the Diana, you didn't really want to skirmish all that much. But when you can trust your team to that extent to say, I'm going to go ahead and make an engage on the likes of an Urgot, that was the first pick they got on them.
That was
Go
scary.
ahead and say there. It really was to know that Disco
Mhm.
Boat saying, trusting, are you going to get here fast enough? And honestly, the way he played out, we said he was built diff and he rotates differently as well to go ahead and be fast enough to get down there, give that support, because that's how Diana is in those early stages. And that's why it became such a big presence in those late games. It's an all or nothing approach. I mean, some of us as gamers, we like spending our money, but we don't have it at the end of the day. So we like to go ahead and gamble, at least with our play styles. And Diana rewards that kind of play style. It rewards going ahead and getting in, finding that early edge that you can go through. And we didn't even see a skirmish between, Matthew 16 and Spanky, because at that point, honestly, if I'm sitting in Matthew, I'm saying, dude, I had the lead against him. I'm a Trundle, for goodness gracious.
Mhm.
I can't fight him now. He was going to
Yeah.
melt me.
Yeah, that's why I talked about that early vision as well, trying to get a handle on where he actually was. And the
Yeah.
fact that things played out so well in the bottom lane for Blue Gold as well, even though they got pushed in early on, you see Insurance just coming up big once again, especially more so in this game.
Yes.
Glenn definitely was pulling his weight. I will not say otherwise, but Insurance was the one coming up big in these
Yeah.
team fights, putting out these insane damage
Yeah.
numbers that I can only imagine he had the most on his team. So it ends up everything just ends up coming together for the side of Blue Gold A, and they get a pretty decisive victory from it.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Insurance really living up to the name there. I mean, honestly, that's the whole play style of Vayne as well. The way he played it out, they never got to the point where anybody got too tanky or they were out of their reach or really anybody's reach. Because when you have that Diana, when you have that Clip that could even brawl out against the likes of Myth, you don't need that passive that Vayne brings to the table to really capitalize on. You can just kind of chill and say, I'm just going to basic attack. I'm going to play ADC and I'm just going to do my job. And he did a darn good job at that. So, I mean, that alone in itself, you have that late game insurance if you need it, but it never came to that stage where they really had to rely on it.
No, and I think we should probably just I want to give a shout out as my last point to the top laner there, Disco Boat.
Yeah.
New player joining this core that's been together for a long time, seems to have slotted in very well. To be fair, we only saw him on one pick, but I mean, a comfort pick's a comfort pick, and they told us how important those picks were for that roster. So for him on the first game of the season here at NECC to be kind of a rock. He definitely wasn't slamming these high KDA numbers, but he was running the top lane matchup. So there was just no way Arctic Mist could actually be relevant in either game. And he was able to, because of that, make these cross map plays, make these TPs, shove, recall, and just walk to the bottom lane, which you don't see top laners do very often for good reason, but it works.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you. Boat finding himself, honestly, it kind of suits everything because when you're on top lane, you usually feel like you're right on an island. But having Boat in your name, you have a quick way to get back to the mainland. Go ahead and play with the rest of your squad. That's going to be really good going forward for them. So honestly, going forward for them, it's Blue Gold. They're making a statement here on the first stage in the first week here at the NECC for League of Legends and the Challengers division especially. So that itself is going to be something scary. It's going to be something to definitely take note of if you're any other squad going up against them. But regardless of that, I mean, God, at the end of the day, gods can bleed. So, I mean, they're not going to be unstoppable by any means, but I'm really looking forward to what can be brought from both of these squads as the course of the season. We said that Colombia, they were fairly new to everything. They just kind of came together. But, I mean, still delaying the inevitable in such a fashion they did, unless you have insurance there to say, no. I mean, it's okay. You only have so much to really work with at the end of the day. But speaking of the end of the day, that's going to be it from us here on the desk here for this matchup. But as I said earlier, do not go anywhere. We have another matchup right after this. We have some more League of Legends action for you. It may go to a best of 3, actually. We may actually get a third map here tonight. So hopefully, so long as you don't go anywhere, you can kind of bring that good luck and that good mojo for us over here in ACC. So with that, we'll catch you here later on and next week with some more League of Legends action. It's been Mick, and honestly, it's been a pleasure.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting at no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
After far too long, the NECC's loudest, best looking, most prolific casting duo are back. Coach Jim and I are going to take a deep dive today into week one's action as we head to the Scion Challengers Division. The Red Bird Academy team may hail from a town called Normal. However, they are anything but. This team, led by team captain Michigan, are ready to rock in their season opener. They went 3-1 in activation play. They know where they want to end up after this game. The only thing in their way is the California State University of Dominguez Hills Toros, who are looking to improve on their winless activation period. This team is every bit as hungry. Don't get it twisted. Will the Toros leave their feathered foes in the dust, or will the Redbirds soar to victory? We are about to find out. My name is Ethan Dolan, probably better known as Nullhead. And Jim, does it ever feel good to be back?
You know, Ethan, you gave me a lot of nice compliments there. You should say something nice about yourself as well.
I said we were the loudest, best looking, most prolific casting duo. So
I don't know why you're giving me the royal we, but thank you. But no, do you have enough air there after that intro? How long have you been sitting on that intro? It felt
I'm
like
actually
you
looking
didn't
for
breathe.
my inhaler actively.
Yeah.
It's right there. I've got it. I don't know if you remember last year we had to use that a few times on cast.
Just a few. Just a few.
That's still in the clips. If you don't know, that is in the clips. But Jim, we have all night to talk about us. We have all night to catch up. All right. Let's talk about the picks and bans. We're moving in here. We did see Pro Draft happen off screen. We have some opinions here. Some are wrong. Those are all yours. Some are right. Those are mine. Talk to me about this Dominguez Hills composition. Nautilus, Yon, Ezreal, Lee Sin, and Aatrox.
You know, I have to be wrong because that's my hashtag. Hashtag Coach Jim is wrong. So of course, Ethan, we got to start it off right, and I have to be wrong. Is I need to fix my volume, otherwise you guys are going to hear the game in the background and not me and Ethan. But no, I like CSUDH's 5. Ethan disagrees with me here. We're going to be seeing Aatrox in the top lane. We're going to be seeing Lee in the jungle, Tony in the mid lane, and an Ezreal Nautilus bot lane. And I like that. Personally, I think that's great. I don't know what problem Ethan has with it, but he's about to tell us.
My problem is that all sorts of different directions. Nautilus, Aatrox, Ezreal can all team fight pretty well. Yon excels in the skirmish. I just don't releasing fits into this comp. I would like the Yon to be a mid laner with some more CC. You pick something like a Malzahar in that role that can isolate a damage dealer from a fight, and then Lee Sin is, I don't know, any other jungler like a Volibear, fantastic. And this is a nice composition that's balanced, knows what they are about. Right now, it feels like they're pulling each other all sorts of different directions, Jim. If you move over to Redbird Academy team, this is a team that knows what they're about, and they are about fighting late in the game. This team is looking to pitch a fight as soon as they hit stick. Malphite, Amumu, Blitzcrank, your engagers, Seraphine providing healing and peel for none other than your hyper carry Vayne.
Yeah, you see, I'm still thinking you're going to see Lee Sin come off the flank. Lee Sin going to be jumping over walls out of the jungle, going to use that Q to clear anything in his way. And it's going to happen. I'm telling you, it's going to happen. Vayne's a great hyper carry unless she gets absolutely deleted in the first pick of the fight. And you're right. They have all the engage in the world, but if your hyper carry gets deleted, your engage doesn't matter.
Roll and Condemn are just two tools that are so tight in Vayne's kit. I don't see the Lee Sin getting on. I'm open to being wrong. It's been known to happen once or twice before. We will see. I really, really enjoy. I didn't like the Seraphine mid pick, and then we were talking pregame. I said, unless you fully commit the hyper carry, look what they've done. They've built this team around team fighting, around getting Vayne all the scraps at the end of the fight. Everyone on this team is showing up to the feast, Jim, and they are leaving the scraps, those low health kills for the Vayne after the CC's done.
Nah, I'm going to have to disagree. Like always, I'm going to have to disagree with you here, Ethan, but we shall see. The mid lane could get interesting. I think Seraphine's going to have to maybe play a little bit safe. Anybody who plays knows, if Yone gets any kind of a lead, the snowball there gets kind of ridiculous. The 200 years in full action there on the Yone if he gets any kind of a snowball.
Yeah, that is definitely true. There is some potential for Yon to carry this game if you can feast on the Seraphine early, find some roams to the bot lane, keep that Vayne in check. That's like the big out in my mind here for the Toros. Jim, if this game goes late, I don't see a way that an Amumu Malphite comp loses, right? Like, that team fight potential is just so big. You gotta think, they are going to have their fingers hovering over those R buttons over the whole course of this game. At some point, it's going to all come together, and it's going to be beautiful mayhem.
You're right. Like, a Mumu Malphite is hard to get over, especially when you have a Blitzcrank there just to sit around and just mess with stuff. But remember, you talked about getting rid of a hyper carry. Nautilus's ult is point and click. You can Q and you can condemn all you want, but that ult is gonna come find Vayne. And once she's in the air, that's an easy Q for Lee Sin, and once he's in her face, he's hard to get away from. With that being said, Yone can also jump in there, and then you got to remember, they have to kill Aatrox. You have to get rid of the boy Aatrox from the top lane. He doesn't have the CC, but unless he gets really good at the juggling, not the jungling, but the juggling, little putting the balls in the air. But you still have to get rid of him. And his healing, you're going to force people to buy anti-healing items just to take care of the Aatrox.
We don't have the poll in chat yet to vote on who's going to win. I was going to put all my bits on one team or the other. I was going to coin flip it, so When that does happen, someone in chat get at me. Let me know. I completely agree. Jim, my big question for you, I've heard some talk today on this in the League of Legends community. What are your thoughts on GA as an item in the current meta? A lot of people are saying, well, its face value, its stats aren't good enough. But in my mind, it's still worth the build in ADCs, especially these hyper carries, because the ability to come back into a fight and set up for an objective after or turn a fight around is just so valuable in my mind.
It's valuable if you can get it to work that way. It's valuable if you get killed in the team fight and come back while your team is still alive, that you can come back and deal damage. The problem is when most people look at GA, your ADC gets picked, their GA goes off, 3 people sit on their corpse, and then they die a second time, and then their GA's on cooldown, and then they don't have it for the team fight. So if you can keep yourself alive, then yeah, GA in a team fight is great, assuming your team doesn't get wiped when you do. So conditionally, a great item. I will have to agree with the League of Legends community, though. The stats on it are not great.
Face value stats are not great at all. I think everyone across the board can agree there. The effect's so powerful though that it's hard to add more stats to it, right? Because the effect can be so game changing. Jim, last time we cast, this whole item overhaul, the shop overhaul was brand new. Now that we've had a lot of time to sit on it, how are we feeling about all these crazy changes?
Oh man, the only thing I don't like, I like most of it. I like almost all of it. The one thing I don't like is the removal of the jungle items. There were a lot of junglers who depended on their jungle item for a specific purpose. The one that comes to mind personally for me, Shyvana. Full AP jungle Shyvana built runic echoes to get the echo effect, which is now only available on Ludens, which is a high mana item, and you're not going to buy that on a manaless champion like Shyvana. And the echo got you so much extra damage. Just the KDA just plummets when you don't have the extra echo. Night Harvester just doesn't keep up with that damage, which is why full AP Shyvana not really meta right now, although I probably still play it. With that being said, though, I love the mythic items. I love that you can take them different directions. But I think we're loading in here, so why don't you go ahead and start us off?
Let's hold a quick pause at 5 seconds so everyone can just get on the same page. I'm at 5. I'm paused. Production in my ear. Are we at 5? Not yet? All right. Let me know when you get to 5. Jim, you pause at 5. In the interim, if you are just joining us on the left-hand side of the screen, the blue team will be the Redbird Academy team with Josh is so cool in the top lane, Michigan in the jungle, Eskimo Lizard in the mid lane, Caramel and TF Wolf on the bot side, CSUDH, your Toros on the right-hand side of your screen, the red team, Shark Bay in the top lane, Nano Ben 56 in the jungle. I'm going to say Irushin, I think that's a capital I, in the mid lane. Chat, correct me if I'm wrong. Alexandro and SRN Jr. on the bot side. Is everyone at 5 seconds?
I'm at 5 seconds.
Production be at 5? We're going to get going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. We've got League of Legends. Coach Jim, we are back with all of the action. It is a good day to be a part of the NECC.
It's a great day to be part of the NECC. Gotta love it when we're back to League of Legends action.
Gotta love it indeed. Both teams running in here. Don't want a lot of level 1 action unless you're the team with the Nautilus. So we're going to see a 5-man stack here in Riverbush. We do see the wall built on the other side for the Redbird Academy. Big move right there. I think going 5 wide is pretty smart, especially when you know you don't have the advantage level 1.
Yeah, and it's ironic because usually a Blitzcrank has an advantage level 1, but Nautilus with the double root early is just really, really powerful.
Super powerful indeed. I don't think anything's going to happen here. That 5 stack there, walling it up, is just going to prevent any action. No one venturing in. Smart start by CSUDH to kind of stack up. If anyone tried to ward that middle river bush, they would have found something. Worried about potentially someone being there. They suss it out. We'll get nothing. Everybody backs, and we're going to start in the top side there. Lee Sin going to be asking for a leash from their Aatrox, I believe. We're just going to slow down the clear a little bit, which is a shame because that Is he just going to solo red? Looks like he's just going to solo red. So this Aatrox should bully Malphite early on, as you see most of the time. Malphite a losing lane into most champs, but the late game impact is just so undeniable.
You know, Ethan, I just noticed something that both of us missed during the draft, and I would like to change my vote on this game.
Okay? Lay it on me.
CSUDH is entirely AD.
CSUDH is entirely AD. Jim, I'm just saying, Redbird Academy, they won the draft. I'm almost certain they're going to win the game. They played so well in the activation period. The Toros have a lot to prove to me in this game, Jim. I think they have a lot to prove. You know, they talk a lot about, TF Wolf here might be looking for an early hook. Alexander's going to be in a little bit of danger. That one going to split the difference. You know, the Vikings could use someone who could do that at the kicker position.
I'm gonna let that one go. Oh, here we go. Early gank.
Yeah, Eskimo Lizard gonna get ganked there. A little bit of damage on the crackback. Nothing too substantial, Jim. What were you about to say?
Nothing. I saw the gank come in.
Got a little excited there. Topside action, not gonna be too much. Josh is cool. Big cheese wheel right there. Going to deal a bit of damage. Does have Arcane Common in his Shark Bay. Oh my gosh, Josh is cool taking a whole lot of damage, getting chunked. Shark Bay taking a shark-sized bite. Josh is cool. Once again, the purpose of this Malphite top is not to win lane. The purpose is to farm up, have that R ready to rumble, do some damage, set up team fights later on. This Yone going in. You pointed out, Jim, Eskimo Lizard's going to have a tough time early on. That's kind of a theme here.
Yeah, no, every lane is kind of gonna have a tough time. They're all playing for late. The question here is, you know, if you're playing for late, you can't just give up lane. Like, if you just absolutely give up in lane, then they're gonna be so far ahead that your late game might not matter. As you see the roam coming up there from the bot line to help Lee Sin secure that scuttle.
That they will. Scuttle's so big and objective, getting that River Vision early on. And topside Scuttle going blue way. Bottside Scuttle going red way. Rushin going in here, doing a little bit of damage to Eskimo Lizard. I'm ready to see TF Wolf go for a hook on the spot side. I mean, both sides having those hooks early on. That Blitzhook just a little bit more of a hook. You know, Nautilus drags himself towards the opponent as well. The bot side aggression is either going to be huge, or they're going to realize that both sides have hooks and they're going to play very, very safe and nothing's going to happen.
The hook advantage is definitely with Redbird Academy, just because if Nautilus hooks and comes in, Blitzcrank can counter hook and pull him further in under tower. So a Nautilus hook is going to have to be just an absolute certainty of a kill. Otherwise, I don't think we're going to see one early.
Yeah, so we're going to see a bit of a scuffle here at the top side. Josh is cool, going to take a little bit of damage. Clap back a little bit there on Shark Bay. So Josh is cool, standing up for themselves, getting some solid farm right there. Ground pound, keeping up levels with Shark Bay despite taking some damage, not winning in most of these trades. Only down 6 CS, so big upset Malphite in the top side. Michigan going in. Nano there in the vicinity. Michigan, this probably does not end well. Second bandage toss going back in. Seraphine responding over. Big flash over the wall and will get out without a scuffle. No kills yet in this one.
Big flash, though, being burned there. As Amumu without flash, not quite as deadly.
Yeah, absolutely true, especially when Amumu does hit 6. Not that close yet. May have flashed back up by the time they want to gank for the first time. We'll see. First drag going to go over to the red side here. The better early jungler, Lee Sin, expected to get this first drag, and they do just that, playing to their strength.
You know, it's an Infernal that's going to help them. That's extra damage, which they're going to need. Talking about the farm, though, let's talk about Vayne in the bot lane out-farming that Ezreal. Alexandro just too much help. Helping out too much on the map, missing a couple of waves. So he might be in trouble against that Vayne who has an extra item on him.
Absolutely, that Vayne in the bot side, packing a little bit of extra punch. Josh is cool here on the top side, going up against Shark Bay. Shark Bay obviously doing a bit more damage in this matchup. Both pretty even items. You notice the armor build that Bramble Vest is going to help in these sustained fights, though. Josh is cool, nearing that level 6 that are not just for starting team fights, can also take an unsuspecting top laner victim, although you probably want to bait out Shark Bay's ulti first. Not sure if you're winning the fight through that ulti. We know how strong World Ender is.
Now pings coming out here is everybody looking at the bot lane right now. Both junglers down there. Everybody kind of hovering around that tri-bush. It looks like Lee Sin, that's Nano Ben 56 is just going to take the scuttle and then keep moving. And it looks like
actually. Yeah,
everybody kind of rotated bot and then everybody kind of just walked away. So it got really interesting.
Once again, is that hook's going to miss? Once again, it's kind of this thing of you have a hook, we have a hook. When it starts, it's going down. But who's going to throw that first punch is the real question. We know the boxing match is ensuing. We just have to wait and see how it starts. No kills on the board 7 minutes into this one. Not to say that it hasn't been a good one. Redbird Academy building a small gold lead, but it's all pretty negligible at this point, especially considering the first drag did go the way of the Toros. That Infernal Drake going to give them a bit extra punch on their abilities and autos. Josh is cool. Did hit 6 there on the top side. That's going to be big moving forward. As we hit 6 across the map here, I am expecting the Redbirds to start fighting.
The Redbirds are going to want to fight. Like I said, we still will not see a Nautilus hook come out unless the Redbird bot lane pushes forward. Nautilus is not going to put himself anywhere near that bot lane turret. They don't want to accidentally give a kill over to that Vayne.
Especially first blood kill over that Vayne. That extra gold is so key as we talk about this mid game and the strong team fights that are going to ensue. Josh is cool, getting that wave push under tower, as is the bot side here for the Toros. Taking a quick survey of the farm, Vayne, 69 farm to Ezreal's mere 53. Big lead right there. Going to back, already has the Noon Quiver, building into their mythic item. Kept the Doran Blade, has the Longsword, Dagger for a little bit of attack speed, and not 1, not 2, but 3 biscuits for both Seraphine, Vayne, and Blitzcrank. This is a team that knows how to eat. As Pink's coming through, watch the mid lane here, Jim. Watch that Lee Sin.
I'm watching Lee Sin. I'm watching the Nautilus as well. But the thing to remember is Nautilus roamed up. Ezreal's getting solo XP down to the bot lane, and he had a full wave there. There's the hook we were looking for. But he had a full wave down there unopposed, so he closed that that farm gap in the bot lane.
Flashes burned, abilities tossed out, and at the end of the day, Eskimo Lizard all fine. And here is Michigan. Oh! Lee Sin comes in. There's the ulti. This sad mummy is spreading the sadness, Jim. You know, nothing quite helps a bad mood like spreading it. Amumu is proof. First blood being handed over to the bandage toss legend Michigan.
That was really a great gank there from the Amumu. The ultimates coming out of both the mid laner and the jungler there. Perfect coordination, and somebody was dying. I can't believe they didn't get 2.
Yeah, Lee Sin just a little too quick on the retreat there. TF Wolf looking for a hook over the wall here. Something a little cheeky. Won't find it. There's the W. Oh, hook coming in. Junior finally starts off the hook party. Carmel going through. Blitzcrank hook misses. Carmel just chunking Junior right here. There's the condemn into the wall. Ezreal ulti. TB coming to the bot side. Oh, TF Wolf ults. Flashes. Junior so low. Hooks in. Finds the Vayne. Carmel might go down. Josh is cool. Big ulti on the backside. Sharkbait continues the fight. Picks up a kill. Josh is cool fighting on the backside in the 1v3. Alexandro, you gotta be out of there or you're just fine. Josh is cool flashing the Q right into the back for the last kill.
Both teleports from the top laners used there. I think that Redbirds lost that one. You know, they got the first kill, but the Aatrox came down with the World Ender and did exactly that, ended the world for the majority of the Redbird team.
Yeah, it did look solid for the Redbirds. The teleport coming through was big. Good ulti coming through. Pretty even game, Jim. I mean, 300, 400 gold swinging in the way of the Redbirds right now. Still down a drag. Second drag on the board. If you are indeed the Toros, excuse me, their name slipped my mind for a second. You're trying to get this drag because you know you fall off, especially in team fights, right? You know that you're going to start to fall off. So we're just trying to find advantage here in the early game for the Toros.
You know, what's really important there is that 3 assists for each of the bot laners for CSUDH, only 1 apiece for the Redbirds. That money gonna be well spent. And then getting Aatrox on 2 kills is huge. He's gonna be able to do some work.
Aatrox with that second kill. as you said, already a shutdown goal, going to be an absolute beast there. Already a level up on Josh is cool. Josh is cool. Doesn't really have any interest in fighting, especially without that ulti. Michigan here on the bot side going to be backing, not doing a whole tunnel. Might just stick around. They may have a little something cooking in the pan here on the bot side. Shark Bay going in. We're just farming, doing it so well, but Josh is cool, flipping the script and dipping the chip here. Shark Bay, gotta run. They both have ulti available right now. Josh is cool, gonna let that one go.
And I think that's a good move. He didn't know where Lee Sin was. He didn't want to get baited into a Lee Sin gank.
I really like what Amumu's doing here. I don't think he's gonna back here. Watch Amumu play for the second drag. TF Wolf positioning well, getting rid of wards. This, you got to be careful here if you're the Toros. You don't want to hook. The whole squad is here. Second Bandage Jaws could come through. Nano Beast ganking the hook to come in. Oh, the counter hook. Oh, what an ulti from the Amumu. Nano Ben going to go down the blink of an eye. Teleport coming through. Junior, not long for this world. Carmel picked up that kill. It is a double, and it should be a free drag for them.
And that's just huge right there for that Vayne to get 2 kills. A great use of ultimates again there. Amumu just using his ultimate to cancel out the Lee Sin coming in. So just great use of the ultimate, great save of the ultimate. Didn't use it too soon. And you can see right there just the power of double bandage. And without the top laners being able to come down. But that might be a rift though. This might be a sneaky rift here for CSUDH.
A sneaky rift, but you see Malphite maybe responding on the top side there. They're going to have to go pretty quick. I think they have.
This is a sneaky rift.
It's going to fall right into their lap. There shouldn't be any reason they don't complete this one. Yeah, no one in the same zip code. Easy rift on the top side for the Toros. That's going to help them recoup some of this value as they're nearly trailing 2k gold right now.
And Malphite doesn't have teleport. If Lee Sin takes that in the next couple of seconds, he can go drop it in the top lane. They could possibly get 3 plates. It looks like he's going to stop and grab Scuttle.
He did get it.
No, he didn't stop for Scuttle. He's going mid lane with it. They're going to push out Seraphine.
Yeah, drops it.
They're going to try to get this mid lane pushed down. That way Yone can roam.
Michigan in the vicinity, though. Watch out for this. No ulti available right now, so Curse the Sad Mommy not up. Nanoben rotating
but 3.
around.
There's 3 here. That is not a fight that he wants. Michigan does not want that fight.
Not without the ulti, that is for sure. But Rift dropped it, takes some plates. That's the intended goal. Dies before they can do much else. Not too bad of a use of Rift. You cut into that gold beat a decent amount. It's looking closer to 1k than 2k now. Shark Bay in the top side. Still doing work against Josh is cool. Josh is cool. Clapping back, doing well for Malphite. So many pings on the bot side. No one's sure what's going on. Are they going to go in? Are they not? The Toros, they're looking for some action. They're spotting out the wards, but it's just a 2v2, and I don't think they're stronger right now with the shield bow being built on Vayne.
And that is an interesting call there for your hyper carry to go shield bow. It's an interesting call. If you're looking for a hyper carry.
Protection. Yeah.
Yeah. This would be a Kraken game. If I'm a Vayne player right now, I'm going, oh my god, this is the Secret Service. This is the Secret Service comp for Vayne, and why she didn't go Kraken, I will never know.
Well, maybe we will find out as the game unfurls. For now, you're absolutely right. I think Kraken may have been the move here. I want to say that we're going to see some topside action here soon. Josh is cool in Shark Bay, Jim. They've kind of just been going at it, some little brawls. Nothing has come of it. I feel like something is building up there on the top side.
Something definitely cooking up top. There's a great hook.
Ulti, Alexander ults out. Junior, ult in response. There's the Ezra ulti, hitting the jungle on the backside as well. Junior taking some damage. They both should be fine. Watch out, Aatrox does have teleport available, as does Josh is cool. This has potential to turn into a 3v3, 4v4, both junglers in the vicinity. So we'll see what happens here, but just know both tops have teleport right now. Junior, Alexandro playing behind the tower.
Wolf, I gotta give that up. Just give it up. Just leave it. Oh, that could
get
interesting.
They're not going to. Here's the hook. Wolf flashing out,
and
teleport's coming through. There's Sharkman in the backside. Oh, they've wandered into a massacre. Welcome to the bloodbath. I hope you brought your swimsuits. Down goes Michigan. TF Wolf next on the chopping block, or are they? Josh is cool, going to ult out, but they end up getting 2 kills.
And I believe that's 2 for nothing right there. And they just got to watch out in that mid lane. Seraphine in the mid lane doing work. I would stay. You have a 5-stack. Stay for first tower. Oh, I don't know. I don't know, because Seraphine going to try to get first tower here. She is going to burn mana here to push this wave. She's so close to having first tower, which would be a lot of gold that they could deny to CSUDH.
I don't know if she's too worried about burning mana. Has 200.
Oh, she's going to walk away. No.
She's going to walk away too.
Oh, my God.
Neither team wants first tower gold, Jim. They're both looking at the other saying, yeah, you can have it. You can have it.
God. And that tower was so close. Oh, my goodness. But another Drake coming up. So that's going to get interesting here. Another Drake coming up. Less than 45 seconds.
On the horizon, and it's going to be Wind Drake. We will have Wind Soul here this game. Sharkbait going in. Josh is cool, taking a bit of damage right there. A lot of pings once again on the bot side. I love how vocal these two teams are, Jim. And in the past, we've seen a lot of teams that don't ping a whole ton. You know what? Even if I'm on comms with you, I still want the pings. I want to physically see it on the map.
I agree. Something I noticed right here in the scoreboard, Malphite, Josh is cool. I'm sorry, neither support has their mythic, but he doesn't have his mythic yet, and Sharkbait has their mythic. It is the Gore Drinker, so that could be big in a 1v1 fight in the top lane.
Could be big indeed. As disconnect, game's been paused. We're on the same page here, and we're back. Yeah, cool. I think we're all cool. Jim, you with us?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Sounds great. Production said same page. I believe I just got the yep DM, so we're good. Drag is
and
being
that's
attacked.
a free drag. That's just a free drag right there.
Drag is going down.
Is everybody else? Yeah. Okay. We all pause. We all glitch.
Are you frozen at 18?
I'm frozen at 18.
I'm frozen at 18. And
all right. So I don't know what the glitch is there. I don't know. I think Mr. Producer.
1808, we all on the same page here? You know what, I'm glad you got to check it on Jim and I's game face there for just a moment. But we are right back in the thick of things. Setting up some
That is an ambush. Let me tell you.
Trap on the bot side, yeah?
That is an ambush right there. I don't know what they're waiting for, but that is an ambush. They could just be trying to take the blue buff, maybe? But a lot of lag going on here. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Latency this game.
Uh-oh.
Oh no. Irusin going in here topside with Shark Bay. Big ulti coming through. It might not be enough. Irusin coming through. Lots of damage. Hopping through Nano Ben. Not going to get it done. Mumu there for the backup, but they should be able to push down this tower if they want to. No wave, I suppose. Michigan is in the vicinity. Nothing's going to happen there. TF Wolf looking for a hook on the bot side. Not going to find it. First bandage toss coming through. Just clearing waves.
And I like that play there. I really like that play there in the top lane. Push Josh's Cool back one more time. The money has evened up. Like, as we've been talking, even though the last Drake went to the Redbirds, the money evened up. So we have a flat game here, and you got a 3-0 Aatrox to worry about in the top lane.
3-0 Aatrox indeed working on their second item. As you noted earlier, already has that Gore Drinker. Such a strong item. We're going to see if that's used to great effect. Hook coming through. Ooh, that comes pixel shy right there. TPs are what I'm looking at here, Jim. Shark Bay, Josh is cool. Both on cooldown right now. But when they're up, we've seen both players use them to great effect.
And we just saw a ping there at the Rift Herald. So that it came from the Redbird. So we could be looking at a rotation here, maybe a mass migration up to the Rift Herald. And that one's going to be harder for them to take since it is buried away on the CSUDH side of the river.
Yeah, we'll be a little bit more tough just being the blue team there. The Toros going to be able to contest from back a bit, but it's going to be gone. It's irrelevant. Baron now spawned. They were just picking like, do we have time? Probably not. They don't do anything about it. 20 minutes in this game. We're 9 kills, 3 dragons. And Jim, it's a close one.
It is a close one. I'm looking at some of the okay, there's nothing's gonna happen. I'm looking at some of the incidentals here. Look at how much vision, look at how much money has been placed around the Dragon Pit for the Redbirds.
Yeah, a whole lot. 3 pink wards in the vicinity right there. one lonely ward on the backside is they're going to set up for drag here. 2 minutes to go, and they're going to clear out vision. I like this play. Very, very preemptive. They're getting all of those pink wards out. They're not only just getting vision, they're also going to get some residual gold from that, a little bit of incidental gold. And Lee Sin's on the bot side. They may have potential for a gank here.
Amumu looking mid though, and that mid tower did fall. While we were talking, that mid tower fell. So first tower went to Seraphine.
Who would have thought Seraphine getting it done there in the mid lane? That's what happens when the Yone is MIA, ganking, roaming, and such. A lot of pings on the bot side here. Trying to figure out the Redbirds are, where are the junglers? Where's the mid laner? They know they're probably somewhere in the area. Drag is coming up here in just about a minute and some change. Irushin may be caught out here. Dash is away. Jim, how many years?
200.
200 of them, ladies and gentlemen. Gets out of the way. They're continuing to push these waves up. Both teleports on the top side are up. Jim, minute till drag. What do you think's going to happen?
I think Aatrox is looking for an ambush, but he's going to walk away when he didn't get it. Aatrox was sitting river bush. He's going to go hit the vision cone. He's got to be careful though, because if Amumu turns around, and Amumu's not going to. So I would keep looking at the top lane. The top lane is going to be very important. And I'm also looking at the fact that not enough armor being purchased on the side of the Redbirds. This is a build armor win game, and I'm looking to see more of it.
I think you're right. We do have Sunfire Aegis purchased on 2 champs, 2 plated.
Yeah, but that's what they're going to buy regardless. I'm looking for extra. Those champions are going to buy that no matter what.
Yeah, you're right. But Blitz also does have a Bramble Vest already, so got to think that Blitz is also building some armor-heavy items here. Top side.
Is that new?
Bit of a scuffle. I think
that's
so.
new. I think that's new. It's still shiny. Still got that new smell to it.
Little bit.
All right, they're setting up for drag.
It's heating up. We do see some vision cleared. Very impressed by the Redbirds, what they're doing to get them off point, and it looks like it might be a free drag. They've settled on the mid tower instead.
Yeah, they're going to trade for mid tower. They might go for 2.
Oh, they might get for the Malphite on the top side. I don't think they're going for 2 gems. They're going for a kill. They see a mountain, and they want to bring it to its knees. Here comes the gank to the top side. The cavalry's coming in. Irushin, Shark Bay, and here is the jungle on the bottom half. We're going to see if anything comes to this. It doesn't look like it for the time being.
running. Blitzcrank is running to get up there. Lee Sin's a man without a country at the moment. And they're not going to be able to get that top tower. They all backed up. They had vision. They knew the Blitzcrank was there.
Good thing they did see the Blitzcrank. Might have been a disaster if they won without that vision. They trade the dragon for the mid tower. Oh, Blitzcrank still going in. Gonna find a hook here. This is gonna be one.
That's a pick.
Nautilus flash comes through.
Oh my God! Riot Games. You can't give Amumu 2 bandages. You can't do it. It's busted. Can't do it. You can't get away from him now. You just can't get away from him now. There's no counterplay. Speaking of having no counterplay.
Speaking of having no counterplay, indeed, Yo there in the mid lane, looking to find the ADC. Doesn't quite get any piece of that vein. Alexandra farming here in the mid lane against Eskimo Lizard. TF Wolf coming just for the backup. Blue buff being taken by Michigan on the top side, and Shark Bay continues to push in. It's going to have a big wave. It's going to be tough to deny Shark Bay Tower, and they're just going to give it here. There's nothing that can be done.
I think you have to give that tower. The only problem is now Shark Bay can go do whatever he wants. Roaming he will be. They call him the Wanderer.
We are 1 second ahead here, Jim. I say we pause at 25:08. Does that sound good?
Sure.
All right, production, we're on 25:08. Shoot me a DM when you want us to resume.
How far ahead were we?
I guess a second or 2. 25:08 is our pause. Production just All right, we're all once again on the same page. We appreciate chat staying patient with us. This is week number 1. We're fresh out of the activation period. We are just warming up our voices and warming up our spectator clients. So we've got a long season ahead of us to figure out all of the kinks in the hose. For the time being, the Redbirds trying to find this soul here, Jim. big win con for them as a team that wants to play in the late game. Be so big to get that speed boost off your ultimates. They all are CC based, and being able to get the CC and then run, so big.
Baron.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Baron call right here. It's so early. 25-minute Baron. Baron's a newborn. Be gentle. Be kind. But they will do no such
That's free.
thing.
That's free.
Wow.
And now they're going to go take top tower.
That's an astounding call by the Redbirds. More astounding that there's no vision on that. Come on. As a result, they're going to grab that bot side tower. Lee Sin may be rotating down here. They may try to get two of them. They're not. Nautilus is going to back. Yone, Lee Sin continue to push on the bot side. Lots of backs coming there. They get one tower on the top. They're backing. They don't want to lose too much base here on the bot side.
That they do not. About between 1.5 and 2,000 gold up. We're starting to get to a point, though, where 2,000 gold is not that big of an advantage.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The margins are so thin that it doesn't really matter. And Jim, I just gotta say it again, the longer this game goes on, the more the Redbirds have to be favored, right? They're going to find that lucky team fight. They're going to find that engage where everything works right, where everyone presses their R buttons in unison, and they just get a free ace.
You know, you gotta think it's gonna happen eventually. I'm just looking at all the tricks that you could play if you're CSUDH right now. World Ender, not so much a trick, just a hey, come get me button. But Lee Sin coming over walls, Yone dashing 16 times, Ezreal being able to blink around, and Nautilus with that ultimate able to say, nope, don't group up because everybody's going to end up in the air. The only thing better on a Nautilus ult than being able to put people in the air is if you would have had a Yasuo instead of a Yone.
Yeah, would have liked to see you here. Would have been a lot of damage. Bit of a scuffle here. Michigan caught out. Here comes Carmel ulting in. Tries to find the condemn. Doesn't get it. There's ult from Seraphine. Carmel picks up the first kill of this scuffle. Irushin on the backside. Carmel might be in a bit of trouble. Or it's Irushin who's in trouble. Eskimo Lizard gets the kill. Alexandro has to watch out. He's all the damage in this fight. Shark Bay in the thick of it goes down. Shut down gold to Josh's Ghoul. Alexandro, the last one alive. You have to be exceedingly careful here. They get the first tower. Oh, the flash in! There's the hook! Alexandro running away from TF Wolf. Going to get out here. Big flash by Alexandro to stay alive, but they're going to get the inhibitor, and these Redbirds are not going to be denied, Jim.
You know, it's just unfortunate there. I didn't like... They're going to try.
Here's the hook. They might go for the end here. Ulti's coming through. Oh my gosh. Down goes Blitzcrank, but it doesn't really matter. Alexandro, the last one up. There's the bandage toss. Do we get the second one? We don't, but they don't even need it. Game number 1 goes to the Redbirds. I told you, they may come from a town named Normal in Illinois, but this team is anything but.
You know, I'm gonna go back to what I was saying. Riot, you can't give a Mumu 2 Qs. You can't double up the bandage toss. Are you kidding me? Nautilus escapes right there. Nautilus escapes without that second bandage toss. If Nautilus escapes, they don't re-engage. They just walk away, and we're still commentating this game.
You're absolutely right. What a massive chain of events there. Nautilus not getting out, turns into some team fights later on, and all of a sudden, all you've got is Ezreal in a 1v5 situation. Couldn't do anything. We said it was going to happen, right? We said they were finally going to find that fight where everything worked together. Well, they found that fight. They didn't get the ace, but you know what? 4 was good enough.
And I'm going to say it. And I know we don't like saying negative things, but I'm going to say it. Alejandro not making the best use of Ezreal ult in those fights. In fact, I think I saw him ult 4 times, and he ulted like right at the start of fights. And that's really not what you want to be doing with that. That's one of those, hey, Kobe, walk away, watch the explosion in the background.
Yeah, I think they definitely had numbers on some engages, and the ult at the beginning kind of scared off the opposition, so they couldn't effectively bake them into fights. They didn't take their time, right? Sometimes you got to slow roll your abilities, Jim. Sometimes you have to be a patient, just a master of patience, right? You have to wait on those abilities. It's not always best to toss them all out at first. We saw it in that game. We saw the Redbirds dominate the last, from their Baron take to the end. It was a great call. If you're the Toros, you need to have better communication. You need a ward on Baron.
You need to ban a Mumu. We are going to see a Mumu get banned, first ban in game 2. I'm telling you right now, first ban for CSUDH will be a muumuu.
Oh, I don't think you're wrong.
Either that or they'll pick it. It's a pick or ban.
It has to be picker, man. It's so strong. People even running its support with pretty high win rates in this meta. I mean, he's insane.
It's bad. It's not bad. It's good, but Riot is bad. Riot, look at me. Look at me, Riot. Get rid of the double Q. Get rid of it.
To all of the Riot employees that are obviously tuned in to the most popular collegiate League of Legends stream, we welcome you.
Hey, we're good people here, Ethan. We're good people.
At the bequest of Jim, please remove the double bandage. One band-aid is enough for most wounds.
You know what's really bad is that this is the patch that's going to Worlds.
Yeah,
he's gonna have double Q at Worlds.
He is gonna have double. He is. I mean, that's just all there is to it here, Jim.
I think our producer was saying he's got an intermission for us though. So Ethan, do you want to take us away?
So, little quick break. When we join you on the other side, we're gonna have game number 2 of this series. Don't head anywhere. We'll be right back. And we're back, headed into game number 2. The pro draft has just finished, which means we're about to get into the real thing. Once again, I believe that the Redbirds have outdrafted the Toros, but Jim, you're coming at me with an alternative take. Let me hear it.
Oh yeah, I'm coming at you. I almost came at you off stream, and I decided to wait to come at you on stream. What did you say CSUDH needed in game 1? What did you say they needed?
A comp. A goal. They were pulling each other all different ways. It felt like their composition had no unity.
Before you said that, though, off stream, you told me CSUDH needs crowd control. And I'm looking at a Jarvan. I'm looking at an Ornn. And I'm looking at a Syndra. Jinx a little bit on the side. But Jarvan, Ornn, and Syndra, that's the crowd control you need right there to get work done.
I think this comp is very good. I'm not gonna lie to you. We know how strong Mumu is. We saw how good Seraphine was. Mundo plus Galio. I mean, there's just so many ways for this Vayne to survive. The front line is so big. I think it's going to be hard for CSUDH to get onto the back line. I know they've got the Jarvan. I know they've got the Ornhorn coming down Main Street, but I don't know, Jim. I think it's going to be tough for them still.
It's going to be interesting, though. I believe, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, I believe on this patch, Soraka Ultimate gets rid of Grievous Wounds.
I think you're right. I think that is in the respect. Someone in chat will no doubt correct us if we're right or wrong, but I believe you are correct.
And that's gonna be massive. Gonna be massive.
It gets rid of Grievous Wounds, but why are you building Grievous Wounds to counter? Jinx, Syndra, Ornn, Jarvan. Oh,
You're
Soraka. I don't want to talk about
Soraka.
it. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. Whoa, whoa, whoa,
I'm
whoa.
sorry, Ethan. Who are you building? Yeah,
It's
Soraka.
been
You're
a
building it to
long
counter
off
Soraka.
season, ladies and gentlemen. I forgot that Soraka healed for just a second there. I forgot her whole kit. I think you're right. It
Yeah.
does move Grievous Wounds.
The other thing you're forgetting here is that you like that Galio. Do you know where that Galio's going?
Support.
Are you sure?
Yeah. That's a support.
It could be Seraphine support.
Seraphine's going mid again. Eskimo was too good in that Seraphine mid last game in
I'm
what
just
I
saying.
believe is a losing matchup to not run it back. That Galio's going support. The bot lane is beefy, baby. They got cake for days down there.
Yeah, but why would you put Galio support when you could put a mid lane against the Syndra where his shield actually matters?
The Shield Durant is good in the mid lane. I mean, and I guess that is true because then the ult goes more places. I mean, we're about to have it settled for us right here, but I have a feeling it's going to be the Seraphine again.
I'm just saying, his ult's better from mid lane, his shield's better.
Boom.
I don't like that. I don't like it.
Well,
I don't like it. I don't have to like it though.
You don't have to like it. You only have to put up with the results. MF ban right there. I like that a lot. Looking back on things, I just think that once again the Redbirds did get Vayne. You don't see that yet at home, but they did get Vayne. I just think it was too strong last game. The hyper carry was so good. The front line, you called it the bodyguard comp. I like that a lot. We've got some beef up front. Vayne is going to have an easy time if they play this composition correctly.
There's some beef up front, but you got to remember, a lot of their engage now gets canceled by Soraka. Silence is golden, my friend. Silence is golden. Amumu's going to tell you that duct tape is silver, but Soraka's going to tell you that silence is golden.
I don't know. It was looking, that duct tape looked like gold last game. I'm not gonna lie to you. It looked very, very good.
It looks good until silence comes out and he can't use any other abilities.
Yeah,
Let's remember,
that is true.
When he bandages in, if Soraka drops the silence, his ultimate doesn't go off. All of a sudden, wait a minute, everybody can still move. And if a Amumu doesn't get out the way, he's going to get caught in that root. And all of a sudden, he's rooted in a silence field, and he's going to find out that's not a field he wants to sit in. Jinx is going to throw the traps underneath him. Syndra's going to, scatter the weak. There's going to be a lot coming down on that man. And not only do they have crowd control this game, but CSUDH also has AP. They were dreadfully missing AP in the last one. And I think that Eskimo Lizard got outplayed by Erosin. And I think on a mage, it could get real interesting. Doesn't have to dive, can throw the damage from a safe distance. I think it gets really interesting in the mid lane, and I'm really excited to see the Ornn top lane. I wanted to see Ornn in game 1. We saw the Aatrox, and don't get me wrong, I liked the Aatrox, but I wanted Ornn in game 1. We're going to see him in game 2. I love the Ornn. I love him in the top lane.
The Ornn is a great pick, and I will say the Toros did pick a lot better this game, Jim. You're just putting so much pressure on Junior in the bot lane. They're playing Soraka, right? The crux of the comp came down to, well, she can silence and Soraka can heal and all of these things, but that's putting a lot of pressure on the Soraka to perform for the rest of this team, because if that doesn't happen, double bandage toss, Curse of the Sad About Me is going to be massive. Dr. Mundo is always going to be just an annoying threat, and Galio has a lot of great targets, right? And Mumu gets right in the thick of things, boom, pop that R. Mundo gets in the thick of things, boom, Hero's entrance. It's going to be a lot closer of a game. I feel like the comps are a lot more evenly matched. I still like the Redbirds just a tish more.
It's going to be a much closer game, but not only for the silence. Remember, they're going to have healing now. You got the Soraka ultimate. You got Soraka's W. You got Starfall to throw some damage in there while she's not healing everyone. You're not going to be able to burst them down like you did in game number 1. There was a lot of burst coming out in game 1, people popping like balloons at a party. Soraka's going to make sure that doesn't happen here in game number 2.
What kind of parties you go to where they pop the balloons? You just kind of leave them inflated, in my opinion.
No, man. You get the darts out. You know, like a carnival game. You pop the balloons.
All right. So carnival, not necessarily a party. I was imagining.
Oh no, dude! I've done that at birthday. Maybe you're just at the wrong birthday parties.
Tossing darts around the yard.
You're at the wrong birthday parties, my man. You gotta find some better birthday parties.
Coach Jim, you are at the cookout, at the birthday party, backyard, balloons on the lawn, and you're just hurling darts.
That's, man, We'll talk later. You're at the wrong parties. We'll talk later.
All right. Maybe we've all got to take a trip to Upper Iowa University and party with Coach Jim.
Oh no, this is family parties back in Peoria, Illinois.
Okay, you know what? Even closer to me.
Even closer.
Sounds great.
Even closer.
Toss the invite. I'm excited for the day I get to sling some darts with Coach Jim. Till then, I think all we're gonna see is Amumu and Jarvan slinging out and throwing their mobility everywhere. You got bandage shots, you got Flagstaff. These two junglers are going to be all over the place, Jim. I'm expecting a lot of creative ganks.
I'm actually not expecting a lot of creative ganks. I think this game is going to be a lot more by the book. There's not as much joie de vivre in this one. This is more of a standard comp on both sides. The one thing that might get a little bit tricksy is the Galio, being able to jump around a little bit. But otherwise, this is a very front-loaded comp on both sides. You know who their carries are going to be. You know who they're going to be protecting. I don't think we're going to see as much in the trickery department.
There's not as much what? Excuse me?
I was trying to sound good, so joie de vivre.
What is that?
It's French for a word I can't come up with, and I'm trying to sound cool. No, I think it's actually French for, that's something you can't quite put your finger on. A certain, joie de vivre.
Yeah, it's a certain something. Okay.
It's a little something. A little.
I took German, not French, so I don't know much about the romantic languages. I just want to make sure. I make sure I was on the same page.
I took Spanish and Italian, and I just like saying joie de vivre. It's fun to say.
I mean, those are two romantic languages. It makes sense.
They are.
You're a very romantic guy.
I like listening to French. If you ever watched Matrix Revolutions, the Merovingian speaking about French, I can't make the quote because we're on a family-friendly stream. But it's a fun quote about the language of French and how nice it sounds.
All right, we're going to take a quick pause at 10 seconds here, ladies and gentlemen. Just make sure we can all get on the same page. We don't want any funkiness with the time, but Jim, you're going to be taking us away this game.
Yeah, no, Ethan's gonna, finally stop talking and let me get a word in edgewise here. I love you, Ethan. I love you. Nothing wrong with Ethan.
I love
Ethan's
you
a great
too,
guy.
Jim. It's been far too long.
Far too long. Mr. Producer, I think we're all at 10 seconds. Whenever you're ready, count us down. All right, so here we go. This one is going to be CSUDH coming from the bottom left, going uphill, as I like to say. Which means that the Redbirds will be coming downhill from the top right. And let's go ahead and see here. It looks like 5-point for both teams, so nobody really looking to do anything cheeky here, which goes ahead to my prediction of less trickeration going on in this one. But just a 5-point from everybody. It looks like maybe an early ward. Nope. Saw Galio thinking about backing. I thought maybe it was an early ward, but looks like he was just hitting the button because he likes to see the animation. God knows I like to see the animation sometimes.
Oh yeah, I've got that Hextech Alistar. I saved up those gemstones, grinded out some passes. I feel that 100%.
Oh, Hextech Swain, all the way, baby. Hextech Swain.
I've almost got it. I've got 6 gemstones, Jim. I'm on the grind as Eskimo Lizard out and back. And did you know that was a level 7 Seraphine? Did you see that last game?
I did.
I did. I'm just saying, Eskimo Lizard on the Seraphine. I was very impressed. Got outplayed by the Yona, obviously, but that's a matchup where you're expected to be outplayed. They still got first tower last game. That was so impressive.
Really, I'm gonna go with the Vayne who actually hard carried. I'm gonna go with the Vayne on that last one. Ornn maybe taking a cleaver to the face for their efforts there, getting the ward down but dropping a little bit of health over to the Mundo. We see both junglers starting on the bot side, both of them getting a decent. We're going to see which bot lane will get to lane first. I think it's going to be about a draw there. In the top side, fighting already going on. Josh is cool, getting the better end of the duel at the moment. So a reversal of what we saw in game 1, but Ornn not quite the duelist that Aatrox is. So we'll take a look. And this time it's Corrupting Pots on Shark Bay and the shield potion combo for Josh's School. So the top laner is just kind of switching up what they're doing. Ornn trying to find, there he goes, finally finds his first farm there as a bit of an early gank coming in here in the mid lane, and got the flash and got to take Nano Band 56 on the Jarvan. But I think taking a little bit of damage is definitely worth getting the flash out of Eskimo Lizard on the Seraphine. Syndra can now really play aggressively into that, knowing that they have a defensive move and Seraphine does not. In the bot lane, much more even to start off with here, as the fighting continues in the top lane. And the camera is going back and forth as the fighting is everywhere at the moment. The first game, a little bit slow. This one, picking up pace early and often.
Yeah, getting that flash to mid lane, definitely worth it. Something to note here on the items that Syndra did opt for minion dematerializers. That's usually indicative of a laner that is trying to push in waves fast and roam. So watch out for the Syndra to be bot side early and often. As soon as you hit 6, I would be strolling on down there. There's so much you can do once you do get that unleashed power.
Bot side or top. They could go top too. Making sure that the Mundo doesn't get started early could be big. You see Mundo already backed, got himself with a Ruby Crystal for the little extra health. Galio going in hard though. Amumu coming in, misses the bandage, and the first blood gonna go to Vayne as Soraka gets deleted.
And there's that Vayne we were talking about. This is why I love the comp so much. It just felt like Vayne could carry so much more, and especially being played by Carmel. Alexandra, as we noted, didn't have their finest appearance on Ezreal last game. We're going to see how much better they do on Jinx. Less mobility, does have the CC coming through with the Chompers. Alt, still pretty versatile, right? Still global, still can take objectives. So we'll see how Alexander does, but so impressed by Carmel last performance.
Oh yeah, and getting the Vayne, the first blood, extra money on the Vayne, that's your hyper carry. And, going into a Vayne, did the Jinx get picked before the Vayne? The Jinx did not get picked before the Vayne. I don't know why you wouldn't go with somebody a little bit longer range to try to punish the Vayne. As you see J4 once again in the mid lane, trying for a gank. Seraphine playing very far back, though. Eskimo Lizard knowing they don't have the flash, trying to play a little bit defensively as they try to poke out Irison here in the mid lane.
Keep your eyes on the junglers right here, both hovering towards the bottom side of the map, both doing their bottom clear, which means A, they're near the bot side right now, could have some gank potential, but B, as Mumu pangs, B, they're going to move into their top side soon, getting those Krugs, getting those Raptors, depending which side you're on. And topsider might be in trouble. Good clear here from Michigan. Going to be able to set up for drag a little bit by getting this vision.
All right, Irison has teleport on the Syndra. Did not have teleport in game 1, so there's double teleport on both sides here in game 2. We'll see if that makes a difference. Right now, farm advantage in the top lane is about 2 waves in favor of Josh's Cool, but that's evened out by Irison in the mid lane, who's up a wave and a half. Junglers are about even, ADCs are about even, and it looks like Soraka has a bit of an advantage in the bot side, because she also did take Relic Shield, so she is helping with the farm with the Relic Shield. So, not probably the usual Soraka build. I would usually see it with Spell Thief, but we'll see if Relic Shield does help her stay alive here. As you see Ornn with the Bomby Cinder in lane. One of the perks of Ornn, you don't have to back to get your items.
Yeah, I do actually enjoy the Relic Shield, and then other AP champs as well, when you're trying to play a little more safe, especially against a bruiser like Gallia, who, if you get up close in person, that Shield of Durand can spell a whole lot of trouble. Even on champs like Zillion, I don't mind taking the execute items instead, go for a little bit extra HP, a little bit of survivability in the early game. So I like the pick from Junior, really shows that they're focused on the late game here, Jim.
Josh is cool, abusing Shark Bay in the top lane with those cleavers. Almost a 3-wave advantage in farm. Shark Bay gonna have to back here. He's trying to at least, but Josh is cool, just not letting him do it. The action is all down here in the bot lane, and I know I'm talking about the top lane, as the Drake is up. And it looks like Michigan already on the Drake, and it looks like this one might go for free, and it does. Absolutely free Drake there to start it off. So that's the Cloud. So we'll see what this game's going to be. As Shark Bay stopped from backing again. So not able to farm, not able to go back. Down 22 farm right now, which is almost 4 waves of farm.
And almost going to get the plate here is Mundo on the top side as well. I'd be very careful though. Mundo very low, is holding on the ulti, but one tower shot and you hand over a lot of that momentum, right? You give some free gold over. It's not first blood, but it still hurts. Mundo backing. If I'm Mundo, I might teleport right back to lane, keep the bullying up. My bot side's doing well. They just got to kill Jim. They're going to walk it back out, save the teleport, but honestly, I may have been right back to bullying. Give me your lunch money.
He can walk back, knowing that Ornn's walking back. He can walk back. If your Josh is cool, you have to save your teleport to try to follow Shark Bay if he tries to make a move anywhere else on the map. Josh is cool. His minions are there. He would have information if a teleport came through. I think the top laners are only going to teleport when their opposite number does. Meanwhile, it got a little bit quiet across the map. Everybody decided, hey, maybe a little bit of farm's not a bad thing to do. At the moment, the Redbirds have about 1,000 gold lead, depending on where the waves are crashing. Currently in the bottom lane, wave crashing onto the Redbird side. It is in the middle as you see Sharkbait having to use an ability there to get defensively away from that Mundo, who is still just bullying him, still up 3.5 waves of farm in the top. Amumu up a camp in the jungle. Under a wave now is the difference in the mid lane. ADC's still just about equal. So a bit different here. In game 1, we saw Sharkbait bullying Josh is cool. Now Josh is cool is saying anything you can do, I can do better, as the bullying does continue. Looks like J4, that's NanoBen56 in the jungle for CSUDH, handing over the blue buff to Irison on the Syndra. So that could be huge. Irison was out of mana, but with the blue buff, gonna get that mana buff and get all of that mana back short.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty big here. Good note on the blue buff. Already bowling Seraphine. Look at this topside play here, Jim. We might have a gank. Josh is cool, dominating right now. And it's more due to the champion pick. Oh, catches him out. Did get the ward. More due to the champion pick rather than the players, right? You notice the Aatrox versus the Malphite. You know who's going to boy in that lane. Josh is cool. Just using Mundo's strengths right now to their fullest. I also want to keep your eyes on the mid lane. Oh. Scuffle. A kerfuffle. NanoBen still here, Jim.
Jarvan looking for it. Oh, he's going to get him with the flag and drag. Here we go. Jump on it, put him in the arena. And Soraka will go down again to the Vayne. Vayne going to tower dive. Probably going to get the Jinx here as well. And it looks like she is going to live on the backside of that. Wow, and so did Mundo in the top. I believe Mundo blew his ultimate. He did. Mundo had to blow the ultimate. He got put into the arena with Jarvan and Ornn, blew the ultimate, got the healing, kept himself alive. Meanwhile, fight in the bot lane, a massive tower dive there. Galio, Amumu, and Vayne all said, nope, we're going under. They got the kills, and all of them are on Vayne. It's a 3-0 game, and all of them on the Vayne. Talk about snowballing in the bot lane.
Snowballing indeed. 3-0-0 up CS, has the Noon Quiver building into their mythic item. So strong right now. Jim, mid lane, Eskimo Lizard, not favored in this matchup. Only down 1 CS and actually up a tower plate. So despite Seraphine not being a powerful pick in the mid lane, you know, much more of a, okay, our ADC is going to hyper carry. I'm going to help the team out pick. Still playing very well, and if you're the Redbirds, you have to be very happy. You have a drag advantage. You're up 3 kills. Across the board, you're up in tower plates. If I can count them up, you've got 1 off of each tower without giving up any on your own. Dominant start for them.
Absolutely dominant start for them. You know, I was wrong. Newsflash, hashtag Coach Jim is wrong. I really thought Irison on the Syndra would outplay that Seraphine after what we saw him do on the Yone. It just hasn't happened, but NanoBen looking. He wants to come in there on Seraphine. Gonna have to walk away.
Yeah, can't quite find the angle on that one. I also just want to point your eyes towards the gold here. If you tap X on your keyboard, spectators or Jim, as we have a quick pause for the gold advantage on the bot side. I mean, it's over 1,000 on this Vayne. I mean, even on the support, it's 300 there. In the mid lane, it's only up 30 on the Syndra, right? It's 3,700, 3,730. Very balanced across the board, and then you come to the top lane. 800 gold lead for this Mundo, Jim.
Yeah, it's huge. It's absolutely huge. Mundo is up, Amumu is up, Vayne is up, Galio to a smaller extent, but all of the money, and it's spread out. Even though Vayne has all 3 of the kills, the money is spread out.
And, I mean, Syndra's only up by 30. Really, Syndra and Seraphine are tied. If we're really keeping it 100. Yeah.
Dead heat. So, and the Mundos is based all on farm. Top lane has been an island. 1 visit from a jungler, NanoBen56 on the J4 went up there. That was the only visit we've seen. Amumu has been quiet this game, except for that tower dive in the bot side. But otherwise, Amumu been kind of quiet, but he hasn't needed to do really anything else.
I
I
say
am
we
still
pause at
stuck here.
11:30.
Yeah.
I'm stuck at 11:25. I say we pause at 11:30 just for posterity.
Yeah. I am also
So-
stuck at 11:25, but I'm good with an 11:30 pause.
11:30 pause. Just make sure we're all on the same page. We don't want to get out of whack here again for everyone in chat. Also still stuck at 11:25. So as soon as we get moving here, but you're absolutely right. Farm basically in the top side as I'm going here. Hate to pause in the middle of a team fight. Let's not do it. Let's keep rolling.
Yeah, let's just keep going. So Vayne going deep in there as there was a gank and a counter gank. Amumu trying to get in there, got one bandage, decided maybe not go for the second one this time. Vayne was way deep, used her Q to roll out. Jarvan looking to get tricky over the wall maybe, doesn't have to get tricky with it. Oh, and couldn't quite get to his flag, didn't matter, burned the ultimate. Jinx will get credit for the kill on the Galio. So tried to go over the wall with it and just couldn't quite reach the flag that he dropped.
Couldn't reach the flag and drag not coming through. This drag started here, but in comes NanoBen, SR Jr. here, and Alexandro. Looks like they're going to take this drag away from the gym, or we're going to have a bit of a dragon dance. Headed back to the bot side, though, is Jinx and Soraka. Looks like they're seeding the dragon over to the Redbirds, potentially.
You know, they've got vision in there. They'll know if something... Oh, actually, there's a control word on it, so they actually won't know. They could be seeding that. I think you are correct there, Ethan.
Oh, no.
Ooh, just barely getting away. Once again, though, Flash is expended in the mid lane, so both mid laners now no Flash. As we see Sharkbait finally starting to get somewhere in the top lane with the damage he is putting down.
Yeah, lots of damage being done here. They do pick up the dragon. We will see Ocean Soul for the first time in this match. More and more, it looks like this is sliding the Redbirds' way. And Jim, I've got to see something from the Toros here in the mid game. I need them to make a declaration based in actions that they are here to compete and contend, because right now it's all coming up birds.
At the moment, you are absolutely correct. And just look at the farm totals. You know, Vayne up about 20. Mundo up almost 30. No, I'm sorry, 34 in the top lane. Jungle is up 3 camps. Just a lot going on. But speaking of stuff going on, here's Syndra. Amumu goes in, throws one bandage, doesn't catch what he wants. Will catch out the Soraka there. Soraka will go down. So the Soraka pick, we were hoping to see her keeping everyone else alive. Can't even keep herself alive. Sharkbait getting damage there on Josh's school in the top lane. 3 bot now as Seraphine is here. Amumu's still hanging around as well. Syndra and Jinx might just want to back off as that's a concerted push bot lane to take out that tower, as we have a little bit of a lag issue here at 13:55. It corrects itself. I don't know about that one, as that looked suspicious hitbox on Michigan's bandage on that one, but they're going to say he got it. Damage coming back out, and they're just going to push him away. But that means they're not on the tower. They forewent the tower to dive it, looking for kills. Didn't quite make it. Galio ultimate was expended. Syndra coming back in. Look out, Soraka. She will get, and there, Vayne in the background will take that. It'll be first tower going to Vayne, and she might have got exclusive gold off that tower, as she did get that kill. Vayne with so much money here for the Redbirds.
Yeah, a lot of money coming through, but now I've been recouping some of that, tossing that rift in the mid lane, the wave going as well, going to help out Irushin push that in a little bit. Josh is cool on the top side, continuing to just push their lead. They are exerting their dominance over Sharkbait right now. That cleaver misses, but man, that's got to be one of about 5 or 10 cleavers only that have missed all game long, Jim.
Something to point out, they CSUDH dropped the Rift Herald in the mid lane, but it was too late to get any plates. So there was no money conferred there by that Rift Herald.
Yeah, just the progress on that tower. Once again, that will help out Irushin push that in, but we'll see if it matters, because right now, Eskimo Lizard has really just been holding up for themselves, only trailing 6 CS, actually up in gold right now by 100 or so. So really doing well. The Seraphine pick has come through in a big way yet again.
And they've traded lanes. The bot lane has swapped mid. Amumu's sitting there looking for maybe something over the wall.
Oh no.
But it looks like Syndra not going to go bot lane. Syndra going to try to come in here mid lane. It's a possible 3v3 here in the mid lane as we're watching them duel in the top lane. Syndra hanging around. Scatters the weak, gets a double stun there, gets a little bit of damage down, but has to back up. They're losing their ward. But there are 4 members of CSUDH in the mid lane. We'll see what's going to happen here as the dueling in the top lane continues. At some point, Sharkbait is going to have to get out of the top lane so he can use his team fight ultimate in the team fight.
Yeah, we do see that the action in the mid lane scatter and converge here just a little bit. Eskimo Lizard alongside Carmo just kind of chilling there in the mid lane. Nano Ben, Alexandro there. Irushin finally going to the bot side here, Jim. May claim some of that free farm. Doesn't have teleport available, so will not be in the mid lane for this fight whatsoever unless it shifts a little bit.
Unless it shifts a little bit. Amumu not there at the moment too. Both teams having players backing. I don't think that one's going to turn into the fight. I think everybody's trying to back to get prepared for that Drake fight. Once again though, Sharkbait cannot get out of lane. Every time he tries, just gets cleavered, cannot get out of lane. Hiding behind tower, Josh is cool, is going to take that tower if Sharkbait is not careful. The Redbirds set up on the Drake. It is the first of what will be many, hopefully, Ocean Souls here. Especially looking for many if you're on the side of CSUDH.
Be very disappointing. This was the only, or one of only 2 Ocean Drakes here for the Toros. Josh is cool backing on the top side, maybe getting some items, preparing a teleport for this fight, wanting to get some more item advantage. Will go back, scoop up Mercury Treads. Oh, Bandage Shaw's barely missing their gem. I think that this mid lane is all just for show right here. They really just showed up, made them walk back a little bit. Now they're going to fall back on this free dragon.
It's absolutely a free dragon. If you look at how much they invested in vision around it, it was, I think, about 400 gold worth of vision in and around that dragon pit. And just nowhere for CSUDH to come in there. I did just notice, and I'm hoping our producer can fix this. Okay, and I'm not even going to say it. He's going to fix it. I'm not going to say it. If you didn't notice at home, too late. He's going to get it fixed. He's a good guy, our producer. And but yeah, currently a 4,500 gold lead. And before, in game 1, we said, 4,000 gold. At 27 minutes, that's not that much. 4,500 at 18 minutes, though, is a lot of gold here. As Galio could be a man without a country. They're looking for him. They're pinging him. Somebody's got to go get him, and he's going to get out.
Yeah, absolutely gets out scotch-free there. Josh is so cool. Or Josh is cool. I mean, I'm sure he's so cool, but he's also just cool. Pushing in this top side. Sharkbait can do absolutely nothing under that tower. Looking like Shark Island right now. Just absolutely stranded up there. Josh is cool, having themselves quite the game. Across the board, impressive stuff from the Redbirds. Only 1 death, and it came on the Galio, your lowest priority champ, right? Your support. So they are feeling good across the board, Jim. As a fight might be brewing here, a lot of pings. They're gathering on the top side.
Oh, dive coming. Dive incoming. And Sharkbait is going to back up. The tower's gone. He knows it. And Josh is cool. If you notice, he was sitting there. He was poking under tower. He was proccing his demolish, but he never actually used it. I don't think Josh is cool wanted to knock that tower down. I think Josh is cool wanted Sharkbait under that tower as long as possible to keep the team fight ultimate away from team fights.
I think you're absolutely right. Never got the demolish to go. Finally gets to go there. But now that tower is gone, Jim, cracks the map open, can do whatever they want, can roam wherever they want. This is only going to get uglier. Mundo is about to be everywhere across this map. Josh is cool, about to have a big game.
Speaking of, Syndra did take the tower in the bot lane, but here we go, right here, in the edge of the jungle. Amumu trying to stay alive. He will go down. Galio comes in. Galio might be in trouble there. Ornn unable to hit the ultimate. Galio going to use every ability possible to get away. Going to look for a taunt. Going to get a triple taunt there. And will go down. The Soraka of all people grabbing that one. So 2 kills back to back there for CSUDH, possibly exactly what they needed, and they're going to try to make a Baron call right here. They have 5 on the Baron. Vayne is in the back on the right. Mundo is in the back on the left. Was that bait on the Baron? I don't know. I don't think they know. They're taking so much damage from the Baron, and they're going to have to fall back here. I think
fall
they,
back indeed. That was a risky call there, Jim, but I think it was just to bait out, see if they could get something else. 2 kills going the way of the Toros there. Big comeback. This is what they needed. They got them both on the Jinx, who has the Kraken Slayer. This could be the start of a big turnaround, but Jim, 1 drag away from Soul are the Redbirds. You can't give up this last drag if you want to climb back in this game.
You absolutely cannot. I would like to point out, Soraka did get that second kill. Jinx had a kill. I don't actually know where Jinx got her first kill, but one of those kills did go onto the Soraka, which is not where you want it.
Not where you want it at all, Jim. We're going to see them just clear some waves here on the backside. Soraka beating Jinx a little bit more farm, just standing there in the mid lane with them. See a little bit of ward clearing. Michigan doing their job. Jinx trying to scare him off. Not going to do a whole ton. Jim, we've got our next drag in about a minute. Talk to me about what's coming up.
Well, what's coming up is we're going to see the first 5v5 teammate. We're going to see the first 5v5 team fight here, and Shark Bay gonna have his ultimate forward. In fact, all 5 ultimates up on both teams. I'm sorry, and Galio's will be up by the time the dragon comes up. So there will be 10 ultimates available. It's gonna have to be Ornn. Ornn's gonna have to hit at least a triple with the Ornn Horn. If Ornn doesn't triple with the Ornn Horn, then we're going to have an issue, because that's what he's there for. Ornn is there to tank damage and knock people sky high. If he hits a good horn, Syndra scatters the weak well, Jarvan puts the right people in the arena, I think Jinx can sit in the back with some rockets. She's got the Kraken. She's got all of her attack speed. I think she goes and finds some rockets. Everybody in chat is too young for that reference. Go watch The Rock. It's a great movie.
Oh, Jim.
Oh, I saw it, Ethan. Go ahead. Talk about it.
I was just going to say that ulti sent right down Main Street there. We've got a scrap over Dragon, Jim. I'm going to let you take this one away.
Ornhorn comes out and misses everyone. It's a 5v4. Galio going to come in. Galio going to get a couple knocked up here. They go in. Nano Ben goes in on the Vayne. Has to go golden there because he was getting taken down. Mundo will get the kill. Mundo will be traded back. And let's see what I can get here.
Oh.
Syndra scatters the weak. We'll get the Vayne. Ornn goes down. Amumu going to go down. And it's a 2 for 5. Absolutely annihilated there. The Soraka ult in the middle, keeping people alive long enough to do extra damage. 2 kills go on the Jinx. 2 kills go on the Syndra. 1 kill goes on the Ornn. You got your money where you want your money. And now they're going to go take mid tower as well.
Mundo picks up the Jarvan, but otherwise, it's Jinx getting a Mumu, Syndra getting the double, both Galio and Vayne, and Ornn picking up a bit of revenge on the Mundo there. Big fight for the Toros, Jim. They are firmly back in this game, trailing just 2k gold. They're down 2 drags now. Most importantly, they do not give up the soul. They're pinging Baron here.
They are pinging Baron here. My producer said something. If you could say it again, I'm going to keep calling while he talks in my ear. I think the ping was heard around the world, though. As setting up around it are the Redbirds. Redbirds have 3 in front of it, 1 top, 1 mid. And Syndra is bot lane. Her teleport is going to be up, though. So 4 teleports going to be up, as by touching that ward, they give themselves away. If they just leave the ward there, it's already denied by the control ward. As soon as you touch a denied ward, it does ping that it has been hit. So everyone knows where everyone is. Let's see if Syndra keeps pushing bot lane, going for that free tower, or if she will try to teleport in. All of the vision around Baron has been taken care of. Syndra does not have a lot of good teleportation targets. As look at all of the vision there around the Baron, and they're on it. Here we go.
They're doing
5
it.
stack
They're doing it,
on
Jim.
the Baron. And I think they're going to let it go. I think it's possible. And there's the turn. They have Baron aggro. They have to make a choice. Are they going to turn or not? Syndra TP'd in. Here we go. Really good. Seraphine out there gets a double charm. Soraka ult comes out, keeping people alive. Soraka will be the first one to go down. And CSUDH running away here. Just running. Ornn going to go down. So it's 0 for 2. 0 for 2 at the moment. side of the Redbirds. Jinx with a great rocket, but they will get the Syndra in behind, looking to possibly get something. And there's the Amumu. So Jinx in the back trying to carry. They go slow on to the Mundo. So it turns into a 2 for 3 at the moment. So CSUDH not quite giving up everything we thought they were going to give up, as Alejandro, I called him out in game 1 about his ultimates, proving me wrong here in game 2 as a second straight Jinx rocket, finding a target, getting a kill, and then following it up with a second kill onto the Amumu.
Amumu, Seraphine, and Mundo getting kills there. Notably, Vayne does not. Jim, that's going to be big. We see this Jinx starting to snowball. This Jinx is starting to get kills. Like you said, Alexandra is playing a much, much better game than they did in game number 1. And Carmel's just not keeping pace right now. I mean, we're going to call it what it is. Carmel is not finding the kills in these fights. Having a great game, don't get me wrong. 4-1-3. Absolutely fantastic.
Scary thought.
Slightly outfarmed, slightly being outkilled.
Scary thought here, Ethan. Alejandro has more gold right now than Carmel on the Vayne. Scary thought. Jinx has picked up 6 kills since Vayne's last kill. Since Vayne hit 4 kills, Alejandro on the Jinx has picked up 6. Although the big scale right now is Mundo, 2,000 gold up on his counterpart. 1,200 gold up is the Amumu in the jungle. But 1,000 gold lead for Syndra in the mid lane. And the supports are very close, and they're both playing support, so their money doesn't really matter quite as much. But look for this Jinx to try to carry. Jinx with the Kraken, Jinx with the Hurricane. That's what they need, the 2-item spike there for Jinx. Those rockets are going to be hot and heavy coming in during team fights. As
Hot
another
and
Drake,
heavy, indeed.
As
Yeah,
another
they're
Drake,
setting up.
less than 45 seconds away from another Drake, Ornn has his teleport, so Ornn will be able to get here. He has a couple of good targets to teleport to.
They do have some good targets. The wards are coming through here, Jim. They're going to have to contest it from the backside of pit, though. That is the only thing. You need Alexandro to get in there and do the dirty work. They may have an engaged right here, but it kind of falls off. Nothing is found. Retreating. Drag spawning in 25 seconds.
And as a 5-stack moving here, oh, there it is. They called it. They knew they were going to go for that control ward. They moved. They protected the ward. The blast cone goes in, so no blast cone to go over with. They almost grabbed themselves a pick there. That would have been huge. All of the ultimates available, so 10 ultimates available. We have 2 5-stacks looking for a team fight. Giving up Ocean Soul against a Dr. Mundo would be a disaster.
This is it. Jim, this feels like much of the game comes down to this drag fight.
I think you're right here, Ethan. And we're going to see where the engage is going to be. You see Vayne sitting in the back. Carmel on the Vayne, sitting in the back where they're supposed to be. And let's see where the engage is. The dragon has been aggroed. The dragon has been started. And they're going to see it now. They go in onto the Soraka. She gets trapped. She's going to have to blow her ult early. She will blow the ult early. Amumu and Soraka both going down. Jarvan going to go down. Tower goes down. I didn't even see where a tower was. Dr. Mundo going to have to try to bail on that one. Scatter the Weak comes out. A lot of damage onto the Vayne. Syndra trying to run away from the Galio. She's going to get damage down there. She's looking for a little bit more. The Drake did go the way of the Redbirds. Redbirds lost 1. 4 lost on the side of CSUDH.
And not only that, the Dragon Soul goes the way of the Redbirds. Big fight, bigger objective secured. Scatter the Weak, not going to find its target there. They're going to continue to be able to push Jim. They're going to get so much healing and shielding here from this Soul. The sustain is just absolutely unreal.
And unfortunate there, I thought Syndra might have had enough damage. If she kills that Vayne, she turns on the Galio and kills the Galio as well. Vayne lived by the skin of her teeth. You do notice, though, Vayne on the Kraken this game, not on the Shield Bow.
Yeah, on the Kraken, indeed. Having a similar comp, so may have just come to a bit more wisdom. Maybe see something that they are less scared of in this game engage-wise, although they have a lot more engage here with Nano being on that Jarvan, with that Ornhorn. So I think that you were right last game. Should have gone with the Kraken. Finally comes to the right decision here. More importantly, Jim, they are eyeing up Baron here. This feels like another big fight, but a tough one to win when you aren't the ones with the Drag Soul.
you're going to have to wait till they aggro on Baron. You need the Baron to be doing your heavy lifting for you.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely right. Not only Baron doing the heavy lifting, but have them put abilities, as we have TF Wolf DCing right there. Some issues with the support. I guess his keys won't work, is what we see in chat. Heading back to our camera view, if you'll notice in the background, my green screen did fall. The game got a little too intense, so forgive me. It's kind of all over the place, but we'll make it happen. Jim,
Just
what do you
doing
think
some
about this game?
doing some camping there, Ethan? Just a little camping. Your tent fell down.
Yeah. A little bit of camping. I used to be a Boy Scout, so I kind of know what I'm doing. But
If you
my
were a
tent
Boy Scout,
falling
your tent
here
wouldn't have fallen
and
down.
yeah, my tent falling here, my tent falling in Boy Scout may be related. I was more of like the guy that would sing the songs, the repeat after me songs. So I kept the spirit high, not the tent poles.
There you go. Look at this one. At this point, I'm giving it to the Mundo right now. Just being everywhere, being so tanky, just being a menace to try to kill. Amumu, don't get me wrong, Amumu's still great, but not as useful in this one as he was in game number 1.
Yeah, absolutely true. The Amumu not doing as much here. Jim still being pretty vital. Barely got their ult off in that last fight. Almost died, or did eventually die. I think it was the one return kill. Didn't quite get the effectiveness that we're talking about. Double bandage toss not as apparent here. Maybe it's not as broke as we think. Maybe we could cool with all the rhetoric
Silence.
about the sad mummy, as we were gonna pause at 30-60 once we get going here again. So
Mr. Producer, you know what another word for 30-60 is? 31 minutes. That's okay. My grandfather used to tell people he was 5 foot 13 inches tall. So do math, Ethan. Do math.
We got there. I'm not a math major. I study video production. All right. That's all. There's nothing else to that bit. I'm just not.
Nothing else.
Nothing
else. Okay.
I just suck at math. That's all.
But no, this Baron fight. If the Soul fight was probably going to be the game, if there's a team fight at Baron, if it goes the way of the Redbirds, we could probably stick a fork in this one. It might be done.
Definitely is looking that way. The Redbirds are so strong right now, Jim. They have a gold lead. Gonna pause at 31 there. I'm all paused when we're ready to rumble.
I am also paused
in a lot of places, and even though Jinx is starting to get their feet under them, still down on gold.
But it's going to come out to this team fight, and vision being cleared, vision being placed, and it's going to have to be a perfect engage here. Going to have to be a perfect engage for, and nice little damage coming through there, taunt.
Oh no!
But gonna have to be pretty perfect here. I saw a flash there. Who flashed?
Not sure, but the fight's continuing on the
it.
front end. I don't see any flashes that were recently used, so it may have been a trick of the ears.
It may have been. But this is going to have to be definitely a perfect engage from CSUDH. They're going to have to let the Baron do the heavy lifting. They're going to need all the help they can get. Either that or they just have to give up the Baron. It looks like giving up the Baron might be the call.
Jinx ulti? Do we see Rocket coming through? That's the only way.
Do we see Rocket? Do we see Rocket?
I don't.
Let's go find some rockets.
No rocket.
Let's go find some rockets. Nah, no rocket. Jarvan though waiting. Oh, and a stun there stuns the Galio out of his dash. So a little bit. Ornhorn comes out.
Oh my gosh.
And Jarvan goes down. Oh, everyone.
That curse of the sad mummy was ridiculous.
Take it away, Ethan. I believe there was a fire somewhere. Where do you like to tell people it was?
There was a fire in the Tumbleweed Factory, and no one was there to put it out, Jim. The hopes of the Toros up in smoke right there. Beautiful ulti from the Amumu. You called them out, said they weren't performing, but the big ult, finger on the R button, that's all there is to it. This game is over.
Not even going to respawn on the side of CSUDH. This one's just over. This was a much closer game. I think the Redbirds might have puckered up a little bit on that one, as there were a couple of team fights that CSUDH definitely took.
Much closer indeed. We gotta love what we see out of that game, as you can see. I think it really started in picks and bans. They drafted a much better, a much smarter composition, a composition that actually had a focus, right? They had a goal. If the Toros can do that and practice those type of compositions more with high synergy, I think this could be a team that could pick up some wins to get down the stretch. But it was all Redbirds tonight.
It really was. As much as that Jinx was doing work, and Alejandro much better in game 2 than in game 1. Much better game 2 than game 1. I would have liked to have seen somebody longer range to try to punish the Vayne pick. If you're going into a Vayne, you have to punish it. You can't let her farm, especially she was up farm the entire game. You got to pick a Caitlyn. You got to pick a Varus, somebody with range, a Jhin. You talked about Jhin in game 1. Just somebody that can punish the Vayne for playing a short-ranged marksman. And Jinx just doesn't have the range to punish going into the Galio. Just doesn't have it. So as well as they played the Jinx, I would have liked to have seen a little bit longer range. And I loved Junior in game 1 on the Nautilus. I thought they played a very smart game. And I think they got targeted here in game number 2.
I couldn't agree more. The Redbirds really brought the heat, Jim. One thing I really love from their gameplay, I'm excited to see if this is a common thing, if we see this in weeks to come, their objective control and how decisive they are, right? If they didn't get the objectives, we'd be calling them greedy. Guess what? They got them every single time. They set up well. They baited well. They took them well. This is a team that will be dangerous in this division, Jim, if they can continue to do that well, because it's such a simple part of the game that has layers of complexity and really determines what teams get big leads.
It really does. Looking at the scoreboard here, the big one to point out, and this is a final scoreboard, so this is after the last team fight. Josh is cool on the Mundo. 4,000 gold up on his lane partner.
Woo-wee!
4,000 gold up on his lane partner. Michigan, 2,500 gold up on his lane partner. TF Wolf on the Galio, 2,000 gold up on his lane partner. ADC and mid laners, those were closer. But the other 3, so far up, that is the entirety of the gold advantage. And if you have 3 people that just can't go against their opposing number, you're not going to get a lot done.
Yeah, you're just simply not going to get much done, Jim. And I don't think we're doing anything else tonight. We're not getting anything else done, as that was our last match of the night. Do you have any parting words to the people who stuck around in chat? We love you. We love you. Don't get it twisted. We love you.
chat. Oh yeah, we love chat. Chat knows
chat.
that. Chat knows we love them.
I hope they know. I hope they know. But do
Oh,
you
yeah.
have any parting words for chat? It is such sweet sorrow.
I'm just glad to be back. I will say that we watched a great Redbird Academy team here just dismantling Dominguez Hills, which is not something I see a lot. I see Dominguez Hills in Valorant, in Overwatch, in other games, and I see Dominguez Hills running over people. So it was weird to be talking about Dominguez Hills getting beat. They're so good at so many games. But it was a fun one to watch. Redbirds proved that they're going to be tough to beat in that division, but it's just great to be back. It's great to be back. It's great to be sitting virtually next to you, Ethan.
Oh, yeah.
I love calling games with you, and we're going to have fun this year.
At the NECC on Twitter tonight, right now, if you just want to see Jim and I together again, I don't know what the schedule is. I don't know what it looks like. That's not my job. But if you want to see Jim and I together at the NECC, just do it. Just do it. Dad, Bod God, and the pants. That's the tweet. You get what's your emoji? There's a pants emoji. What is the Dad, God, Bod emoji? Choose one.
I don't think they've made one for me yet.
All right. Well, when we figure
It's
that
being in
out,
the process. Our producer tells me they're in the process of the Dad Bod God. They should also just make a big red X for Coach Jim is wrong, because I'm wrong a lot. That's why I have my own hashtag.
Oh gosh, you are wrong a lot. Like I said, yeah, get at the NECC if you want to see us two together in the future. But tonight we will be parting our separate ways from you, from each other, from our fantastic production team. We appreciate everyone sticking around this long for our last match of the night. We will catch you next Friday